Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Became Xionic Hero from Xionic Madness Movie. Before we start, please go support LINZEF for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku. Codename. Xero. An 18-year-old boy remained hidden for quite some time. But a heroic act will bring him to light. Chapter 1. Chaos was reigning in Hosu. Several Nomas were the cause of said chaos. Endeavor, along with other heroes, were trying to defeat them. Ah! Scream of pain. The young blue-haired man was lying on the floor of an alley. A katana, its blade nearly dull, was stuck in his shoulder. The hero killer, Stain, was the cause of it. The young man tried to stop the villain from killing a professional hero who was badly injured. My brother. Stain. He was a great hero. He gave me a dream. I'll never forgive you for what you did. Stain. Using your power for personal purposes. You're a false hero. The villain was about to deliver the final attack when suddenly a yellow flash flies straight to the hero killer and delivers an attack. Iida-kun. Iida. Shield-san. His partner Melissa Shield had appeared to help him. Melissa. It's bye. Iida. Don't get involved. This isn't your problem trying to get up, but it was impossible. Melissa. Huh? Surprised, what are you saying? Stain. Your partner came to save you is a good line, right? But I have a duty to kill him. Stain begins to release bloodlust, causing Melissa to raise her guard. Stain. If we fight, he looks at Melissa, the weakest will die. Although fear coursed through her entire being, Melissa didn't back down and decided to confront the villain. The young woman managed to land a few blows with the help of a full cowl she had recently learned with the help of Gran Torino, but Stain's skill and experience in combat forced her to retreat, and in one move he managed to land a cut on the young woman's hand. Although it was small, Stain was able to draw some blood from the wound, thus managing to immobilize her with his quirk. Melissa was worried, seeing that he was unable to move, and because of the injury on his hand, she developed a couple of hypotheses about how Stain's quirk worked, but she didn't know how to undo it or how long the effect would last. The villain slowly approaches Iida and the pro-hero, Native. Melissa tried to move, yelling for him to stop. Stain ignored her and found himself standing in front of Iida's motionless body. The villain points his katana at the young man's back and was about to deliver the finishing blow, but suddenly Stain sees an object approaching him and steps back, letting the object hit the ground. Everyone looks closely at what it was, the blade of a knife. PSK, did you notice? The voice is heard on the roof of the buildings. Stain looks, and there he is. A young man wearing a strange armor. His long hair was green with black, his face was covered by a metallic mask and a mouthguard. His voice seemed distorted. Stain. Who are you? Another false hero. The young man descends as if nothing had happened from the roof with just one jump. Imagine a superhero landing pose, separating the young people and the hero from the killer. I'm not obligated to tell you. A really cool flashback. 2 years ago. In the city of Dika, during a downpour, a certain green-haired man was running, fleeing from his pursuers. In an alley, one of them obstructs his path and attacks the green-haired man with a katana he possessed, but he deflects the attack with one hand and then breaks his arm, takes the katana, and continues running away. As he leaves the alley, 2 men armed with pistols shoot at him. The green-haired man cuts the bullets with great skill as he approaches them, and with a single attack, he cuts off the heads of both. MAN1. Don't let him escape. The young man was approaching his freedom, but it was blocked by a wall of ice. What are you doing outside? Xero. The young man turns around and looks directly into the eyes of the owner of that ice. Let me go, Jitin. And my name is Izuku. Jitin, who was using a piece of ice to move through the air, could see it in the young man's appearance. His clothes were somewhat torn and he had multiple scratches on his arms and legs. Just by looking at him, he could tell how much effort he'd put into escaping from there. Izuku. I'll never participate in this. I don't want to be a tool. Jitin. It doesn't seem like you have a choice. You were modified to be this way, your memories were erased, you have no life to return to outside of the city. Izuku was silent for a few seconds. The sound of rain filled the air. After a few seconds, the green-haired man reached into his pants pocket and pulled out what looked like a syringe containing a blue liquid. Jitin was confused. Jitin. What is that? Izuku. Points the syringe to his neck. Maybe you're right about that, but injects the contents. That doesn't mean my life belongs to them. The liquid disappears from the syringe, a flash blinding Jitin and the people who were approaching. When the flash disappears, everyone sees the green-haired man wearing full body armor, except for his hair that was still visible. The young man's appearance was causing some fear to those present, except for Jitin. One of those present, who was carrying a pistol, shoots, but the bullet simply caused a spark in him. Izuku watches him, the bright red lens causes more terror to the subject, he takes the katana and throws it at him, piercing the man's chest ending his life. Jitan saw this, creates some eye spears and throws them at the green-haired man. The young man takes some blades from his armor and with quick movements and makes rubble as if it were nothing. Those present decide to help Jitan as much as they can. One of them, who had a quirk that made his body titanium, attacks Izuku with a blow aimed at his face, but he dodges it, grabs the subject's arm and throws him into the ice wall. When he collides, Izuku approaches and deals multiple blows, causing the wall to crack and leaving the subject unconscious. The others tried to attack him, either using their quirks or with the weapons they possessed. Izuku repelled them with great ease. Jitan was impressed by the green-haired man's skill, but he still wasn't going to stop, as he was given the objective of capturing him. The man attracts more ice from the city and combines them into a large stalactite, which he then throws at the green-haired man. After knocking out another man, Izuku manages to notice the great attack that was directed towards him. To dodge it, Izuku takes a large knife that one of the bodies had, jumps as high as he could onto the wall, sticks the knife into it and uses it as support to jump much higher, managing to dodge the large stalactite. Izuku lands on top of the stalactite, takes out a modern ninja star and throws it at the villain, who dodges it. He was preparing a faster attack, but when he was doing it, he feels something stab his shoulder. It was the star that the green-haired man threw. Jitan. What the hell? While complaining in pain, he takes the star off his shoulder and throws it away, but it is thrown back to the green-haired boy. What the hell is he? While Izuku was distracted, a woman tried to attack him with a bat. She managed to land a blow to the head, causing the green-haired man to stagger slightly, but then counterattack with a kick to the abdomen. Jitan used that opportunity and threw a large sphere of ice, followed by smaller needles. Izuku saw this, a flash appeared in his hand and materialized into a sword with a black sheath. When the ice was near him, Izuku quickly unsheathed his sword in II style, creating very sharp waves of air, capable of cutting the ice that was heading towards him. Izuku grew tired and threw the ice shards towards Jared. He stopped them, but they blocked his view, allowing some knives to take him by surprise. Jared evaded them, but lost sight of Izuku, who managed to escape from Dika. Flashback pause. Both Izuku and Stain stared at each other. With a blinding flash, two apps appeared. The green-haired man takes a guard stance with both swords. Stain. Good. That. Izuku. Unfocus. The trail created by the visor of Izuku's mask was the only thing that could be seen. The young man had moved at incredible speed, instantly being centimeters away from Stain, before kicking him in the stomach and throwing him with the force of said kick towards the wall. Stain recovers a little, but the green-haired man doesn't allow it and begins to attack him with multiple punches, causing him to bury himself further into the brick wall. The villain manages to push Izuku away with an attack from his sword. He manages to get out of that crater, but kneels and begins to spit blood. The green-haired man's attacks had managed to cause internal damage with their blows. Stain. Exhales with that behavior of yours, you won't be a hero. Izuku. Chapter 2. The night passed, the heroes still trying to suppress the Nomu attack. The youngsters and the badly injured pro-hero watched as the stranger in the strange armor finished off Stain. The villain was badly injured with internal wounds, while the green-haired man was covered in blood, but it belonged to the villain. Although their fighting styles were similar, the young man was Stain's weakness because he didn't have a blind man to attack and get blood from. Stain tried to attack with a kick to the head, but Izuku easily blocks it and delivers a kick straight to the stomach. The force of the kick pushes him a few meters. Izuku approaches him with an asp. Stain was about to attack him, but the green-haired man deflects the villain's sword with his own and performs a faster counterattack. This counterattack causes a horizontal cut on the villain's chest, the wound causing Stain to kneel. Izuku. Well, there you have it. At that moment, everyone had recovered from Stain's quirk and stood on guard. Melissa kept watching the green-haired boy while Iida focused on the hero's safety. Izuku. And this is how you thank me? The swords disappear now. Do you want me to help you carry it or are you in charge? Melissa and Iida did not let their guard down. Izuku. Inhale sighs. Let's do this. His armor disappears, except for the scarf and the mask, wearing a tight blue short-sleeved shirt, black pants and red tennis shoes. Happy. Iida. Remove the mask. Izuku. Ha, long sigh. It's okay. His mask comes uncoupled at the sides. Example taken from Xionic Madness 3. After removing the mask, metal part, Melissa couldn't help but focus on those emerald eyes, which seemed to shine a little. Izuku. Fine, if that's enough. The green-haired man reappears with his suit's gloves and shows them together. When he separates his hands, some red threads appear. With them, he ties Stain up in milliseconds. Izuku. Let's bring this guy to justice. Ha, I always wanted to say that joking. Let's get out of this place, it's starting to smell bad. The aspiring heroes and the pro hero have a drop of sweat on their heads at Izuku's comment. Deity takes the lead-carrying native, I think that was the name, Izuku in the middle, dragging Stain and Melissa behind watching him. Izuku. How long will you be staring at me? I feel like you're burning the back of my neck with that stare. Melissa. I'm sorry, but I'm curious about your outfit. Izuku. Ah, Sokka, I won't let you see him. Melissa. Why? Izuku. Trade secret. Melissa let out a slight laugh at the green-haired man's words. Deity. I don't think you should have hurt Stain to that extent. Izuku. You're welcome sarcasm, but I don't think you're in a position to tell me anything. You were planning to kill him, I just left him half dead. Melissa. What's the difference? With a drop of sweat on her temple. Deity. Are you a hero? Izuku. Again with that. I'm not a hero or a vigilante. I was just passing by when I saw you and the blonde girl about to be killed. Deity was somewhat irritated by what the green-haired man said. Melissa. By the way. Izuku. Xero. Call me Xero. Melissa. Xero-san, thank you for saving us. Izuku. Moves his head enough to see her with one eye. You're welcome with a slight smile. Once they left the alley, the group met some pro heroes in Endeavor. Izuku unties Stain and leaves them to the pros. Endeavor was about to try to capture Izuku since he wasn't a UA student and had never seen him before, so it was dangerous, but suddenly a winged Nomu captures Melissa. Everyone was in shock. Endeavor chased him and was about to attack him, but Melissa was in the way. He couldn't attack her. Izuku. Excuse me. Endeavor. Izuku was on hero number 2's back and used it as a platform. He propelled himself until he was close enough to the Nomu, then used his red cables and tied the Nomu's wings, then pulled them off, cutting them. After that, he tied Melissa with the same threads and carefully pulled her towards him before landing, carrying her princess style. Izuku. Be more careful. Melissa. SS. Once he took down Melissa, Endeavor captured Izuku and Nomu. The green-haired boy didn't resist the arrest since he knew the hero's power from rumors. He knew he couldn't defeat him. Who knows how many hours have passed. The green-haired man was in a Gessel chamber, interrogation room. Izuku was in one of the chairs, banging on the table, creating a rhythm. After all, he couldn't do anything since he was handcuffed to the table. On the other side of the window was Tsukauchi accompanied by a couple of officers, Nezu and Izawa. Izawa. So this is the kid who was solving the problems in Hosu. Tsukauchi. You say that, but in recent months there have been more murders than captures. Although they were all villains and criminals. Izawa. You mean? Nezu. He's the one who caused the murders. Izuku. Hey. Those present watched the green-haired man from the other side of the glass, he continued staring at the door. Izuku. While you're thinking about using the good cop, bad cop strategy, could you get me some tea or something? I'm thirsty. Tea, Hawaiian. 10 minutes later, Izawa and Nezu enter the room, carrying cups of tea. The UA director uses the chair while Izawa stands in the doorway, staring at the green-haired boy. Nezu. Well, who are you? Izuku. Nezu. I've checked the data, we used a facial recognition system, but there's nothing about you, just this. Nezu leaves in front of the green-haired man a photo of himself with 2 girls and a girl facing some terrorists. Izuku. Nezu. Let me ask you again. Who are you? Izuku did nothing but break the handcuffs, alarming Izawa, but Nezu reaches out his hand in front of him, stopping him. Izuku takes the teacup and takes a sip from its contents. Izuku. I have nothing to lose by answering your questions. My name is Izuku, I am a cybernetic human, and I specialize in hand-to-hand combat, as well as the use of the bow. Nezu. Well, where do you come from? Izuku. I don't know my origin, I only know that my name was Izuku before being modified with cybernetic enhancements. Izawa. So you're a cyborg. Izuku. Something like that. I'd like to continue explaining, but I need a safe place. Izawa. What do you mean? Izuku. I mean we're not safe here. In an instant Izuku gets up from his chair, summons the cervical armor along with the arrow blade. Performing an II move, he cuts the window, weakening it. He then throws one of the chairs at her and uses his blood wire to attract one of the police officers, who was aiming a shotgun at him from the other side. Izawa goes to the next room and sees Tsukauchi with a gunshot wound in the shoulder. Izuku is in the process of choking the officer, but is stopped by Nezu. Once everything was relieved and the detective received medical attention, Nezu approaches Izuku. Nezu. Listen, young Xero. Izuku laughs a little, since it seemed that the director used Xero as a last name. Nezu. I'd like to propose a deal. Izuku. Sees that some police officers and a racer were watching him closely hurt him. After the last few days of internships, the students returned to the academy, excited to share their experiences with their classmates. Since the hero killer's accident, Police Chief Kenji Tsugarami thanked Melissa and Iida for helping in the capture. He also previously thanked Izuku, but that was kept quiet due to the green-haired man's unknown origins, not to mention the murders he had committed. Melissa was in a daze. The green-haired man was mysterious in himself, but for some reason he caught her attention. Probably the technology in his armor had piqued her curiosity. Some of her colleagues had approached her and Iida to learn about the events they participated in with the hero killer. The police chief had hidden the true identity of the villain's captor, making Endeavor the responsible party, not to mention altering the story a bit to make it seem like they had only participated to protect the wounded hero. After some boring classes that no one wants to know about XD, it was time for hero classes. Aizawa then entered, but this time he was accompanied by Principal Nezu. Haminari. The director. Mina. What are you doing here? Curious. Nezu. Good morning, students. I wanted to tell you that from now on, Professor Aizawa will have a partner to help you with combat training. You may come in now. The door opens, and out of it appears a young man dressed in a dark t-shirt with a logo printed on it and green cargo pants, along with his red tennis shoes. Nezu. I want to introduce you. Chapter 3. The entire Class A watched the green-haired boy. It was undoubtedly strange that someone young was the instructor who would help them in these classes. Melissa and Iida tried to hide their surprises when they saw him again, since they believed they would not find him again. Izuku. Well, you're probably wondering, why now? The young people paid attention to the green-haired man's words. Izuku. Well, I'll explain that to you in ground. Beta leaves the room. Class A. Aizawa. Go to the locker room, don't forget your outfits. Returns to his sleeping bag. The young man headed toward the locker room. On the way. Melissa. What are you doing here? Iida. He's probably a vigilante. I haven't seen the vigilante spin-off. If there are some with the ability to kill, let me know. Melissa. But, those moves in the fight I was ready to kill Stain. Iida. Both of them separate to go to their respective locker rooms. Meanwhile at ground. Beta, Izuku, Aizawa and Nezu walk towards the territory. Izuku. Nezu. What's going on, Zero-san? Izuku. Why do you use my codename as your last name? Nezu. I had to register him at UA and I needed a last name. This is the first time I haven't been able to find information on someone. I apologize if it's not to your liking. Izuku. Sighs. As long as I can avoid a problem with that. While they were talking, the students of Class A were already approaching, dressed in their hero costumes. Izuku approaches them to do his new job. Aizawa. Are you sure about this? I mean, Tartarus prison. Nezu. I didn't send him to that prison for 2 reasons. 1, because the information he may have would be of utmost importance in the future. Aizawa. And the second one? Nezu. I see potential in that young man. Although I don't agree with his methods, he could become a good hero. He sees the green-haired man approaching Class A. Izuku. Well, I see that everyone is already here with their hero suit. Sees a certain black-haired girl. This, don't you think your suit is too revealing? Yaoyorozu Momo, a student with quite a personality, simply ignored the green-haired boy's comment. Iida. Excuse me, Zero-san, what kind of training will we be doing here? Moving his arms like a robot. Izuku. Okay, well, we're here because I want to see your quirks in person. I took the liberty of reading the files with the information on each quirk, but I might understand them better if I see them in person. Melissa. I understand, but why here? Izuku. For 2 reasons. First, there's plenty of room here, so we'll be able to fight more freely. Xero. Wait, nervous fight. Izuku. That's right. The second reason we're here is to fight. You 20 will fight against me. Everyone was in shock at Izuku's statement. Izuku. You can choose whether to attack as a group or… Boom. A human projectile was heading towards the green-haired man, who dodged it effortlessly. Izuku. Kitsuki Bakugo, Quirk. Explosion. Not bad, but takes the Ashen-haired boy's leg. You're missing a lot. Izuku throws Bakugo straight into one of the light poles. Izuku. Okay, manifests the cervical armor. Who's next? Snapping his fingers. Aizawa. Oye, Xero. Izuku turns to see the Raven, who was a few meters away from the action. Aizawa. Remember what we told you. Izuku. I know, avoid lethality. Being distracted, he narrowly manages to dodge a large amount of ice that was approaching him. Izuku. Todoroki Shoto, half cold, half hot. Why don't you use your fire? Todoroki. At that, Izuku steps back a little more, thus avoiding an attack coming from above. Izuku. Nadamal, shield. Melissa. One for all. Full cowl. Lightning bolts around Melissa's body, releasing a faint light. Izuku. His quirk allows him to use a large amount of energy throughout his body. He would definitely be a rival for her, however. The young woman approaches Izuku at great speed and begins to launch several attacks. Although they were powerful and fast, Izuku dodged or deflected them with ease. Izuku, you don't have a fighting style. The green-haired man grabs Melissa's arm and then applies a judo lock. She stands up and manages to block a kick but steps back slightly from the power of the attack. As Izuku positioned himself again, two students approached him from two directions ready to attack, but the green-haired boy noticed them and deflected their attacks and then pushed them away with a few kicks. Izuku. Wow, hardening. Not bad, Kirishima. Kirishima. GHH, that kick even with hardening, it hurts. Izuku. Although I guess he can't use your quirk on his whole body. Kirishima is surprised. How did he know that? The green-haired man approaches Kirishima, ignoring Sato. As he approaches the redeed, he begins to attack with swift blows, targeting spots he hasn't covered with hardening. With a final attack, he pushes him against a wall and leaves him pinned there. The students who had yet to attack were surprised by Izuku's combat skill, but he was slightly distracted letting Tsayu, who was on a wall, trap one of his arms using her tongue, while Xero trapped the other with tape. Sato approaches Izuku as he activates his quirk. Izuku. Good strategy but starts to use force to try to free his arms. Xero. D-damn pulling the tape it strong. Tsayu. GGG striving. Sato attacks, but Izuku manages to back away a bit to dodge it and then counterattacks with a couple of kicks to the face, followed by one to the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. After that, Izuku moves his arm enough to reach the green-haired girl's tongue and pull it, bringing it closer to him. Tsayu tries to attack with a kick, Izuku blocks the attack, grabs her leg and throws her away from him. Using his free hand, he manifests the blood wires and wraps Xero's ribbon with them, confusing the young man. Izuku pulls on the blood wires, cutting Xero's ribbon into pieces. Izuku. Admirable strategy. The green-haired man couldn't finish speaking, he had received a powerful attack, more specifically, a kick. Izuku steps back from the power, and there he sees Tenya Iida. Izuku. Not bad, your speed is impressive. Iida. Recipro burst. Blue flames appear on Iida's engine mufflers, then disappear due to its speed. Izuku. Smiles blur. The green-haired man disappears, the blue light on his visor barely visible. Attacks clashing could be heard, but after a few seconds, they both reappear. Izuku uses the arrow blade to block the blue-haired man's kick. At that moment, the flames from the mufflers turned into black smoke. The limit of his quirk had been reached at the worst possible time, but suddenly, an explosion occurs a few meters away from the green-haired boy. Katsuki Bakugo appears holding the safety pin on one of his grenade bracelets. Izuku. What a day. Bakugo. Shine. He releases the safety, releasing a concentrated blast aimed at the green-haired boy. Todoroki took charge of protecting the students nearby, but Izuku pushes Iida away and is then swallowed by the blast. Silence, along with a few fragments of ice in the air, invaded the environment. Izuku. If Todoroki wasn't here, one of your teammates would have gotten hurt. Bakugo looks up, the green-haired man was approaching him. The ash-haired man takes the safety pin on his second grenade bracelet, but as he was about to aim at him, they suddenly shatter. How did that happen? Izuku had used the arrow blade's special function to destroy them. He then performs an axe kick straight to Bakugo's head, knocking him out. The rest of the students who could still fight fell one by one, leaving only those who specialized more in support. Kota, Jiro and Shoji. The masked young man uses his quirk to create multiple arms and attack the green-haired man, who dodges each attack as if it were nothing, but doesn't assume it was a distraction. A flock of shovels attacks him from another point, Shoji moves away from the green-haired man, the pigeons bother him by pecking and obstructing his vision. As they move away, Jiro is given the opportunity to connect her jacks right to the green-haired man's visor, but when she was about to use them, Izuku uncouples the visor, the jacks disconnect and then hits the young woman in the neck to knock her out. Izuku saw that only Shoji and Kota were left, but something didn't fit in that situation. Izuku. 1 second and the exhibitionist. Boom. Izuku. Huh. Whoa, surprise dodges. Boom, a projectile hits the ground. The green-haired boy sees the roofs of the buildings, noticing several cannons, and in one of them next to him was Yaoyorozu Momo, who looked exhausted with a controller in her hand. Izuku. Smiles, although it couldn't be seen because of his mask, let's see how much you amuse me. He puts on the visor and holds the arrow blade with one hand, while with the other he grabs the handle. Izuku. Let's rock. Chapter 4. Yaoyorozu and Izuku stared at each other in the distance, she had pressed several buttons on her remote control, causing most of the cannons to fire. Izuku took the arrow blade while he watched the projectiles approach, but halfway through they opened showing large nets. Izuku. I see holds his weapon with one hand and with the other he takes the handle. Let's rock. The green-haired man draws his sword with great speed. Each time he does so, a very sharp wave of air appears in the nets, cutting them. Momo was in shock. She thought her plan would succeed, but she didn't expect the sword Izuku possessed to be capable of such a feat. After seeing that his plan failed, he resorted to plan B. He fired all the cannons at once, a wave of projectiles approaching Izuku. These bullets wouldn't kill him, but they would cause enough damage to make the green-haired man fall unconscious. Izuku smiles, although it couldn't be seen because of his mask. This time he moves his sword slightly and grips the hilt tightly. These actions cause a strange occurrence. His vision and spatial perception increase, causing everything around him to turn black and all buildings, students and bullets to be highlighted in white. Example. At that moment, he begins to slash left and right and then slowly sheathes his sword. When he fully sheathes the sword, the world returns to normal and the bullets fall in pieces, leaving everyone present in shock, including Eraser. The green-haired boy was about to go to where Momo was when suddenly all the students who could move attacked at once. Izuku. Bad idea. Izuku crosses his arms, a red energy escaping between his fingers. After a few seconds, he extends his arms and, as he opens his hands, multiple blood wires unfold around him, capturing almost the entire Class A, leaving some frozen in the air. Saito. I can't move. Xero. What is this? The Kugo. Bastard. Let me go. Trying to free himself while letting out some explosions. Izuku. Oi, don't move. Don't you know how hard it is to avoid cutting them? Izawa. Oi, Xero. Izuku turns around and sees the black-haired boy accompanied by Nezu. Izawa. Let them go, using his quirk to intimidate. Izuku. Hi, he releases them, letting all the students fall to the ground. I must admit that they are not that bad, but not that good either. It's like a middle ground. Xero walks away from the group in search of Momo. The Kugo. Damn, are you looking down on us? Izuku. I'm just telling the truth. You probably didn't go through much during your internship, so consider this a reality check. Nezu. Excuse me Xero, but I should give Class A score and explain better. Izuku. Size good. You guys have 45 points out of 100. Taminari. Huh? The Kugo. Digi. The pale-haired boy was about to scream, but Izawa silenced him with his bandages. Izuku. His screams are irritating with a drop of sweat on his temple. Izawa. I know. While they continued watching Katsuki slowly calm down, the violet-haired girl brought Yaoyorozu, who was exhausted from using her quirk too much. Izuku. You see, I gave them that score because, although it is a good strategy they used, they leave too many openings. Xero. Openings. Izuku. I mean, I could have killed them multiple times. Kill, that word echoed in every student's mind. Izawa wanted to say something, but Nezu stopped him. The Kugo. Already freed from the bandages, you could never kill me, extra. Izuku doesn't respond to the Ashen-haired boy's provocations, instead giving him a demonstration. Using blood wire, he uses the blood threads to tie a lamppost. He then pulls them hard, completely severing the pole. Everyone was surprised by such skill. They believed that this was only possible with Xero's tape because it was not resistant, but that theory was discarded when they saw how it cut the steel as if nothing had happened. Izuku. I could have also cut off your arms, but I limited myself to only destroying your artifacts. The Kugo clicks his tongue as he remembers that moment. Izuku. I know you're only first years, but it's best for you to gain more combat experience, at least to avoid dying. I know you've already encountered them once. Nezu had already informed him about the events at USJ, in which Class A participated. Izuku. They were probably able to survive by sheer willpower and luck, or because they faced second-rate villains. In Hale, I'll be here for a while, and I'll help you improve your combat. That's all, your turn, Izawa. He approaches the principal while Izawa goes with the students to continue with the class. Nezu. So what do you think? Izuku. Decent. I must say their quirks are good, but they're overconfident, some more than others. Despite that, they have great potential. Izuku takes off the visor and the bandages that covered the lower part of his face, showing a smile. Izuku. Although I must say I was surprised by your decision. I only asked for refuge from my captors, and you give me a job here. Flashback Shingen. Izuku. A job. Nezu. That's right, a job. Silence was present for a few seconds. Both Izuku and Izawa were confused by the words of the director of UA. Izuku. Need context. Nezu. You see, looking at your abilities, I know you've had training. So I assume. Any information you have won't be extracted through torture. Izuku. Lets out a light laugh. Not bad, director. Nezu. I propose that you live at the academy, not only as an instructor, but also to help with security. In return, I'd like to know more about you. Izuku was slightly impressed by Nezu's proposal. Izuku. A safe place in exchange for information. He's sure you're not a billionaire businessman. Nezu. Pretty sure. And do you accept? Extends a hand to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Principal, you have one more. Teacher shakes hands with him. End of flashback. As they walked towards the exit of that territory, some young people turned to look at the green-haired man and were surprised to see that he could smile like that. The day's class had ended, Melissa had surprised her classmates and Almight with her new full cowl ability. The sun was setting and through a window of the academy, you could see a green-haired man who was watching the exit of the academy. Izuku. Don't try to escape. Izuku. I know Izawa-san, he was in one of his conditions somewhat irritated. Since he was given the job of instructor, Izuku had been watched by Izawa under the suspicion that he might use that opportunity to escape. Izuku. The director. Izawa. He's waiting for you in his office. Follow me. Izuku. Slightly angry. The green-haired man would have a hard time gaining the black-haired man's trust since he always has his guard up around the green-haired man. After a few minutes, they had reached the office door. Izuku was about to knock, but then a voice on the other side was heard, giving permission for them to enter. Izuku. Not bad. Looks around the office carefully. Nezu was there, sitting on one of the sofas, and in the center there was a table with some cups of tea and some cookies. Izuku sits on the sofa, in front of him was Director Nezu, who asked Eraser to leave the office. Nezu. Then, you can tell me about the Liberation Army. Izuku. I will, but first I would like to introduce myself again. Nezu was somewhat confused by what he said. Izuku. As you know, my name is Izuku and my codename is Xero. I was a member of the Bulwark Squad for years. Nezu was listening attentively to the story. Nezu. Why are you telling me this? Izuku. So you understand the dangers of messing with my pursuers. You see, on our last mission, I lost my companions to the Liberation Army. Chapter 5. Izuku. A couple of years ago, the leader of MBORF entrusted us with a mission of stealing the data of the Liberation Army since he believed that they had obtained technology from one that had fallen long ago. Nezu. I understand. Drink some tea. And do you remember anything about that organization? Izuku. Not much, just that his name was BioInt. So. A few years ago, outside of Deka City. From here on I'll put Xero instead of Izuku. In the middle of the night, 4 individuals were outside the city, watching from a forest. Xero. Okay, what do we have? A SCAD. Armadura Xero V2. A SCAD. I managed to hack the security cameras. There are only a few guards on the streets. I'll disable the security systems once we get inside. He releases his glasses, which were shining slightly. Soldier. Xero. Well. Omega. Omega. Thanks Xero. You see, this is a destruction mission. Our main objective is to destroy all the data and that building points to the building located in the center of the city. Due to the nature of this mission, it is considered suicidal, so it has been assigned to us. Omega. Perry. Well. Perry. What's the plan? Omega stares at the building and then a truck near where they were. Xero. I think this is not a good idea. Hesitating. Omega. Who said it would be good? This is just an idea. The squad was in the back of the truck while a SCAD drove. From a distance, some guards from the central tower who have seen the truck approaching them. GUARD1. Takes the communicator. Hey, what's happening to I don't want to fill this with random names XD. The guard had called the person in charge of the camera system, but to his surprise, the communications had been interfered with. Omega. Good job SCAD. SCAD. Shut up. SCAD speeds up, breaking through the main entrance and destroying the squad gets off. Some guards had appeared, but some were already killed by Xero, who appeared behind them and pierced their hearts with 2 swords. Blue Shark. Why hollow? Once the swords are recovered, the squad begins to mobilize, heading up the stairs. Apparently, the data was on the highest floor of the facility, but they weren't sure where it was. A SCAD tried to hack into the systems to find out the location, but someone or something was blocking the hacks. The SCAD. I can't find out the location of the data. Drops his glasses. After climbing a few floors, they reach what looked like a cafeteria. There they decide to stay and think about something, but Xero reacts and lifts a table to use as a shield. Some projectiles were aimed at him. Omega and the rest repeat Xero's action, avoiding some of the projectiles and looking for tables to block them. Omega takes out his executor. He fires several bullets everywhere, seemingly hitting nothing. Silence falls for a few seconds. Omega. Careful. He pushes a SCAD who was near him. The large pillar of ice hits Omega, throwing him out the window. Xero. Omega. Worried. Sighs. When they told me there were intruders in the building, I thought they were joking. After all, no one would be foolish enough to try it. The three turn around, the subject is dressed in a thick dark-colored parka that reaches below the knees, in the center it has 7 white buttons and a fur-lined hood that covers his face from view. Xero. Who are you? Points his sword at the guy. I'm not obliged to tell you. With a movement of his hand, the man attracts a large amount of ice and joins them together to form a number of stalactites to then point them at the rest of the squad, but when he was about to throw them. Bang bang. Several shots are heard, the icicles explode, and the man steps back from the destroyed window. Omega. Damn, that was close. Omega, who was supposed to have died, had saved himself with the help of his executor weapon, nailing it to the edge of the window, and with his other hand, he held a closer shotgun. Omega. Find out the location of the servers, cracks his neck, leave this guy to me. The Scad and Carol accept the order and go ahead. Xero. Don't die, Omega. Omega. Lets out a slight laugh, as if this guy could. This comment bothers the man a little, who responds by throwing a stalactite at Omega, but he easily dodges it and fires his shotgun, but forms an ice barrier, blocking the shot. Omega. Impressive, you must be the strongest member of the army, reloads the shotgun. You disappoint me a little, for being the leader of the Bulwark squad. Omega. Surprised, huh? How? The Scad may be good with computers, but our specialist is better at gathering information. Omega. Finishes reloading, I understand, presses a switch, then points, we'll have to shut them up. Omega fires his shotgun, placing a wall of ice in front of him, but this time it didn't work. The bullet managed to penetrate the ice wall and cause a wound in S shoulder. Omega's shotgun had a special function. It could fire all 12 loaded shells at once, increasing its explosive power. But the incredible recoil it caused made Omega the only one capable of using it. Omega slowly approached while reloading the shotgun. The hooded man held his wounded shoulder. Omega. You underestimated me, now you'll die, loading the last bullet. But saying that, he laughs, what's happening? I'm not the only one who underestimates his opponent. At that moment, the ice on the ground begins to float. Omega turns around as he hears the windows shattered due to multiple ice fragments coming from outside. Meanwhile, with the rest of the boom. Xero. This has to be a joke. Boom. The three arrived at an open room, similar to an arcade, and were being attacked by staples, but these were fired by Kazuki Chidis, who modified the staples with his quirk so that they exploded. Luckily, Xero pushed most of them away with the flat of the hollow's blade. A Scad and Carol backed away a little. The Scad. Xero, I have the location of the data, send it to Xero. He receives them in his helmet. The Scad. And. Xero. Per. The Scad. Do it. Carol. Don't worry, Xero, we'll be fine. Xero. I understand. Don't die. Xero advances towards the girl. She fires several staples, but the young man manages to move faster than the staples exploded. When he was a few centimeters away from her, 2 discs flew by the sides of the green-haired man and headed towards Kazuki. Centimeters from her, the discs exploded, causing her to twist into a wall. Xero took that opportunity and continued up the stairs. Crash. The building's window breaks, a large mass of ice had come out of there, dragging Omega. Before hitting the ground, Omega manages to be on the mass of ice and jumps before impacting, landing on one of the houses. Exits the building on a slab of ice, Omega takes out a rifle and unfolds it, then places a scope on it. Fires several plasma-piercing bullets. He wouldn't let his guard down and fuses the ice fragments together to create a thick wall of ice. The bullets couldn't penetrate its thickness, impressing Omega. I must admit you're good, then. Omega. Are you doing a villain monologue? Why can't I hear you? Although he didn't hear it, he felt irritation. He throws the ice wall towards Omega, he knew that if he dodged it, he could hurt the civilians in the house, so he modifies his rifle to compact mode by retracting the barrel and detaching the sight, then takes out the closer shotgun and fires the entire magazine in one shot along with the rifle, leaving the wall in pieces, but those debris head towards Omega at great speed. Omega. Buck. Places his arms in the shape of a cross and takes a defensive position. Chapter 6. Xero had reached the location indicated by a Scad's coordinates. Upon arriving, he found himself in another open room with a full view of the city, barely illuminated by the city's lights. Xero. What the heck? Where are the servers? Servers? I think you're confused. Xero. 5. The green-haired man is hit and thrown against one of the walls. Xero notices who hit him. It was a tall, muscular man, but his gaze seemed empty. Xero gets up, takes Hollow, whose blade becomes invisible except for the part stained with blood, and attacks the gorilla, a nickname for a guy like that, XD, cutting off his left arm, but to Xero's surprise, he doesn't react. The gorilla grabs the young man's arm, making him drop his sword, but before he fell to the ground, he grabs it with his other hand and cuts off the gorilla's remaining arm to free himself and then stab his heart with the sword. It was strange, the subject did not react despite having lost both arms and received a stab wound to the heart. You're wasting your time. Izuku. A. 5. Xero reacts and blocks another gorilla's attack, but to his surprise the hollow's blade breaks causing him to retreat. The young man was in shock, 3 gorillas similar to the first one had appeared. Xero. Damn, I'll have to be serious, drops the broken sword and takes the sword from his back. This sword was different. Its blade was thick and its edge was replaced by a chain, its handguard had a motor. Xero. Let's see how tough they are, smiles under his helmet and activates the sword. Jean. What the hell? The hooded young man was in shock as his opponent's armor had completely changed. Omega. Normally I wouldn't use this, he brushes off the ice fragments that were on his shoulder as if they were dust, but I'll have to make an exception. His light colors had disappeared, replaced by black and red. Omega had activated his armor's overdrive mode, which enhanced all of his physical capabilities. Omega raises his right arm and manifests a huge weapon, almost as big as him. Destructor. A reference to the size of the weapon. Jean seemed confident as he didn't believe Omega could lift such a weapon, big mistake. Omega grabs the weapon and raises it as if it were nothing, pointing it at Jean. He protects himself with all the ice he possesses. The 32 gun barrels began to spin, the shots loud and barely recognizable. Ice fragments fell from the wall Jean had formed, which he used to attack Omega. One of them managed to slightly fragment his armor's visor. After a few seconds he stopped shooting, suddenly from the highest floor of the main building, someone jumps out of a window. Omega. Xero. This is a bad idea. Luckily it falls on Jean, who suddenly descends due to the impact, crashing to the ground. Omega. Xero. Approaches his partner. The young man gets up. His armor was somewhat damaged and his visor showed many cracks. Even though Jean had slowed his fall, he still took damage. Xero. I have it, he gets up somewhat sore, showing a laptop in his hand with a portable memory connected to it. Omega. Where is Ascad? I can't reach him and carry. Xero. They should still be in the building. Let's go find. Boom. Something crashed into the ground in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. It dissipated, revealing a pair of gorillas with katanas given to them by Tomoyasu, who was standing behind the gorillas. Omega and Xero stood back to back, Xero on guard, using the chainsaw sword and the blue shark with the gorillas, and Omega with Jean, who was getting up in pain. Xero. Any plans, leader? Omega. Finish them off, raises his heavy weapon. Xero. I like the plan, on guard with both swords in hand. Both separate and go head to head with their respective enemies. Jean attacks Omega with several ice shards, but he blocks most of them with his destroyer, then aims it at the ground and fires to boost a powerful jump and performs a downward attack that Jean was able to evade by the skin. When the weapon touches the ground, it fragments. Jean. What the hell? Omega. Dam stares at Jean. Meanwhile, Xero exchanges attacks against the gorilla. The second one attempts to attack from behind, but Xero ducks and cuts off both of the second gorilla's legs with his ripper. Izuku. Steps back, these guys aren't real, they're machines, then activates the ripper, making the chains start moving. I won't hold back. Anti-armor mode. The ripper sword begins to accelerate the movement of the chain, runs towards the gorillas, and tries to block the attack, but the young man's sword manages to cut his opponent's sword along with him. While Xero was avoiding the second opponent's attacks, Omega was cornering Jean. Using the power of the destroyer, combined with the overload of his armor, he was crumbling Jean with ice. Jean. Groan of irritation. Everything seemed to be going in Omega's favor until he noticed that his weapon was stopping working. The heavy weapon's ammunition had run out, giving the hooded man the opportunity to counterattack. The Redeed backs away and moves away from Jean as he approached Xero. The young man notices this, moves away from the gorillas, and runs towards Omega. Both young men were followed by their respective enemies. Omega tells Joy and Bull. While Xero uses his sword chainsaw. They both approach, lock eyes, and nod, switching opponents. Xero goes after Jean, while Omega takes care of the gorillas. Jean. Fools, do you think you'll be able to defeat us like this? Throws several ice stalactites at Xero. The boy cuts at stalactites with his sword at high speed, then jumps and from the air manifests Red Hill, a sword 8 feet long and 200 kilograms. Jean, seeing that weapon, creates an ice dome to protect himself. Xero. Grave error. Using Red Hill's weight, he easily passes through the dome, and before it hits the ground, Xero activates the weapon's secondary function, causing a shock wave that not only sends Jean straight into a wall, but also causes a deep cut in the hooded man's chest. Omega, for his part, shoots the gorillas twice in the head with his pistol and a shotgun shot at the third. Tomoyasu, who was behind the gorillas, was about to use his quirk to create more, but Omega stops him by pointing his gun at him, shoots him in the arms causing him to scream, and then knocks him out with a blow. Omega. Sigh. Xero. Sees Jeeton badly injured. We must look for Carrie and a SCAD. The green-haired man takes a step but suddenly staggers due to exhaustion and his injuries. Omega manages to catch him before he hits the ground. Omega. Did you manage to transfer all the data to the USB? Xero. Yes, I have it here. Hands it to Omega. The Redeed helps him walk and they both manage to reach the entrance of the building, but when they open the door. Xero. You must. Omega. To be. Both. Joking. A beam of energy hits both of them, sending them straight into a wall. Omega's overdrive had been deactivated by the critical damage and Izuku's helmet basically disintegrates, revealing his face with some wounds caused by the fragments. The green-haired man opens his eyes slightly and sees her there, wearing a SCAD's glasses. End of flashback. Izawa. Who betrayed them? Izuku. Carrie. She killed a SCAD and captured me and Omega. Nezu listened attentively to Izuku without showing any expression other than seriousness. Izuku. After capturing us, they took away our cervical armor and locked us up. Carrie handed him over to the Quirk Liberation Army. Overseer, leader of the MBORF organization, couldn't predict that and by the time she realized it, she managed to kill him. He hits the tea table in anger. That army has MBORF and bio in technology, so it's dangerous. I would like to tell you more, but it's been so many years that I forgot the name of TH. Nezu. You don't have to worry, Izuku. The green-haired boy stares at him. I know you told me everything you know, and I'm grateful for that. As I promised, you can rest in the teacher dorms here at UA. Izuku. Why Izawa? Nezu. Go to Izawa. Congratulations, you have a neighbor. Izawa. You have to be joking. Chapter 7. Many know of the principal's advanced intelligence, but one of the few things he knows how to do is joke around. Izawa understood this when he saw the green-haired boy enter a room next to his Izuku as Izawa's new neighbor. Izuku's apartment was similar to the other teachers. I looked at several. This one suited me best. Some teachers had their own homes, but others rested in UA's dorms, like Izawa, Cementos, and Almight. Izuku. It's comfortable. He sits on the sofa, but before he realized it he had fallen asleep. During the years he disappeared, he was on the run from several pursuers from the Liberation Army. Among them were the army itself with bio-int equipment or MBORF androids. He could easily take them out, but he knew that if he stayed put, there would be more than he could defeat. Izuku. Sighs. I hope UA's security system can stop them. While he was thinking about this, the green-haired man got up from the couch and headed to the kitchen. Luckily, he had some food for that night, although he didn't really need it. Once he's finished dinner, Izuku takes off his top and jumps into bed. Due to tiredness and the comfort of his bed, he falls asleep in seconds. Izuku. I'm angry. He throws a shuriken straight at the alarm clock. Damn. The young man gets up and checks the time. He had plenty of time for the hero classes that were scheduled for the afternoon, but he had already woken up, so he put on the same shirt and left the dorms for the academy. Izuku. Since I have time I could help with security. While walking through the halls of the academy, the green-haired boy briefly glimpses classes 3A. Izuku. Who would have thought? They also teach normal classes. At that moment, he bumps into one of the students. Izuku apologizes and continues walking, but notices something strange about the young man. He turns to look at him surreptitiously and sees that he has a camera in his hand. The green-haired man reveals the gloves of his cervical armor and uses the blood wire to capture him. Without a doubt, the noise caught the attention of some teachers, but Izuku ignores them and takes him to the staff room, but there was a problem. Izuku. Where is the staff room? He asked himself. Let me go. Forcing the threads. Izuku. Don't move too much or you might cut yourself by mistake. Shows a serious expression. That comment scared the student enough to stop forcing the blood wires. After several minutes of dragging the young man, Izuku successfully reaches the staff room and upon entering, he finds Izawa. Izawa. What are you doing with that student? He asks, although he really didn't care much. Izuku. I'd like you to check it out. He throws it into the classroom. When he does that, the student's face. Just as Izuku believed, the young man was a rookie reporter who had managed to infiltrate with the help of an ID he got from the same third-year student. His disguise that had been undone was with the help of his quirk, which allowed him to take the appearance of anyone just by using a photo, but it required great concentration. The photographer was immediately kicked out, but his cameras were destroyed by Hound Dog. Let's just say he didn't like the incident. You can see the hero destroying the cameras with his bare hands. The green-haired man leaves the room once the incident is resolved. Honestly, he had plenty of time or so he thought. Izawa. Where do you think you're going? Apathetically. Izuku. A. Izawa grabs Izuku by the collar of his shirt and drags him back to the classroom where he had to help him with some papers and exams. Izuku. Izawa. You're my helper. Help uses his quirk to intimidate. Izuku. Why does he do that? Izawa. When I do it to my students, they listen to me. Izuku. Ah, I understand, helps Izawa. Izuku. Cracks his neck, sighs exhausting. Sees Izawa who was in his sleeping bag, how could he finish so quickly? With a drop of sweat on his temple. The job gives him a cup of coffee. Izuku. Huh. This thanks drinks a little. The one who had brought him the coffee was Midnight. Midnight. Is it good? Izuku. Nod sees Izawa, how can he sleep like that? Midnight. In fact, he always sleeps in that bag when he's at the academy, although now he does it because you helped him with those documents. Smiles as he sits down to help him a little. Izuku. Well, I guess it wasn't all in vain. Takes one of the last documents, but it is snatched away by Midnight. Hey. Midnight. I'll finish these last ones. You should go get something to eat. That coffee won't fill your stomach. Izuku. But I don't have. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Izuku. A little embarrassed. Okay, maybe I'm a little hungry. Midnight. Giggle, go to the cafeteria. I think today's special is katsudon. Izuku nods and leaves the room, heading towards the cafeteria. Midnight. Checks the document. So, did Izawa pass your test? Izawa flinches slightly upon hearing his name coming from the +18 heroine. Midnight. You were probably hoping he would abandon his duty so he would have a reason to void the deal he made with Principal Nezu, right? Izawa. Midnight. Believe it or not, that young man is true to his word, at least for now. Izawa. I understand. Midnight. Carefully reviews each document. Hey, but the delivery date for these documents is in a couple of weeks. Izawa. Comes out of his cocoon. I wanted to know if he would find an excuse to avoid work. It seems I was wrong, he is a reliable mercenary, he thought while organizing the papers. But Izuku. The green-haired boy enters the cafeteria. Surprised by the rather spacious place, he heads over to where the hero lunch rush was. Lunch? Wow, so you're Izawa's assistant? Izuku. Something like that, at least for now. How did you know? Lunch. Besides you being a new face, some third-year students mentioned a green-haired guy dragging a student. Izuku. In my defense, that was a newspaper photographer. Lunch. Sure, he serves him a plate of katsudon. Izuku. Huh. But. Lunch. Here, it's the daily special. I had a feeling you'd order this. Izuku. Wow, thanks. Takes the tray that held his katsudon. Lunch. Enjoy it. I left you one more complimentary pork chop. Izuku. Cool. After eating his food, Izuku starts walking through the cafeteria in search of a hookup. But the student stares make him somewhat uncomfortable. Could it be that they're watching him because of the rumor that he's been dragging a student around, or is it just weird to see teachers or assistants in the cafeteria? After some thought, he decided to ignore them and sit at an empty table. While he was enjoying his katsudon, some students at another table had seen him. Mina. Look, it's Xero-san, points at Izuku's table. Uraraka. Really? Goes where Mina is pointing and sees it, it's true. At that table were Tsuyu, Momo, Uraraka, Mina, and Xero. Hagakure was about to sit with them but went to the table where Xero was. Tsuyu. It's rare to see a teacher here, Kiro. Mina. Still, do you think it's good to teach us? Xero. Well, he's at this academy. He's probably one of the top performers. What makes you think he's not the right one? Mina. Think about it. He could have killed us when we confronted him yesterday. Uraraka. Remember what 13 said. Quirks can kill people with ease. Maybe Xero-san doesn't have a quirk, or at least he didn't use it in training, but his skills are on par with someone with a quirk. Some of the girls remembered that fight. Uraraka. Still, he was able to defeat us and we came out with few injuries. Xero. That's true. Did you see what he did to the lampist with those red threads? He could have defeated us as soon as we started training. Why didn't he? As more and more questions arose, Momo decided to do the first thing that came to mind. She stood up from her seat, picked up her food tray, and walked over to the green-haired boy. The girls were surprised by the raven-haired girl's actions. Izuku. Chewing this really is delicious, focused on enjoying his katsudon. How come I didn't know about this dish until now? This Xero-sensei. Izuku. Wakes up and looks at the raven. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san, what's wrong? Momo. I can sit here. Izuku. Well, there's no one else at this table, so of course. Momo sits on the other side of the table, both facing each other. Momo. Can I ask you something? Izuku. Of course, eating his katsudon. Momo. Why did you decide to teach here? Izuku. Finishes the Katsuden and stares at the raven-haired girl. Don't you like my way of teaching? Momo. Huh? No, it's just strange that you were concentrating on our classroom trying to clarify the situation. Izuku. Sighs typical of this generation. You slowly become arrogant since your quirks are powerful. Said arrogance amplifies your frustrations when someone more powerful than you teaches you a lesson. Momo. No. Soul. Izuku. Listen carefully, Yaoyorozu-san standing up from the table and grabbing his tray. I'll be with you until you receive your provisional hero licenses. When that happens, I won't be teaching in your classroom anymore. Izuku. See you walks away from the student. Momo was in shock. For the first time, someone hadn't let her finish her explanation. It was undoubtedly something that confused her. She returned to the table where her classmates were. Uraraka. What happened? Xero-san looked a bit angry. Momo. I think it wasn't the best moment, somewhat depressed. Chapter 8. The days were tough for Class A, especially during hero classes. The students spent the last few days training in hand-to-hand combat in pairs, although some specialized in mid and long-range attacks. Class A was now in ground beta training under Izuku's tutelage. The green-haired boy was replacing Eraserhead and Almight for the day. Aizawa was sleeping since he had a busy night because of some villains, while Almight used all his hero time. Xero. Agitated, tries to calm his breathing. This is exhausting. Sits on the floor. Izuku notices this and decides to give the youngsters a break. Bakugo. This is ridiculous. Gets the green-haired girl's attention. Izuku. What do you mean? Bakugo. We've been doing these exercises for days. Kaminari. That's true. We want to do more hero stuff. Some supported the blonde's idea, but the others felt comfortable with combat training. Izuku. You're right, it's probably true that a monotonous workout can be somewhat irritating. He puts a hand on his chin and thinks for a bit. The class didn't like the tone of voice the green-haired boy was speaking in a little bit. Izuku. Okay, let's do a rescue exercise. Mineta. Rescue exercise. So looks at his companions, more specifically their attributes. Izuku throws a three-bladed shuriken on the ground a few inches from the purple-haired boy's foot. The purple-haired man had a blue face from fright. Izuku. Stretches since with a robot they would be less careful staring at Bakugo. Bakugo. Why are you looking at me? Izuku. You know. As I was saying, since you wouldn't be too careful with a robot, I'll need one of you to act as a hostage. The green-haired man was sitting on the roof of one of the buildings, wearing his neck armor except for his mask. In his hands, he held a device that allowed him to view his students using the cameras in the area. The exercise was simple. 2 teams of 5 students would face off to rescue the hostage. These teams would have handcuffs to mark the hero villain as captured. Izuku. Well, let's see. Activates the device. From here, both teams could be seen. The team of heroes consisted of Equipo 1. Melissa, Todoroki, Uraraka, Ajiro Iida. Equipo 2. Bakugo, Kaminari, Sayu, Sato and Hagakure. Behind the first team was the one who would act as hostage, Yaoyorozu Momo, while in the second was Kyokajiru. Izuku. Presses a button activating the speakers. Okay, on my signal the exercise will begin. Don't make anyone explode. Bakugo. Bakugo. Shine. Izuku. Begin. Both teams begin to move. Melissa uses full cowl to navigate the buildings from above. Ajiro and Uraraka move directly toward the building where the hostage was, and Iida goes ahead of his team to conduct reconnaissance. Todoroki decided to stay behind to watch his hostage, since he could use his quirk freely and avoid hurting his teammates. While Team 1 was moving, Team 2 was planning a strategy without the ash-haired boy, since he had gone without thinking towards Team 1's hostage. Izuku. Sees the students through the device while eating a cereal bar. Then you're going to abandon your team. Great. Sarcastic. The ashen-haired boy manages to fly over his opponents using his quirk to fly away from them. Uraraka and Iida were worried about this, but when Bakugo gets close enough, a large wall of ice suddenly appears. Bakugo. I hope you use all your cursed power this time. Destroys part of the ice wall with explosions. Todoroki attacks Bakugo with an immeasurable amount of ice. Melissa. Go save the hostage, I'll try to support Todoroki. As she finishes speaking, they see Todoroki appear in front of the ashen-haired boy and throw a flame directly at him, making him retreat. Bakugo lands on the roof of a building to recover, but the two-colored boy relentlessly attacks the young man. Uraraka. I don't think he needs it. With a drop of sweat on his temple. Melissa. I forgot, he can already use his fire. Laughs nervously. Ajiro. Hey, I know the fight is very interesting but whoa. Iida. Oh my. The young man had been led to the enemy team's side thanks to Tsuyu's tongue. Melissa's team was going to rescue him, but then one of the walls of a building was knocked down by Saito, who charged towards Uraraka, but she was saved by Melissa, although she ended up in front of the young man. Melissa. Oh, for full cowl 5% brings her fist behind her smash. Melissa hit Saito, knocking him back a great distance. The young man was using his quirk at the time, so he was able to withstand the blonde's attack well, but then Uraraka manages to touch the young man's back, surprising him. Uraraka. Sorry, slight smile of victory. She uses her quirk on Saito, causing him to float. He avoids going higher by holding onto a window, placing his feet on it and propelling himself towards the brunette. He was about to attack her, but she grabbed Sato's arm and applied gunhead techniques to subdue him. The young man couldn't fight back. While Uraraka subdues Satu, Xero was fighting against Kaminari, or so he tried, but with each attack he used, the copy of Pikachu blocked them and tried to counterattack with its electricity. Kaminari. Curse, dodges Ajiro's attack. I hate to admit it, but combat training is useful. Frustrated, he grabs Ajiro's tail and electrocutes him until he's unconscious. Iida was approaching the building where the hostage was. Seiya tried to stop him, but he was too fast. Before they knew it, Team 1 had already rescued the hostage. Izuku. They didn't focus on the most dangerous target. Bakugo should have incapacitated Iida before going against Todoroki, with a serious expression. Once the rescue exercises were over, Class A headed to the locker room. Izuku. Who registering the results? Kaminari. Xero sensei. Izuku. What's wrong, Kaminari-san? Kaminari. I would like to apologize for thinking that your training didn't work. Izuku. Oh, apology accepted. The green-haired boy was somewhat uncomfortable since he wasn't used to receiving apologies. Kaminari. Someday he should give a demonstration of his techniques. Izuku. I don't think it's a good idea. Kaminari. Please, putting his hands together. Izuku. Size okay. It'll be for next time. Kaminari. Thank you, goes to the locker room. Izuku. Well, at least he reconsidered. He smiles a little and goes to the teacher's lounge. The sun was setting, several students were leaving UA to return home, and a certain green-haired man was watching them all from a window of the academy. As he did so, Principal Nezu approached him. Nezu. Something's up, young Xero. Izuku. Nothing. Just the feeling of relaxing is strange to me. Normally I'd be on my guard. Nezu. Saka, you sure miss being outside. Izuku. What makes you think that? Nezu. The fact that you got angry over a simple question asked by Miss Yaoyorozu. Izuku. That had nothing to do with my anger that day. Nezu. And Serio? Izuku. Believe it or not, your students believe that because I'm quirkless I'm not qualified to teach them. Slightly angry. Nezu. I understand. You could try to gain his respect. Izuku. I hear options. Nezu. You should set an example as a teacher. Izuku. Assistant professor. And I understand, I'll keep that in mind. In fact, I think I know how to help you. He smiles, although his smile showed a hint of malicious malice. Nezu. By the way, in 2 days you'll be able to have some freedom. Izuku. Nezu. I managed to convince them to let you roam the city. Of course, you'll be watched, but you'll still be able to leave. Izuku. I appreciate the gesture, although I don't think I'll be leaving this academy for a while. Nezu. I understand, but still remember it. Izuku. Sure. Nezu says goodbye to the green-haired boy, leaving him at that window. While watching the sunset, he notices that near the entrance some students were bothering a young black-haired girl. Izuku. Walks away from the window. At the entrance. Student 1. Come on, sweetheart, let us keep you company for a while. Student 2. Or better yet, how about we take you home? Me too. Izuku. Hey. Both students turn around and see the green-haired boy. Izuku. Leave my student alone. Both students. PFF hahaha. Student 1. Your student. You're probably her boyfriend or something. Student 2. That's true. The teachers at UA Academy are renowned heroes. I've never seen a kid like you. Izuku. For your information, I'm your age. Or maybe older. Leave here if you don't have anything to do. Student 1. Whatever you say. The young man leaves, but before that he takes the wrist of the young raven-haired girl. Izuku. Takes the student's wrist and tries to break it. Student. H, it hurts. Izuku. I told you. The green-haired man hits behind both knees, making him kneel, and then applies a wrist lock. Izuku. But you left somewhat angry. Both students leave the academy scared, one in pain. Izuku. Estás bien, Yaoyorozu-san? Momo. Yes. Thank you, somewhat nervous. Izuku. Why are you here alone? You should be home by now. Momo. Well, my butler said there was an accident on the way here, so it will take a few minutes to get here. Izuku. Sokka thoughtfully. Nezu. You should set an example as a teacher. Izuku remembers the director's words. He looks at Momo and notices that she was twitching a little. Izuku. Even though they have so much power, they are still children. Slight smile. Hey Yaoyorozu, if you don't mind, I could accompany you until the limousine arrives. Momo. Really? Relieved. Izuku. Why yes. Momo. Thanks smiles. They both waited for a while at the academy gates. Taking the opportunity, Izuku apologized to her for his behavior the other day. She immediately forgave him, assuming he wasn't in a good mood that day. Momo. May I ask why you teach? Izuku. Actually, I'm just paying back a favor I owed the director. Momo. Really? Izuku. Nods. Momo. Can I know what the director did for you? Izuku. Let's say it gave me a moment of peace. They continued talking for a few minutes until the limousine arrived. Izuku said goodbye to the young woman and returned to his room. Izuku. Good start. But what the green-haired boy didn't know was that someone was watching him. Chapter 9. A new day, a new class. Hamnari. Ag groan of pain. Izuku. Nice try. You need to improve your grip. Haminari. Why yes, getting up in pain. And a new suffering for some students. Today they were engaged in combat exercises, supervised by Aizawa. Those who still needed to improve were trained by Izuku. Izuku. Do you want to rest? Haminari. Yes, collapses, it wouldn't be bad. Izuku. Okay, I'll help you. Helps move the young man to a seat. Anyone else? Among those who should improve are Kaminari, Kirishima, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu and a few more. Melissa, Bakugo, Todoroki and others were training with robots that they used in the entrance exam. Izuku. Do you want to try it, Kirishima-san? Kirishima. Yes. Activates his quirk, hardening his entire body and attacks the green-haired boy head-on. The young man simply evades the blow, trips the redeed and makes him fall. Izuku. Think a little before attacking. Kirishima doesn't give up, he gets up and launches what attacks at Izuku. In one of these, he manages to connect a blow thanks to his feint while attacking. Luckily, Izuku had partially activated his armor on his forearm and blocks the attack. Izuku. Not a mal, Kirishima-san. Irideed smiles at the compliment, but said smile disappears when Izuku delivers a powerful kick to his abdomen, causing the young man to step back. Although Kirishima's quirk protected him, he could still feel the power of Izuku's attacks. Izuku. Do you want to continue, Kirishima-san? Kirishima. Why yes. He gets back up and runs towards the green-haired boy. He thought Izuku would attack again without thinking, but the redeed surprised him. He managed to connect blows and perform feints to confuse him. He had undoubtedly improved a lot, but it still wasn't enough. Izuku could block attacks using his armor-covered forearm, and the feints were slowly becoming less effective. Izuku. Good with an attack, he manages to make Kirishima lose his balance and then applies a judo lock and slams him to the ground. Good work, Kirishima. You've improved. He offers his hand to him so he can get up. Kirishima. Takes the green-haired boy's hand. Thank you. One by one, the students trained with Izuku. At the end of each fight, he explained the weaknesses of their abilities and how to improve them. Aizawa was impressed to see how the green-haired boy was slowly getting used to his new job. The students in Class A had also improved, focusing not only on their quirks, but also on close combat. It was Yaoyorozu's turn to fight Izuku. The green-haired man stretches a little before starting. Izuku. Okay Yaoyorozu-san, whenever you want. Yaoyorozu doesn't respond. She uses her quirk to create two tonfas. Izuku. Somewhat surprised. The young woman advances towards Izuku, he dodges her easily and was going to attack her from the side, but when he was about to approach, Momo creates a metallic staff directed like a stab directly towards him and hits him. The green-haired man steps back. Izuku. Impressionante Yaoyorozu-san. Momo. Grake. The green-haired man had disappeared. Momo. Where? Izuku. When you have the advantage, use it. The green-haired man had appeared behind the young woman, wearing his full armor. Momo was about to attack him, but when she turned to face him, he hit her with a smack in the forehead. Momo. Ouch, touches her forehead in an attempt to soothe the pain. Izuku. Not bad, Yaoyorozu-san. I must admit that move surprised me. It was a good way to use your quirk. Some of the compliments made her a little embarrassed. Momo. Thank you, tries to hide her smile. Izuku. Do you want to continue? Shows his arrow blade. Momo. High on guard with their tonfas. The green-haired man approaches Momo and attacks with his weapon still sheathed. The young woman manages to block the attacks by creating a pair of shields, but the attacks were consecutive, preventing her from having the opportunity to counterattack. Izuku. Good defense. Tries to counterattack. She was overwhelmed by the multiple attacks. Momo. Not again. At one point Izuku stopped attacking, Momo lowers her guard a little, but in doing so she receives a blow again. Izuku. You shouldn't give up. Rest a little and try again later, okay? Momo. A little downcast, I understand. Goes to a seat to rest. Izuku. Don't get discouraged, he places his hand on her shoulder, one stumble isn't a fall. Practice your quirk a little, you have a lot of potential, in an attempt to cheer her up. After managing to cheer her up a bit, Kaminari approaches the green-haired man with an idea to use his quirk. Kaminari. What about? He explains the idea. Izuku. Takes off his mask. It's feasible. Good idea. Kaminari. Thanks, although most of it was jeers. Izuku. Jiru-san. Manages to see her, she was talking to Yaoyorozu and Melissa. She. Kaminari. Yes, although I think he meant to upset me, but it had the opposite result. Izuku. I understand. After school you should see if the support team can make it. Kaminari. Hi. The young man goes to Kaminari and Bakugo to tell him his idea. The Redeed was excited while Bakugo wasn't interested. Izuku. If it weren't for his attitude, he would be promising. Izawa. I agree with that, drinking a juice. Izuku. When did you approach? Confused. Izawa. I see you're getting used to your job. Izuku. Are you going to ignore me? Nods. This generation's quirks are pretty good. Izawa. Also the students who carry it. Izuku and Izawa. Except for Bakugo, stare at the Ashen. The young man exchanged glances with both of them while training. Bakugo. Why are you looking at me? Izuku and Izawa. The ash-haired boy's complaint gave the robot a chance to attack. The power of the blow landed caused Bakugo to be thrown, crashing against the wall of a building, rendering him unconscious. Izuku. I guess it was our fault. Izawa. Gets into his sleeping bag. Izuku. And right now you're falling asleep, poker face. Class A, go to the locker room and I'll see you in the classroom in 10 minutes. The youngsters stop their training. They take a short break and walk to their respective locker rooms. Anytime skip. Class A was in their homeroom waiting for Izawa. The door opened revealing Izuku, some of them relieved since they shouldn't be as tense as they are when Izawa is there. Izuku. Fine. Since Izawa-sensei is taking his nap, I'll give you the bad news. Class A. Huh. Hiroshima. Is it a surprise exam? Kaminari. Not a surprise task. Izuku. As you know, we are just a few days away from the start of summer vacation, but as if you weren't going to sit around doing nothing for a month at the beginning of the vacation, we will go to a summer camp. Class A. Silently for a few seconds. Great. Hiroshima. We're going to camp. How manly. Mina. Fireworks. Barbecues. Test of courage. Momo. Amidst all the commotion she manages to get the green-haired boy's attention. The Xero-sensei, why did you say it was bad news? Jiru. Will this camp give him extra work? Izuku. Yes, but that's not why I'm saying it. My previous job was very hard anyway, so I'm used to it. The violet-haired girl is a little surprised and at the same time curious about the green-haired boy's past. Izuku. I say it's bad luck for you, or at least some of you, since in a week you'll have a final exam. Those who don't pass won't go to camp. A deadly silence invaded the room. Hiroshima. Everyone works hard. Shouts to his teammates behind him. This is impossible, we must do it, we'll all go to camp, I must get a good team. Murmurs could be heard throughout the room. Izuku just laughed at everything they were talking about, reminiscing about the old days with the Bulwark squad. Izuku. Slowly his smile disappeared. Are you okay, Omega? While I was thinking about it, suddenly the bell rings. Izuku. Okay, don't forget this exam is divided into written and practical. So you need to improve both your mind and body, that's all. Exits the room. I haven't studied. Mina and Kaminari's voices could be heard on the other side of the door. Izuku. Good luck. With a drop of sweat on his temple, he walks towards the teacher's lounge. Izuku. You must be joking, right? The young man was participating in a teacher's meeting with the aim of changing this year's practical exam. Snipe. I agree with young Xero. I think it's a little unfair to the students. Cementus. We understand that you want to change the final exam this year, but making students fight in teams of 2. Present Mick. If we defeat them easily, we won't be able to qualify them. Snipe. Considering the proposal, we should be considerate and give the young people a head start. Izuku. Snipe. Izawa. What do you think, Director? Nezu. I agree with changing the practical exam this year. Izuku. Are you really sure about this, Director? Nezu. Tell me, Xero-san, what can we do so the students aren't in danger? Izuku remains silent for a few seconds. Izuku. Make them stronger. Nezu. Exactly, and for that I will need your help. Izuku. Chapter 10. Izuku. Checks a paper with the address. Is it here? Sees the small sign with the numbers that matched. Yes, it's here. The green-haired boy was standing in front of the Yaoyorozu mansion. When he was about to ring the doorbell, he heard voices calling him. Xero-sensei. Izuku. Oh, Ashido-san, guys. Mina was accompanied by Jiro, Kaminari, and others. But how did she end up in that situation? Let's go back in time a little. The UA Academy, after the meeting. The green-haired boy was walking through the halls of the academy. Most of the students had left since it was late, although some stayed to wait for their friends. Izuku. I guess had problems. As she walked, she came across the hallway of Class 1A. It seemed empty, but she noticed someone still inside. The green-haired boy recognized her and decided to enter. Izuku. The limo got stuck in traffic again. Yaoyorozu-san. Momo. Ah. Xero-sensei. Izuku. May I? Pointing to the seat in front of her. Momo nods and Izuku sits across from her. You looked worried, is something wrong? Momo. Huh. Well, hesitating. Izuku. I'm a teacher, whispers at least his assistant. Normal voice. If it's something I can solve, I'll help you. Momo. Sensei. Well, I'm going to help some classmates with a study session at my house. But the problem is, I'm not good at the practical part. Izuku. Huh. But you've been doing well in recent training sessions. Momo. Yes, but it was only because I had a plan for our training and I was able to use it. But. Izuku. Are you still affected by what happened at the sports festival? Momo. Huh. Like. Izuku. I've seen the recordings of the fights that happened and I remembered yours against Tokoyami-kun. Momo. Depressed. The green-haired man remembers seeing the clashes the young people had at the sports festival. Izuku. I'll just say if you keep telling yourself you can't, you won't be able to. Those words hit the most fragile part of Momo's self-esteem. Izuku. And I'll make you believe the exact opposite. Momo. Izuku. Your quirk has great potential that you haven't seen. I'll make it clear to you, and that's what I'm going to train you for. Momo. What? What do you mean? Izuku. Looks at the black-haired girl and then smiles. I mean, I'll be your teacher. Back to the present. Izuku and some students were standing in front of the Yaoyorozu residence. Mina rang the bell, and a young woman's voice could be heard coming from the doorbell. The green-haired man could tell from the tone of her voice that she was quite excited about this. The entrance to the residence opened automatically. It took them a few minutes to reach Momo's house, which was a large mansion. Everyone was surprised, including Izuku. Mina. Nina, Xero-sensei. It's true that you will help us study. Izuku. Well, partly. But don't expect me to give you the answers to this exam. Kaminari. Do you have the answers? Excited. Izuku. No. Kaminari's hopes fell upon hearing that. The teens and Izuku were guided by Momo to the Great Hall, where they would hold the study session. Upon arriving, the teens were surprised by the luxurious decor of the hall, not to mention the size of the table. Mina. I think this is too tense. Jiro. I feel a little out of place. Jiro. Me too. Everyone, except for the green-haired boy, was a little tense about the situation. But that changed when Momo appeared, wearing comfortable clothes and carrying a cart with tea and snacks. Momo. There's a problem, sketching a smile that calms the nervous hearts of her companions. Everyone except Izuku. No, none with a relaxed smile. Izuku covers his mouth in an attempt to hide the smile caused by the funny scene. While preparing for the study session, Jiro gets a little closer to Izuku. Jiro. Xero-sensei, may I ask you something? Izuku. Fixes the board a bit, of course. Jiro. What was your first job like? Izuku. Why the question? Jiro. You said your first job was more tiring than being Izawa-sensei's assistant. Izuku. That's true. Well. Author's note. Those lines that have another type of font are fragments of our protagonist's memories. Omega. Remember, our target will move in this direction in hours. Xero, you'll be tasked with finding a way to attack it. Izuku. Plan. In a certain part of a city, the green-haired man was accompanied by a young red-haired woman. Woman. I can't believe you have to take care of me. Izuku. It's for your own good, with a vein popping out of his temple. Izuku. Sometimes a bodyguard, or I could say a babysitter. The Bulwark Squadron was walking in some snowy mountains. Izuku. How can there be an enemy base in this place? Omega. Shut up and focus, we have to be stealthy. Harry. I want a hot chocolate. Azkid, wait until we finish this. Izuku. I traveled a lot with my team. Mina. Great. With stars in her eyes. Jiro. Wow, surprised. Kaminari. From everything you said, it seems like you were some kind of hitman. Izuku. You wish, turns to look at the board and write some equations they would have it easy compared to what I did. At that moment, the green-haired boy realizes what he said too much. He turns to look at his students and notices that they were shocked. Jiro. So what were you? Izuku. Somewhat nervous. Momo. Guys, let's get started. We don't have all day. With a cheerful expression, she pours some tea. Izuku locks eyes with her. Momo winks at him, knowing he'd changed the subject so they wouldn't ask. Izuku. Gracious, Yaoyorozu-san. Throughout the day Izuku and Momo were helping the young people with their studies. During some breaks they asked Izuku some ways to use his quirks in combat. Time passed quickly, dusk was upon us. The student said goodbye to Momo and Izuku as the green-haired boy took a different path from them. Mina. See you. Moves quickly towards the station. Izuku. Wow. She was in a hurry. Jiro. Yes, your train should be arriving soon. See the green-haired guy, and aren't you going home? Izuku. I must explain some more topics to Yaoyorozu-san. Jiro. I understand. See you later, Momo. Momo. Yes. At that the violet-haired girl approaches her ear. Jiro. Whispers good luck with him. After saying that, he walks towards the station. Momo was confused by Jiro's words. After saying goodbye to everyone, they both entered the mansion and walked towards the garden. Izuku. I think we'll have enough space here. Are you ready? The Aeroblade says. Momo, a little nervous, nods and creates a pair of steel tonfas. Izuku. We don't have much time and you probably won't learn everything, but I assure you that you will pass this test in attack position. Both run, getting closer with each step and attack with their respective weapons and then begin an exchange of blows. Time skip. Time had passed. The written exam they would have for 3 days had begun. The students were focused. Some were nervous while others tried to answer quickly before they forgot all the information. On the third day, Aizawa-sensei declared the end of the written exam. After the papers were taken away, the students were relieved and happy. Kaminari and Mina went to Momo to thank her for the study sessions. Jiro. Momo, are you okay? Momo. Huh. Why do you ask? Jiro. That's why. The violet-haired girl stares at a band-aid that Momo had stuck to her cheek. Momo. Ah, this. Don't worry, I just got hurt a little when I was training my quirk. She smiled a little nervously. Jiro. Confused and doubtful about her friend's answer. Minutes passed and Class A was summoned to the site where they would take the practical exam, the Central Plaza. They were surprised because several teachers were present, including the green-haired one. Some students, like Mina and Kaminari, were confident because, thanks to information from a certain student in Class B, they knew the practical exam would involve fighting robots, similar to the ones in the entrance exam. That confidence faded when Aizawa informed them that this year's exam would be different. Instead of facing simple robots, and to give them a better experience, Class A would face one of the UA professors, including the academy's principal, in teams of 2. Of course, the students would have a couple of advantages. They could pass by reaching the exit or handcuff their teacher, and the teachers would be wearing weights to reduce their mobility. The teams had already been decided, and these are the same as in the series manga. Everyone was in shock when they found out who they would be facing, but 2 teams were quite surprised. Aizawa. Melissa Shield and Momo Yaoyorozu will face off too. Boom, a cloud of dust rises due to something or someone landing near them. This was the number 1 hero, Almight. Momo. It can't be worried. Melissa. This will be a challenge, worried. Aizawa. Bakugo and Todoroki, you're going to fight my assistant, Xero Izuku. The green-haired man looks seriously at both students. Bakugo. Laughs a little and hits his fist with his palm, causing a small explosion. I'll have my revenge. Todoroki. Stares at the green-haired boy. Chapter 11. Author's note. I don't know about you, but I'll skip the less important fights. Some young people were in the observation room where they were treated by a recovery girl, although some were there to observe the fighting. Hiroshima. Look, it's their turn. On the screen, Bakugo and Todoroki could be seen at the entrance to Ground Beta, an area that simulated a part of the city. The 2 young men couldn't see each other, but once the exam began, Bakugo flew off with his explosions, taking the lead. Ground Beta. Bakugo. Where is he? Looking for the green-haired boy from above. Izuku. The purpose of there being 2 of them is so that they could work as a team. Bakugo is surprised to see Izuku standing next to him. The green-haired boy lands an axe kick, causing the young man to hit the ground. Izuku. Lands on the roof of a building, moving with these things is complicated, moves his arm a little while looking sideways. Where is Todoroki-san? As he thinks about this, a large amount of ice suddenly appears out of nowhere, freezing his arm and leg. Izuku thinks fast, grabs his arrow blade, and performs rapid slashes to free himself. Just then, more ice appears behind him. Izuku frees his body and uses his armor's ability, increasing his speed and dodging the wave of ice. Izuku. You have too much power, Todoroki-san. The young bicolor only responds with another ice attack. Izuku dodges it to the side and approaches the young man with great speed, but halfway there he evades an explosion. Izuku. Damn, are you awake yet? Bakugo. Maldito shiny. Bakugo launches himself at the green-haired man and attacks him with multiple blasts. Izuku dodges them without much trouble and counterattacks with a kick to the stomach. Bakugo is pushed by this attack towards a wall, but is stopped mid-stride by white chains. Bakugo. What? Izuku. Do you think you'll escape easily? He pulls on the chains, bringing the ashen-haired boy closer. The green-haired boy was about to attack him, but Todoroki created a wall of ice between them. Todoroki. Now. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Bakugo destroys the wall with his blasts, sending the fragments flying straight at Izuku. He lets go of Bakugo and uses the blood wires to stop the fragments. Izuku. Not bad. Let's see how much they can handle. Izuku throws the blood wires at both of them. Todoroki creates a wall of ice, but it is held back and shattered by the weapon's technique. Both students are distracted by the debris, allowing the green-haired man to approach them and kick them both in the stomach. Both of them step back. Bakugo was the first to recover and approaches Izuku. He was about to step back, but a wall of ice appeared behind him. Izuku. What a day. Bakugo releases the safety pin on his grenade bracelet and fires a concentrated blast directly at the green-haired man. The attack hits, creating a smoke screen. Both they and those in the observation room watch the smoke closely. Izuku. They both work well together. The voice came from behind them. They both turned around and saw the green-haired man sitting in a tree. Izuku. But they need more communication. Bakugo was going to attack with his second bracelet, but Izuku throws a shuriken damaging said bracelet. Using the ability Blur increases his speed to Mach 3 and moves to the side of the ashen-haired. Todoroki attacks with his flames and Izuku dodges. The flames reach Bakugo, and when they touch the damaged bracelet, explodes pushing Bakugo into a wall, knocking him unconscious. Izuku. That's why I say they should communicate. Did you know their bracelets had nitro? Wo dodges a large amount of ice. The fight between the two was short. Todoroki created a large amount of ice and fire towards the green-haired man, but he dodged said attacks with some complications. The fight ended when Izuku captured Todoroki and an unconscious Bakugo. With that, the exam ended with Team 9 failing. Izuku. Hears a noise in his ear. The communicator activates the device. What's happening? Recovery girl. Did you leave them a route to the exit? Izuku. I did it. They attacked me and didn't think about anything else. How is Team 10 doing? Shield and Yaoyorozu. Recovery girl. Why do you want to know? Izuku. I want to have a more detailed report on this, and I'm worried about Izawa-sensei's students. Sees both captured seriously. Recovery girl. Don't worry. Bring them both to the observation room and you'll see the fight. Izuku. Okay. I'm on my way. He cuts the connection and leads the two young men to the living room. With Team 10. The girls were somewhat exhausted due to the fight they were having against Almight. Melissa was using the one for all at 100% with the help of two full gauntlets. Momo was exhausted from overusing her quirk, carrying a compressed air cannon. Melissa. Are you alright, Yaoyorozu-san? Momo. Why yes, I just need to rest. She doesn't finish speaking as she notices an air pressure attack heading towards them. Melissa counters the attack with her own using 100% power. When the attack ends, one of the full gauntlets shatters into several pieces of debris. Melissa. Damn, she's reached her limit. Momo. What do we do? Melissa tries to think of a plan. So far, everything they planned had failed. While thinking, Momo remembered one of her training sessions with Izuku. Flashback. Momo falls exhausted on the garden grass from the long training session. Izuku. Not bad, Yaoyorozu. You learn fast. Momo. Thank you. Trying to ease her breathing. The green-haired man approaches a small table there and takes 2 bottles of water. He then approaches the raven-haired woman and places the bottle on her cheek, causing her to panic. Momo. Shows slight anger, accompanied by a pout. Izuku. PFF haha, sorry. Momo receives the bottle, a little angry at Izuku's joke. Momo. Xero-sensei, you're incredibly skilled. Why have I never heard of you? Izuku. You're too formal, Yaoyorozu-san. Besides, I'm only 3 years older than you. I feel old when you call me you, he jokes. Although he apologizes, Momo laughs a little at the green-haired boy's reaction. Izuku. Answering your question, he sits next to the young woman. I doubt anyone would mention me, after all, everyone who saw us ended up dead. In fact, I'm not a hero. You could say I'm a mercenary. Momo. Surprised for a few seconds. Great. I've never met a mercenary. Izuku. Well, you'll have a mercenary as a teacher for a while and tutor. Protagonist smile. Momo. Giggle. True. Izuku. Well, Stans, I have some advice for you. Momo listens carefully. Izuku. In a fight, always observe your opponent's movements. Every step, attack, and dodge can give you useful clues that can give you an advantage. Sometimes, even a weakness. Momo. I understand. Thinks a little. Wait, but you. Izuku. Momo. But you always move fast. It's hard to study your movements. Izuku. That's true. It's a countermeasure for the council. Laughs a little. End of the flashback. Momo. He looks cute when he smiles. Wait, this isn't the time to think about that. Melissa, I have a plan. Melissa. I'm all ears. Momo. I'm going to distract All Might. When I give you the signal, you attack him with all your strength and we'll run for the exit. Melissa. I understand. That's when All Might lands. His suit had some light scratches caused by the fight with both girls. After saying a few words that the author was too lazy to think about, Momo runs towards All Might while joining the two short staffs together to create a bow. The hero attacks with his right arm, but the young woman slips underneath it. Momo. If I noticed correctly, positions herself behind the hero to attack, doesn't move her left side much, hits the hero in that place. Although he didn't show it, All Might felt pain from that blow and was about to respond, but his movements became somewhat sluggish. Momo uses that opportunity and strikes behind his knees, causing him to kneel. Momo. Now. Melissa. Sorry, Uncle Might. Melissa, using full cowling at 15%, lands a blow to the hero's face, knocking him back a few meters. Afterward, she grabs Momo, who's standing there, and carries her toward the exit. The hero tries to stop them, but Momo uses the cannon and fires several nets, obstructing their movements enough to make it through the exit. Team 10 had approved. Izuku saw the last moments while placing an unconscious Bakugo on a stretcher. Izuku. Not bad. Yaoyorozu-san feels proud seeing how his student managed to pass the practical exam. She and Melissa were truly exhausted. While they were transported to the infirmary to treat their injuries, Momo couldn't be happier since her plan had worked and she could leave behind the insecurity she had had since her fight at the sports festival. Momo. Opening her eyes. Where am I? Sees the white ceiling. Izuku. In the infirmary. Momo turns around in surprise. Next to the bed was Izuku sitting in a chair peeling an apple. Momo. How long? Izuku. You slept like a log. Laughs. You're lucky that the rest of the day was free. The black-haired girl suddenly hugs him. Momo. Thank you very much. Izuku. Of course, that's what I'm here for. The green-haired man didn't know what to do. He could only hug her back while trying to hide his discomfort. After a few minutes, the young woman was eating some rabbit-shaped apple pieces. Momo. Was it necessary to give them this shape? Embarrassed. Izuku. I was bored. Before I realized it, I had already peeled some apples. Shows the last ones in two different shapes. One in the shape of a rabbit and another in the shape of a flower. Momo. I don't think I can eat them, they are very well made. Izuku. You better do it or it's going to rust. Not to mention you used a lot of lipids in that fight. Momo. Proceeded to eat them. While the young woman was enjoying the apples, Izuku approached her. Izuku. You really did well. Pats him on the head. Good job. Momo. Don't treat me like a child. The green-haired boy laughs a little at Momo's expression as a thought arises. She's cute. Chapter 12. Unbearable alarm sound. Izuku. Angry hits the clock, turning off the alarm. Snorts. Right, I'm a teacher assistant. After taking a shower and eating breakfast, the green-haired boy leaves his room and walks towards the academy. There was still an hour left until classes started, but the green-haired boy had to review some papers because Izawa was up all night trying to capture an elusive criminal. Izuku arrives at the teacher's office, sits at Izawa's desk, and begins to look through papers. After doing so for 30 minutes, a teacher enters the office. Izuku. All Might, good morning. All Might. Good morning. Xero Shonen sits next to the young man. Izuku. How do you feel about the blow you received in the exam? All Might. About that. Rests his hand on the wound. I feel better. It was a surprise that young Yaoyorozu knew about the wound. Izuku. I don't think she knows about that. All Might looks at him with confusion. When I trained with her, I gave her some advice. She probably knew about her weak point because of her way of moving. All Might. I understand. He uses his muscular form to pat Izuku on the back. Then he returns to his civilian form. You really are a great teacher. Izuku. Assistant sigh. Forget it. When he finished his paperwork, the other teachers were arriving. Even Izawa came, but he looked exhausted in his caterpillar suit. Izuku looks at the clock. I guess I'll teach today's class, leaving the office. Class 1A. Mina. Gee guys, enjoy camp. Crying. Of those who failed, Mina was the saddest. All the excitement she had about going to camp disappeared with a single exam. But the most devastated were Todoroki and Bakugo. Both young men were frustrated, but not because they were going to the camp, but because they had been defeated by a mercenary. While they were thinking about that, the classroom door opened, revealing the green-haired man wearing green cargo pants, boots, and a black t-shirt. An unusual outfit for the green-haired man. Izuku sees that most of the students were staring at him. Is something wrong? Sigh. Whereas Aizawa-sensei Kiro places her index finger on her lower lip. Izuku. Trouble with a villain. He's sleeping now. Sees Denki raise his hand. Right, Kaminari. Kaminari. Why that outfit? Izuku. Because if I wore my neck armor all the time I would feel uncomfortable. Kirishima. His clothes are very manly. Izuku. Thank you. Responds with the same energy as the read now, regarding those who didn't pass the exam. Mina, Xero, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima and Sato knew what was coming. Izuku. Sorry students, but you will go. Lot 6. Everyone except Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku. Remember, this camp is about strengthening you. Those who didn't pass the practical exam needed more than anything, but don't think you're off the hook. You'll have extra classes at camp and you're not listening to me. The green-haired boy watched as the aforementioned, with the exception of Bakugo and Todoroki, were excited by the good news. He was a little annoyed that they wouldn't let him finish speaking, so he resorted to an eraserhead ability. The young man makes his neck armor appear along with his arrow blade sword. The red of his visor glows to the point of giving off a terrifying appearance. Izuku. Silence. Silence. The words seemed to materialize as his students returned to their seats with some fear. Izuku. Sighs. As I was saying, the 6 of you will have extra classes during the camp to make up for your failure on the practical exam. That's all, it's your turn, Mick-san. The aforementioned abruptly opens the door. Present Mick. It's hour of the English class. While the hero was teaching, Izuku took the opportunity to leave the classroom and head to the gym. He was a little bored of wandering around the entire academy, so he decided to train a little. When he arrived at the building, he found 2 young men engaged in a mock combat, wearing their sports uniforms. He was impressed by the students' skills. Izuku. So quirks of that kind exist. Watches how the young blonde manages to dodge his partner's attack, letting it pass through him. Does he have any weakness? Nah. Who are you? The green-haired boy looks up and notices a young woman with light blue hair, flying with the help of spiral energy. Izuku. Wow, it's amazing. You didn't answer my question. Pout. Izuku. Are you a spy? Izuku. If that were the case, it would be impossible for me to enter UA, whose security is too advanced. Could you come down? My neck is hurting. The young woman deactivates her quirk while descending. You're shorter than me. Do you study here? Is it your natural hair color? How old are you? Izuku. She acts like an elementary school girl. The young blonde man notices his partner with someone new. Approaches the green-haired man. Excuse your behavior. But when you see someone new, you ask all kinds of questions. Izuku. Saka, don't worry. He pats the light blue-haired girl on the head. Her behavior seems sweet to me, although irritating. Mirio. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tagata Mirio, she is Hato Najire, and he is Amajiki Tamaki. Tamaki and Najire. A pleasure. Izuku. Hello. I'm Xero Izuku, and I'm Eraserhead's assistant. Najire. Wait. Your green hair, aren't you the one who tied up and dragged that student towards the teacher's lounge? Izuku. The same and different. Mirio. I heard he was a journalist who disguised himself as a student. How did you find out? Izuku. It was just luck. The green-haired boy inadvertently ended up in a long conversation with them. During this, Izuku discovers that they were the big 3 the students in the cafeteria always mentioned. Izuku. Without a bad memory, the big 3 are the most capable of being heroes, not to mention that their quirks are powerful. However. The green-haired man stares at the students, who were having a little discussion. In his vision, the following appeared above them. Silly and optimistic in Mirio. Talkative and curious in Najire. Shy and depressed in Tamaki. Izuku. Is it a universal law that powerful people have unique personalities? With a drop of sweat on his temple. Mirio. Xero-sensei. Izuku. Comes out of his thoughts. Right. Can I join your training? A 3. Izuku. His quirks are weird, but they seem powerful. I'd like to see it for myself. At Izuku's words, the 3 big ones thought about it for a bit, but in the end they accepted the young man's proposal. While they were stretching a bit, Izuku managed to get a wooden sword. Izuku. Are you ready? The three. Hi. Najire. Wait, why are you using that wooden sword? Izuku. Because most of my weapons are lethal. After saying that, the green-haired man deploys the cervical armor, surprising the students. Izuku. Let's start. Izuku runs towards the teens. Najire uses her quirk to fly and gain distance, while Tamaki uses his to make one hand have a clamshell and the other octopus tentacles. The teen tries to capture Izuku with said tentacles, but he counters by using the blood wires to capture Tamaki's arm. Izuku. GHH trying not to cut the octopus arm. Wait, where's Tagata? Suddenly, he feels an essence behind him. Mirio appears out of nowhere, naked, and tries to hit the green-haired man, but he manages to block the attack. As Izuku focuses on Mirio, he notices his fist pierce through the sword. The green-haired man jumps and backs away from Mirio, still holding Tamaki's arm with the blood wires. Izuku. Amajiki-san, does it hurt when these limbs are cut off? Referring to the tentacle. Tamaki. Barely. Why? Izuku responds by cutting off the tentacles using the blood wires. Najire. Incredible, amazed. Tamaki. Najire now throws more tentacles towards Izuku. Najire. Yes. Izuku cuts the tentacles again with the blood wires, but that gives Najire the opportunity to attack. Najire. Charge 40%, release launches spiral energy waves. Izuku manages to narrowly dodge the energy wave. Izuku. If they weren't slow, I would have given it to them. At that, Mirio appears behind Izuku and strikes him in the back. The force pushes him a couple of meters. Izuku. Damn, I must say that hurt. Mirio. Moves his hand a little in an attempt to soothe the pain, that armor is resistant. Izuku. I'll have to get serious with you guys, smiles under the mask. Mirio. Izuku throws the wooden sword upwards. Tamaki tries to capture him with a Chimera Kraken combination, octopus tentacles plus crab shell, but when they were close to the green-haired man, said tentacles were instantly sliced off. Izuku had cut off all the tentacles with his Xero blade. Mirio. When? Izuku. Now it will be you. He closes his hands and red lights emanate from them, and he opens them, releasing thousands of blood wires, capturing Tamaki and Najire. Mirio uses his quirk, managing to dodge the weapon. Izuku holds all the blood wires with one hand, while with the other he catches the wooden sword that was thrown into the air. Chapter 13. Both young men stared at each other. Najire. What is this? Trying to free herself. Children. It's useless, Najire. Izuku was staring at Mirio. He tried not to lose sight of him, since he seemed to be moving faster than him. Najire was trying to move her arm, she managed to aim at Izuku, and was about to use her quirk. The green-haired man noticed this and moved out of the attack range, but lost sight of Mirio, who had disappeared. Izuku. Where is he? He moves from one place to another to make it difficult for the young blonde to attack. Wait, now that I think about it, he wasn't wearing the top part of his uniform. As he thought about that, he suddenly receives another powerful blow to the back, pushing Izuku a couple of meters. Izuku. GHHH complains of pain, but still now I understand. Mirio, who was naked, is confused by those words. Mirio. What is he talking about? Izuku. Positions himself to attack, pointing the wooden sword towards Mirio. Get ready, Tagata-san. After saying that, Izuku moves quickly, closing the distance between them, and attacks the blonde, but the weapon passes through his body, as if it were nothing. Mirio counterattacks with a blow, the green-haired man quickly moves the wooden sword and manages to block the attack. Mirio. Impressive, smiles. Izuku. You are two smiles. Tamaki and Najire were watching everything from a distance. Najire. Looks like Mirio is enjoying this. Tamaki. It's the first time I've seen him like this, with a drop of sweat on his temple. Najire. I think we'll be here for a while. As they watched a fight, Izuku and Mirio seemed to be evenly matched. The green-haired man blocked Mirio's counterattacks while he used his quirk to avoid Izuku's. After an inefficient exchange of blows, Izuku retreats a few meters. Mirio. What does he plan to do? Putting on his pants without taking his eyes off Izuku. Izuku. Let's get this over with. The green-haired man lets go of Tamaki and Najire, managing to distract Mirio for 3 seconds. But those seconds were enough for him to activate his armor's Mach 3 speed, close the distance in a short time, and land a powerful blow to the blonde's abdomen. It seemed like the green-haired man had won, but then. 5. Izuku receives the same blow to the abdomen from Mirio. Both full unconscious due to said blows, Najire and Tamaki see this and approach to help them. Izuku. Opening his eyes. Najire. Wake up. Izuku. How is Tagata-san? Najire. He's still unconscious, Tamaki is taking care of him. Izuku. Sokka, how long was I unconscious? Najire. Thinking 10 minutes. Izuku. Thank goodness, realizes something. Hey, Hato-san. Najire. Slight smile. Izuku. Why is my head on your lap? Najire. Ah, it's because you seemed uncomfortable and we couldn't take you to the infirmary because of the weight of your armor. Izuku. I don't weigh that much. With a small flash of light, Izuku's armor disappears. Najire. Incredible, with stars in her eyes. How did you do that? Izuku. It's hard to explain. He gets up from the floor. I should go to my classroom. Tell Tagada-san that he has a great future ahead of him. Najire. Claro. Izuku. Thank you for taking care of me, Hato. Najire. Najire. Izuku. Najire. I don't like being called by my last name. Call me by my first name. Pout. Izuku. I understand. Moving away from her a little. Najire-san. Najire. Invades the green-haired boy's space. Najire. Izuku. Thinks I have to go. He quickly walks away from her, leaving her with a pout. Izuku. Damn, that hit was pretty strong, even feeling the pain of the attack. When the green-haired boy arrived at the living room, he was about to open the door, but then. Mina. Really? Melissa. Now that I notice, when you faced All Might for a second you looked like Zero-sensei. The young man wanted to open the door, but a part of him wouldn't let him. Jiru. So you received private tutoring from Zero-sensei? With a malicious smile. Momo. Slightly blushing, he was kind. Mina. You know, why don't we invite him to the mall? Jiru, Momo, Melissa. Mina. Think about it. He's more like a student than a teacher. He's kinder than the others, even though he's serious at the same time. Everyone who went to the mall looked at the pink-haired girl a little confused. Mina. Come on. We have to get along with him. Momo. I think he would be upset. Mina. I don't think so. She approaches the door. Trust me, carefree. I bet she'll gladly accept. Jiru. How are you so sure he'll accept? Mina. Easy. Because Momo will go. I know he will go. Everyone, except Bakugo and Todoroki, had a question mark on their heads. Mina didn't say anything else and opened the door to leave, but at the first step she collided with the green-haired man. She was somewhat attached to the young man, who looked at the pink-haired woman indifferently. Mina. This. Izuku. Ashido-san, I heard you. His indifferent expression changes to a kind smile. Mina was scared, but she got a surprise. Izuku. To tell the truth, I was thinking about going, scratching his neck. After all, I'm bored at the academy. Mina. Yay, I told you I'd go for. Boom. The green-haired boy hits Mina with a rolled-up notebook. Izuku. Don't cause misunderstandings. Indifferent. Mina. Huh. Maybe. Izuku. I heard most of it. Mina approaches the other girls while rubbing her head to relieve the pain. Momo. Weren't you harsh on her? Izuku. I'm a little irritated by his energetic personality, plus he was going a bit overboard with those comments. Momo. Did you hear the conversation? Nervous and blushing. Izuku. I feel like I should lie to him just a little. Momo. I understand. Hagakure, who had the idea of going downtown, gave everyone the time and where they would meet before leaving the classroom. Everyone did the same, but Izuku decided to go straight to the mall since he didn't have any. Chapter 14. Silence fell over the cafeteria around Izuku and Momo's table. Izuku. Why do you want to know? Seriously. Momo. Well, playing a little with her fingers. I want to get to know him better. Izuku. I understand having a new teacher must be uncomfortable for her and some of her classmates. Okay. What part of my past do you want to know? Momo. What was the job of? Izuku. I can't tell anyone that. Momo. Okay, what about your armor? Where the? Izuku. That's not it either. Momo. Somewhat angry. Izuku. Let's see, before arriving at the academy I was always moving. Momo. Really? Izuku. Nods. I could never stay in one place for too long, so I couldn't do any sightseeing either. Momo. Sakayu. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san, remember I'm only 2 years older. You don't have to be so formal. Momo. Sorry. Do you have a family? Again there was a somewhat awkward silence, but this only affected Momo. Momo. I'm sorry I asked something sensitive. Izuku. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. To tell the truth, I don't remember anything about my family. I grew up in a company under observation and trained daily. Momo. Don't you remember the name of the place? Izuku. Shakes his head. Momo. Did you have friends at work? Izuku. Work. Izuku. As a mercenary I never had time to make friends, but before becoming a mercenary I was in a squad. Laughs a little. Momo. What's going on? Izuku. Nothing, I just remembered my old squad mates. Momo. Can you Tell me about them. Izuku. Sure, but you might get bored. Momo. Shakes head not at all. You're very interesting. Izuku is a little surprised by Momo's answer. Izuku. Fine. Finishes his coffee. We were a team of 4, each with their own specialty. As you know, I'm skilled in hand-to-hand combat and surprise attacks. If they needed someone to disappear, I was capable of doing it. Momo listened carefully to every word. Izuku. Then there was Ascad, the brains of the team, and ironically, the demolitions expert. He wasn't good at close combat, but he could make up for that with small explosives. Momo. In what way? Izuku. He stuck the explosives to his enemies. The young woman's face turns blue. Izuku. Hey, you asked. Momo. I know, but. Izuku. Better not think about that with a drop of sweat on his temple. Momo. It will be impossible not to do it. Izuku. Do you want to continue? Momo nods, somewhat frightened. Izuku. Remember to avoid the bloodthirsty parts, he said to himself, while remembering the missions he did with the squad. It will be difficult. Then there was Carolyn. She could be the most powerful of our squad due to her ability to manipulate energy in its purest state. Momo. Was it his quirk? Izuku. Something like that. Remembers the malicious smile he had when he attacked Omega and him. Momo. Were they close? Izuku. We were like brothers. There were times when he bothered me too much. Mini flashback. Izuku. Damn, it burns too much. The squad was in the middle of an extraction mission, but they were ambushed along the way. Although they managed to eliminate those who set the trap, a bullet managed to hit the green-haired man. Carrie. Does it hurt? Touching Izuku's wound. Izuku. No. Carrie. I bet so. Izuku. Shut up. Omega. Notices Xero's bullet wound. That must hurt. Izuku. Sighs. Let's move on. The sooner the better. He gets up and continues as if nothing happened. End of flashback. Izuku. Sometimes she and Omega would hang out. Momo. Omega. Izuku. He was the squad leader. I previously thought Ascad was, but Omega had experience and his leadership was unique. Many underestimated his combat skills since he always provided support with firearms, but when it came to fighting barehanded, no one could stop him. Momo. Really? Not even you? Izuku. Well, in terms of skill yes, but in brute strength he would beat me. Momo. It must be great to have such close friends. Izuku. Have had you mean? Momo. Huh. They. Izuku. Not all of them, but I don't know their locations. Momo. I understand, I'm sorry. Izuku. Thank you. As Momo finished eating her dessert, Izuku checked the time. Izuku. I think we should go, there is little time left until the agreed time. Momo. Really? Just finishes her dessert. Izuku. When did you finish it? Calls the waitress and pays. Momo. Huh. I was going to pay them. Izuku. Relax, we're friends now. Let me do this for now. Momo. F friends. Izuku. You don't mind being friends with a teacher, do you? Momo. Declines with his head not at all. Izuku. Thank goodness, relieved. Momo gains confidence and upon leaving the cafe she hugs the green-haired man's arm. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san. Momo. Hey, aren't we friends? Looks at Izuku. Izuku. Why yes. Somewhat confused. Momo. Then call me by my name, okay? Izuku. Not for now, tries to get away. Momo. Chases Izuku. Come on, I thought you were going to call me by my name. What she didn't know was that Izuku was trying to keep her from seeing his face since he was a little blushing. Izuku. Why is this happening to me? How can she be cute? Covers his red face with a hand. When the green-haired man's face returned to its normal tone, he and Momo had arrived at the meeting point where they met most of the students. Izuku. Looks like Todoroki and Bakugo didn't come. Momo. Hello. Approaches the girls. Melissa. Hello, yeah Momo. Mina. Hey, so you came with Xero-sensei. Did you have a date? Momo. And no slight blush. Mina. Chii stares at Momo. Meanwhile, with the boys. Kirishima. Xero-sensei, Vino. Izuku. Yes, I had nothing to do, so I decided to accompany them. Suddenly, a passerby discovers it was the UA students and congratulates them on the sports festival, accompanied by other fans. Melissa, Mina and Jiro were embarrassed by the sudden compliment, others thanked them for the support. Momo was a little discouraged by remembering that event. Izuku and Jiro noticed this, but the green-haired man reacted first. Izuku. Places his hand on the young woman's shoulder. Remember ya Momo, a stumble is not a fall. Momo. Smiles. Thanks for encouraging me. Izuku. Don't even mention it. Momo. And. Izuku. Momo. It was nice that he called me by my nickname. Izuku. GHH embarrassed. The scene of both was seen by Xero. Xero. Something happens between them, staring at Izuku and Momo. When the class looked at what they needed, they noticed that everyone was looking for something different, so Hagakure suggested splitting up and meeting in 3 hours, at the same place. Izuku. Getting together and then parting ways. How fun sarcasm. Kirishima. Hey Xero-sensei, come with us, takes him by the arm, I need you to help us choose things for the camp. Haminari. Come on, let's go, take Izuku's other arm. Izuku. Damn TT, crying in a comical way. Some of those who saw the scene laughed a little. While searching for the materials, Momo and Xero didn't notice when they separated from Melissa. Xero. Oi yeah Momo. Momo. Yes. Checking the quality of the backpack. Xero. You think Xero-sensei is cute? Momo. Yes, not realizing the answer he gave. Xero. Oh, mocking smile, and you want to hug him. Momo. Yeah huh. Drops her backpack and blushes upon noticing what she said. Wait. Xero. So you like Xero-sensei? Momo. It's not what you think. I don't like Xero-sensei. Xero. Really? Then. Momo. I just admire how creative and confident he is. Xero. Dog. Momo. He is kind and understanding. Willing to help those in need. Xero. Like a hero. Momo. Yes, picks up the backpack from the floor and takes it to the employee. Xero. You like him, yeah Momo. But the boys. Haminari. How jealous. Kirishima. Estás bien, Kaminari. Haminari. How am I going to be okay with this? The green-haired boy had carried the supplies to the camp while the others checked to see if anything was missing. But when the employee helped him. Izuku. Here you go, hands him Kirishima and Kaminari's money. Employee. Thank you. You know, my shift ends in half an hour. Would you like to have a drink later? Izuku. No thanks. Just the change indifferent. The employee hands Izuku his change, somewhat annoyed by the green-haired boy's indifference. He approaches the boys and hands each of them their supplies. Haminari. How did he do it? Izuku. What? Haminari. What do you mean you managed to captivate the employee? Izuku. Looks confused at Kirishima, what's wrong with him? Pointing at Kaminari. Kirishima. Nah idea. Both of them didn't know what Kaminari was referring to. Haminari. I expected that from Xero-sensei, but you Kirishima. Izuku. What are they missing? Haminari. Let's see, thinks. Kirishima. Hey, let's see that store. Haminari and Kirishima go ahead. Izuku was going to follow them, but he notices Melissa in a part of the mall. He was going to approach her to ask her about the others, but when he gets closer, he sees a slight expression of fear on her face. Next to her was a man about as tall as her, with an arm around her shoulders, hugging her. Izuku didn't know what she was thinking since he didn't know her well, but a part of him urged him to manifest the shuriken, and he threw it at her as he got closer to them. The shuriken landed on the mysterious young man's shoulder. Izuku jumped on Melissa and landed in a stable enough way to jump, backing away from said young man, with Melissa in his arms. Melissa. Xero-sensei assistada. Izuku. Everything will be fine, Shield-san, without taking his eyes off the young man. Who are you? Oh, an unexpected guest. I guess I'll have to resort to plan B. The mysterious young man jumps towards a civilian and was about to attack him, but one of his arms was grabbed by Izuku's blood wires. Izuku. Do you know him? Shield-san. Melissa. He, calming her breathing, attacked USJ. Izuku. The one from the League of Villains, huh? A young man takes Izuku's blood wires and disintegrates them using his quirk, then tries to attack another civilian, but before he could kill one, Izuku approaches from the side and kicks him, pushing the young man away from the civilians. While Izuku kept an eye on the mysterious young man's movements, the UA students were arriving one by one. Along with them was the mall security. The young man, seeing this, decided to escape, but Izuku followed him. They both reached an alley where a portal appeared. He was about to enter it, but Izuku grabbed both of its arms with the blood wires. DHH, you damn busybody. Izuku was about to pull both blood wires, but just at that moment the portal closes. Izuku. Damn, looks for a few seconds where the young man disappeared and then walks back with the students. Chapter 15. At the League of Villains base, a young man emerges from a portal with his arms badly injured. When Izuku pulled the blood wires, before the portal closed, the cords had cut through the skin and muscles of the young man's arms. A man with a dark flame for a head approaches the young man. Shigaraki resists, treats the young man's wounds. Shigaraki. Bearing the pain, that damn hero, his hands move frantically, as if he wanted to scratch his neck, must die. Picks him up, we're going to take you to the doctor, uses his quirk and opens another portal. At the mall, Izuku arrives with the others, but doesn't see Melissa. She had gone with security and a family member arrived to calm her down. Izuku. I understand, I hope you're okay, somewhat discouraged, I should have been more alert. Kirishima. Don't blame yourself, Zero-sensei. It was something no one could have prevented. Haminari. Kirishima is right. You kept Melissa safe. Although the two students' words reached Izuku, he wasn't discouraged by it. Rather, he was frustrated that Shigaraki escaped as he was the third person still alive in a confrontation against him. Anytime skip, 5 AM. It was morning, the day of camp, and Izuku was in the UA gym training with the academy's robots. They were destroyed almost instantly by the absent blood wires. Izuku exhales. The robots attack from behind the green-haired man, but he cuts them with the arrow blade that he previously placed on his waist. Izuku. Phew, sits on the floor, exhausted from training. I wish the kill count would count robots. Despite the great advantages of the neck armor, it had a lock on the suit's most powerful weapons. These were only unlockable if the kill count reached a certain number, but that value only increased in one way, that is by killing people. Izuku. If a SCAD were alive, he could hack this thing and use the heavy weapons changes the arrow blade's charger. While doing so, someone enters the gym. Zero Shonen. Izuku. What's wrong, Almight? Almight. Aizawa is calling you. All the students are already arriving. Izuku. It's true, he gets up from the ground. By the way, why don't you go to camp? Almight. The location is unknown except to those who will go. We must keep a low profile, and that's why I shouldn't go. Izuku. If he knows that we will bring a bomb with legs, the winter capable of creating a stadium-sized iceberg, and a young woman who can destroy that iceberg with her fingers. Almight. Keeping a low profile as best as possible. Sweat bead on temple. Izuku. I understand. With the recent activity of the League of Villains, it is likely that they will attack Class A. Both of them were thinking about the League. After Shigaraki's appearance at the mall, Izuku was given permission to share all information about the League of Villains and its members. Izuku. You definitely have to be careful against Shigaraki. With his quirk, he would be able to imagine a scenario with body parts, ashes in the air and pools of blood everywhere. Almight. Zero Shonen touches Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. Wakes up, yeah. Almight. Aizawa. Izuku. That's right. Runs towards the gym exit, towards where the camp buses were. Izuku. You must be kidding, Aizawa. The green-haired man, wearing the cervical armor, was chasing the bus, jumping over buildings to avoid civilians. Inside the bus. Mina. Esto Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Mina. Where is Zero-sensei? Aizawa. He probably fell asleep. We can't wait for him for long. Irritated. Mina. I understand, somewhat scared. But Izuku. Izuku. Damn, Aizawa manifests the blood wires between his fingers. Wait, he could cut the bus by mistake, makes them disappear, then manifests white chains. The green-haired man jumps off the last building in his path and throws the chain toward the bus, managing to tie it to the edge of one of the open windows. The green-haired man pulls on the chain, getting closer to the vehicle. As he approaches the street, Izuku puts his foot down for half a second to push off, reaching the bus window and entering like a bullet, being caught by Shoji. Shoji. Zero-sensei. Izuku. Hello, exhausted. Mina. Zero-sensei. Where were you? Izuku. Training in the gym. Catching his breath, he fixes his gaze on Aizawa. Why didn't you wait for me, Aizawa? Aizawa. Turns to look at the green-haired boy from his seat and unconsciously uses his quirk. Shut up. They both stared at each other for a few seconds, then ignored each other and continued their journey in silence, except for Class A, who made noise by talking all at once. The bus stops and Mineta is the first to exit, looking for a bathroom. The others get off the bus and notice they're on the edge of a slope. A black car pulls up in front of the bus and two well-known women get out. They were two of the four members of the Hussycats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob. While Mandalay was explaining certain points, Pixie discreetly told some students and the green-haired boy, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Izuku. Something doesn't sit right with me. Mandalay. Okay, you have 3 hours to get to the place where you will be staying, located at the foot of that mountain, pointing to the location. Class A. How far? Uraraka. But why did we stop here? Sai. Won't it be? Sato. It can't be. Xero. Let's get back on the bus quickly. A young man runs towards the bus but stops when he sees Izuku blocking the entrance. Izuku. Sorry, with a dishonest smile. Class A was dragged down by Pixie's earthbending quirk. They all fell down the slope. Shield used his quirk to help some land and the rest used their quirks. Izuku. Approaches the shore. I think it will take less time to arrive. Pixie Bob. You think so? Approaches the green-haired boy. Do you know what we call this forest? Izuku. No. Pixie Bob. The Forest of Beasts. Minetta's scream can be heard below. Izuku. Beasts are. Pixie Bob. No no no, they're made by my quirk. Izuku. Somewhat surprised impressive. Pixie Bob smiles at the green-haired boy's comment. Mandalay. Sorry about Pixie, she's at that age. Izawa. Saka. I also apologize for my assistant. He's dense and didn't notice what your classmate is doing. Izuku. Hey Izawa. I'll go check on the class's progress. Izawa. Okay, but don't interfere. Izuku nods and jumps towards the forest of beasts. Mandalay. Did you really need an assistant? Izawa. It's a long story, getting on the bus if you want to know, asked Nezu, putting on his sleeping bag. Izuku. Wow, they're improving. The green-haired boy was up in the trees, watching the students face the beasts. A part of him wanted to fight said beasts, but on the other hand, he couldn't interfere with Class A's test. While he was in his dilemma, he saw Momo, who defeated 3 beasts with the help of Melissa and Xero. Izuku. It seems like his insecurities disappeared. As the group of women talked, they didn't realize the beast wasn't completely defeated. The beast raised its arm and was about to capture them, but then a bloodwire grabbed the creature's arm and pulled it away, severing the creature's limb. The girls were surprised to hear the sound of the arm hitting the ground. Melissa. We shouldn't let our guard down. Xero. That's true, let's keep moving, we don't have time. Momo and Melissa nod at Jiru's comment and move forward. The brunette notices Izuku, who was on a tree, and he moves to hide. Hours passed, the sun was setting. Aizawa and the Hussycats were waiting for the students in front of the building located at the foot of the mountain. Pixie Bob saw that some of the class were appearing, they looked exhausted, others were enduring the recoil of their quirks like Iida Tenya, who was dragging his leg whose engine seemed damaged. Among the young people was Izuku carrying an idiot mode Kaminari with tape on his mouth and dragging Mineta with a chain. Aizawa. Approaches Izuku. Were you supposed to interfere? Izuku. Kaminari was walking in another direction. Aizawa. Why Mineta? Izuku. His perverted thoughts and expressions irritated me. They were both together, but Kaminari didn't take into account the limits of his quirk and almost crushed the dwarf. Mineta. Trying to free himself. Who are you calling a dwarf? Izuku. Remind me why I didn't tape you. Aizawa. Laugh softly, I think I'm starting to like him. Hiroshima. What do you mean, 3 hours? Falls down exhausted. Mandalay. That's how long it would have taken us. Sorry. Sato. They wanted to show off how good they are. After a brief explanation of the camp plans, the young people went to eat and take a dip in the hot springs. The class could feel the relief that these waters bring. Kaminari. Feels good. Hiroshima. You're right, it's amazing that they had hot springs here. Izuku. Without a doubt, it's great relaxing. Kaminari and Kirishima. They look at the green-haired boy with confusion. Izuku. What? Hiroshima. When did you get in? Izuku. 10 minutes ago. Kaminari. When was it that? Izuku. I usually keep a low profile, that or you guys let your guard down. Quite often turns around and sees Mineta staring at the wall which was on the women's side. Mineta, don't even think about it. Iida. I agree with Xero sensei, this is degrading to you. It's embarrassing. Minutes. Plus ultra. Mineta scales the wall at high speed with the help of his quirk. Everyone watches as he does so, but Iida notices that Izuku isn't moving. Iida. What's sensei doing? Won't he try to stop him? Izuku. Well, Aizawa knew something like this would happen. So. Ah. Splash. The purple-haired boy took a dip in the water, then emerged screaming in pain with his back red. Izuku. We placed someone to guard the top of the wall. Iida. Impressive, as expected from UA. That's what he said, but when the blue-haired man finished that sentence, someone's scream was heard. Izuku. Damn. Chapter 16. Izuku. Damn. Koda, Mandalay's nephew, who was in charge of keeping Mineta away from the women in the hot springs, had lost his balance and was falling. Izuku saw that, activated the lower part of his neck armor, and jumped towards Koda. Seeing that he was losing speed, he used a towel, threw it towards one of Mineta's spheres, and used it as support to reach higher. When he caught it, he managed to reach the top of the wall and saw that another student had done the same. It was Melissa, who was wearing only a towel. Melissa. Xero sensei somewhat embarrassed since she only had a towel. Izuku. Don't worry Shield-san, he's fine, although it seems he fainted from fear of falling. Melissa. Saka. It was kind of her to keep Mineta away from me. Smiled a little. Izuku. By the way, Shield-san. Melissa. Izuku. Aren't you cold? Melissa. A notices her clothing and covers herself with her arms. Becky pout, and I should ask you that. Izuku. Repeats the young woman's action. Eki. Melissa. No me Almights. Izuku. Laughs at Melissa's behavior. Don't worry, I'm not like Mineta. Melissa didn't believe him, but then she noticed that he never looked down, except to look at her clothes. Melissa. You're a little weird. Izuku. Really? Melissa nods. Well, I'll take Kota to Mandalay-san. Tell the girls to rest, since tomorrow's training will be exhausting. Coming down from the wall. When Izuku arrives with Mandalay, she asks him to lay him down on the couch while she moistens a cloth and places it on the boy's forehead. Mandalay. Thanks for bringing him. Aizawa-san told me there was a very lustful boy among the boys in Class A. Izuku. I understand. He told me to support him in the worst case scenario. Mandalay. Girls today develop very quickly. Izuku. Remember Melissa, I agree with that. While watching Kota rest, he remembers a bit about the first encounter he had with the class. He basically defeated Kaminari with a single blow and left Class A. I don't intend to spend time with guys who want to be heroes. Izuku. Excuse me Mandalay-san, but why does Kota think that way about heroes? Mandalay. Maybe you don't want to know. Izuku sees that the heroine's expression showed a gesture of sadness and pain. Izuku. I understand. Excuse me for asking. Turns around and walks towards the exit. I'm sorry for intruding. When she leaves, Pixie Bob notices that the green-haired boy isn't wearing a shirt. She watches him for a few seconds and then enters the office where Mandalay was. Pixie. I didn't know young people could have a body like that. Remembering Izuku. Mandalay. You saw it, didn't you? Pixie nods. Aizawa had explained the green-haired man's situation to her beforehand. She doesn't trust him completely and she was worried about what would happen if she got close to Kota. Pixie. But didn't you see? He saved Kota. Mandalay. Yes, but who knows what his intentions are. When I saw him, I didn't believe what Aizawa said, but his body speaks for itself. In the hallway, Izuku was walking to his room, his torso bare. He showed all the scars he received from the Bulwark Squadron missions. These included burns, cuts on his arms and back, and 3 bullet wounds to his abdomen. Upon reaching his room he dresses to deactivate the lower part of the cervical armor and lies down on his bed. Bang bang bang. Slash. Screams of pain. Bang. Omega. There are too many. Omega and Xero were escaping, with the cervical armors in their syringes, from a group of people from Deka City. Izuku. Don't complain. Dodges a person's attack and stabs his sword in his chest. Be thankful that one of them was a policeman and had a revolver. They both run towards an alley. Omega. This thing. Angry. Omega. This lighter insulting. The gun looks like it's about to break at any moment. The group of pursuers enter the alley and attack Xero and Omega, but what they didn't know was that they had walked into their trap. Omega fires and reloads at high speed, supporting Xero, who was in charge of hand-to-hand combat using katanas he snatched from some corpses. After defeating a few, they go deeper into the alley until they reach another street. Omega. We must separate. Izuku. What? What are you talking about? Omega. Listen, takes the USB stick that Xero had. We have to divide them, or else we'll be captured again. The sound from the alley catches his attention. We don't have time. Omega is right. Hearing that, a green light was directed at both young men. Xero reacted and pushed Omega, but the beam grazed his back, causing a severe burn. Izuku. GHHH bearing the pain shit. Those jazzing Xero and Omega moved away upon seeing her. Carrie was flying, which surprised both members of the squadron. Izuku. Those glasses. Carrie was wearing a SCAD's glasses, not to mention that she possesses telekinesis. Omega shoots at her, but she uses her new power to stop the bullets in front of her. Carrie returns them to the redeeted young man, but Izuku manages to deflect them with his sword. Izuku. Carrie, why are you doing this? Angry. Carrie doesn't respond. She simply smiles cynically, angering Izuku, causing him to rush towards her. The green-haired man closes the distance with her and attacks with his sword in a downward slash. Carrie raises his hand and creates a sphere of energy. When Izuku's sword collides with said energy, it explodes, generating a cloud of smoke. The green-haired man comes out of said cloud and retreats from the powerful explosion, then notices that the sword was broken. Izuku. Damn, if I had my suit. Takes out the syringe with the cervical armor and looks at it for a few seconds. Omega. We can't use it now. Izuku. I know. We won't have time to process it. Frustrated, he returns it to his pocket. What do we do? Omega. We have to escape. Frustrated, he clenches his fist. Izuku. I accept suggestions. While trying to find a way to escape, Carrie comes out of the smoke and attacks Omega and Xero, Izuku, with energy beams. After dodging for a few seconds, Izuku takes 2 pieces of glass from the ground and throws them at Carrie, but she notices them and stops them with her telekinesis. Izuku. TSK, why hasn't he killed us already? Omega. Dodges and approaches Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku. He could catch you and me with that power, but why doesn't he? Omega. It could be two things. Xero sees it, he doesn't get used to his power, or he can't use it on people. Izuku. If it were the latter, wouldn't it be ironic? Curious. Harry interrupts the conversation by returning the crystals towards Izuku. He dodges them, and an energy sphere hits Omega, sending him towards a building, going through the wall. Izuku. Omega. Harry. Do you really think they'll escape? Harry goes towards Izuku to attack him with his claws. Izuku blocks Carrie's attacks using the broken sword. She, despite her power, wasn't as adept at close combat as Xero. The green-haired man knocks her off balance with a kick to the stomach, followed by a spinning kick to the face. Carrie steps back, but not before surprising the green-haired man with an energy sphere. The power of this attack sends the green-haired man straight into a tree, colliding with his back. Izuku. Ga spits out blood, and the air comes out of his lungs. Cough cough. If it weren't for the improvements he would have died already. The green-haired girl slowly approaches Izuku. Harry. You asked me before why I did it, didn't you? Well, I'm a marvel of science. I'm even more powerful than you two, even if you're wearing your armor. She approaches Izuku and crouches down until she's at eye level. My core is even designed to recharge every time I kill someone. So, hey. I might as well kill everyone and live forever. Don't you think? Izuku. By chance. Harry smiles innocently as she creates a large sphere of energy, more powerful than before, enough to kill him. But before she can attack, someone grabs her from behind and grabs her arm, deflecting the attack toward a car. Omega emerges from the hole in the wall, with cuts and debris in it. He turns to where they were and sees him there, a scad, holding Carrie back. There was a hole in his chest caused by her attack, and the glow in his amber eyes flickered, as if about to go out. Izuku. Soldier. Omega. You're welcome. A scad. Guys, you need to get out of here. Spits out fake blood. Izuku. Piro scad, too. A scad. This is as far as I go. You must finish what we started. The scad makes a knife appear that is quite familiar to the squad. Omega recognizes the knife and quickly grabs Xero, carrying him like a sack of potatoes, and they walk away from a scad and Carrie. Harry. Struggles to free herself. What are you doing? The scad. I guess stabs himself with the knife, fixing a mistake. The scad's internal energy begins to spiral out of control, fragmenting the brown-haired man's face and body, releasing rays of said energy. The scad. Smiles a little. See you soon, guys. A yellow-hued explosion appears in the area, with a cross-like symbol. Izuku. Soldier. Izuku. Scream of fear. A scad. The green-haired man suddenly shot up from the bed, sweating and panting from shock. Izuku. Damn. He checks a clock, it was 4:30 a.m. Izuku. I guess it's about time. He gets out of bed and dresses in UA sweatpants and a t-shirt, ready to help in some almost Spartan training. Chapter 17. Before starting, I will give a brief explanation about the Longinus knife. The Longinus knife is a highly corrosive electromagnetic dagger that instantly numbs its victim upon slightest contact. While decently effective in a pinch, its intended purpose is as a suicide method for members of Bulwark Squad. A simple stab with its blade will short-circuit the cyborg android and cause a large-scale explosion powerful enough to wipe out a decent portion of a city. The knife can still function as intended even if the blade is broken. This description was taken from Wiki, and its creator is Xionico. Without further ado, let's continue with the story. The sun was barely rising, and Class B was half asleep outside the Hussycats building, accompanied by their teacher Vlad King. He would take them to where the class was to train, only to be surprised by the exhaustive exercise of gifts to overcome their limits and improve them. One of Class B, seeing such exhausting training, almost had his heart leap out of his mouth. Although Vlad King told them to join the training, Istuka Kendo was worried, since they would have only 2 teachers to monitor the progress of 40 students. They knew this and therefore they would have help from the hero group, Hussycats, not to mention Izawa's assistant, Xero Izuku, who was asleep on a tree branch. Izawa. Somewhat irritated, he approaches the tree where the green-haired boy was sleeping and kicks it, making the young man fall. Izuku. Iti. You should be nicer. Izawa-san, rubbing his head trying to soothe the pain. Izawa. You have work. He points his gaze at Class B. Izuku. Observe, said Class. So you are Class B. Nice to meet you. Gets up from the ground. I am Xero Izuku, Professor Izawa's assistant. Nice to meet you. Class B. A taste. Monoma. Ah. Maybe Eraser Sensei can't do his job and needs an Aga is choked by Izuku's chains. Izuku. Come on, drags Monoma. Those who want to improve in close combat, follow me. Some, like Kendo and Kabara, hesitated a bit but followed the green-haired man. Others went with Tiger, but didn't expect his training to be outdated. Kabara. Falls to the ground. Curse. Tabara and Kendo were lying on the ground as they were fighting against Izuku, who was wearing nothing but the gloves of his armor, for a couple of hours. Izuku. Rest for 5 minutes, then we'll continue. The goal of this training was to improve his decision-making, not to mention improving the use of his quirks. To make it more entertaining, they had to remove a pair of bells attached to his belt. Izuku. I must admit, looking at the manga he confiscated from a UA student, that this training is fun. Kendo. Just for you gets up from the ground. Now I understand why the others didn't join this training. Izuku. Oh, but don't think they're having a better time. The green-haired man points at Tiger, who was using an outdated training routine. Every now and then, he would get one of the students to try to attack him, but it always ended with him dodging and counter-attacking. Tabara. Ugh gets up from the ground once again, raises his guard. Izuku. Are you sure? Kabara nods. Good, you know what to do. Tabara attacks the green-haired man using his quirk, but he dodges them too easily. Izuku. You're making unnecessary movements. He moves to the side and places his foot, causing him to fall. Meanwhile, Kendo attacks Izuku from behind and manages to hit him using his quirk to increase the size of his fist. The power of this attack raises a smokescreen and pushes the green-haired man a couple of meters. When the smoke cleared, the green-haired man was seen with his arms crossed. He managed to react in time to block the attack at the last second. Izuku. This tingling in his arms is uncomfortable. Good attack, Kendo-san. Kendo. Thank you. Tabara uses that opportunity and tries to grab the bells, but when he tries, Izuku grabs the young man's wrist and throws him towards Kendo, who catches him. Taking advantage of that carelessness, the green-haired man uses white chains to trap them. Izuku. Not bad, not bad. He lets them go. Do you want to try again? Kendo Ikebara. No. Izuku. What a shame, but they will continue like this until they manage to remove the bells from me. Throughout the training, Izuku simply deflects, blocks, or dodges both young men's attacks without much effort. Momo could see everything from where she stood while using her quirk. Satyu. Yaoyorozu-san, are you okay? Rest a little. Momo. Huh. Yeah, why are you asking? Satyu. Well, you've been making Zero-sensei dolls for the last 5 minutes. Momo. Eh? The young woman notes that she had made about 40, 50 Mamushka dolls, only that they had a similarity with the green-haired boy. Momo. I just got a little distracted. Keep eating and creating. After a hard day of training, the young people of classes A and B were exhausted, hoping that today's food would be as delicious as yesterday's, but when they approached the building, they found the hussy cats with a large amount of ingredients. It turns out the attention they received yesterday was the only one, and they would have to cook their own food starting today. Everyone was so exhausted from cooking, the only one who seemed motivated was Iida, who saw the whole situation from a hero's point of view. Iida. I understand. Rescuing someone also involves satisfying the stomach and spirit of someone who's lived through a disaster. He stands in front of all the students. Let's make the best curry in the world. All. Yes, motivated. Izawa. Iida is useful in these situations. Izuku. Izawa-san, for some reason I think you thought of something offensive with a drop of sweat. The green-haired boy watches as they cook the curry. While he laughs a little at Bakugo's attempt to light the fire, he sees Momo struggling to cut the vegetables. He leans closer to her. Izuku. Are you having problems? Momo. And no. It's just that I'm not used to cooking. A little embarrassed. Izuku. Let me guide you. The green-haired man approaches from behind and places his hands in hers. From a certain point of view, they look like a couple. Izuku. You must hold the knife firmly. Momo. Nods, blushing. Izuku. Now hold the vegetable like this so you don't cut yourself by accident. Hey, are you okay? You're ready. Notices the young woman's ears were red. Momo. Why yes. I feel a little embarrassed for learning this now. Lying. Izuku. Ah, Saka. I think that's all. He moves away from Momo. Momo. Thank you. Relieved but also discouraged. In the distance, Mina and Hagakure were surprised by their companion's expression. They had confirmed Momo's feelings for Izuku just from that romantic scene. Mina. We should help Momo. Hagakure. Are you sure? We might ruin everything for both of us. Mina. It's likely. First we must know what sensei feels for Momo, but for now. Mischievous smile. Once they finished the curry, the class served themselves a plate and immediately began to eat. Although it wasn't delicious, it was enough to fill their stomachs and regain their energy. Izuku. They do have an appetite with a drop of sweat. Tabara. Sensei, here hands him a plate of rice with curry. Izuku. Huh. But. Tabara. You trained with Kendo and me, and I haven't seen you eat. You need to regain your energy. The green-haired man was certainly a bit hungry, so he accepted the plate and took a bite. Izuku. At least it's better than emergency rations. Kibara. By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something. The young man asks Izuku for advice on close combat. The green-haired man had no problem teaching him a few things, such as fighting moves or other ways to use his quirk. Melissa notes this while enjoying her meal. Melissa notices the green-haired boy laugh a little, his smile is cute. In that, the green-haired man sees where Melissa is and she turns quickly, but what she didn't know was that Izuku didn't see her specifically. Chapter 18. At night, Kota was in what he called his den. It was a somewhat steep hill with a cave, a fairly quiet place with a good view of the forest. Kota inhales the pure forest air and then exhales. Izuku. This place is quite quiet, you can barely hear anyone else. Kota nods. Kota turns to where the voice came from. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Izuku. Walking. Both had a poker face. Izuku here gives him a plate with rice and curry. It's not delicious, but it's edible. Tries to joke. Kota was hesitant, but made his decision with the help of a growling stomach. After eating a bit, the green-haired man sat down next to him and they both stared at the starry sky. Izuku. To find this place you must have been exploring for a long time. Kota nods. Izuku. I guess you're not very talkative, with a drop of sweat on his temple. Tell me, Kota. Kota. Why do you say my name as if it were a question? Izuku. I didn't remember if that was your name. City. Izuku. Anyway, why did you punch Kaminari in the groin? Kota was a little nervous, as he thought he would get a scolding from this one, but Izuku. Honestly, you should have beaten up that dwarf Mineta. He'd probably get over his perverted ways. That comment made the boy laugh a little. Once he stopped laughing. Kota. Xero-san, are you a hero? Izuku. Why do you ask? Kota. You don't look like one. Izuku. Wait, he quickly manifests his suit now. His visor glows a little as he finishes the word. Kota. No, even Edshot looks more heroic. Izuku. Uncouples his mask. It's strange that someone who hates heroes knows their names. Kota. Stays silent while looking ahead. I used to admire them, but because of them my parents are no longer here. Izuku. I'm sorry for the loss, losing your parents at such a young age. What the hell do heroes do? Sighs. I can't say it wasn't their fault, but you must understand one thing. Kota sees the green-haired man. Izuku. When quirks first appeared, many people wanted to use them to kill and steal. It was inevitable that some people's dream job would appear. The green-haired man spoke with the young man for a few minutes. Although he managed to alleviate his hatred of heroes, he didn't manage to make it disappear completely, and even without realizing it, Kota became friends with the young man. After finishing their conversation, the two returned to prevent Mandalay from worrying about the boy. Through their conversation, the green-haired boy was able to understand Kota a little. The boy not only hates heroes, but also quirks and superhuman society. Izuku. Goes to the child, I hope you can get over it, Kota-kun. Kota. Xero-san, do you have a quirk? Izuku. Why do they treat me like an old man? To tell the truth, no surprises, Kota, but I'm not a hero either. I could say that I am. Kota. Unvigilante. Izuku. Exactly, and now I'm working at UA to help students with my experience, half of it is a lie. Kota believed the green-haired man's explanation and said goodbye to him to go rest. Izuku went to get something to eat since the curry hadn't satisfied his appetite and then went to sleep. It's the second day of training and Izuku was woken up by an explosion caused by the Ashen-haired boy. Realizing it was late, he quickly gets up and runs to the bathroom to clean up. After a few minutes, he arrives with the students he was in charge of, but on the way, he sees the students who had failed the practical exam completely exhausted. Izuku. Aizawa really didn't have mercy on them in the extra classes. Good luck, guys. Continues walking until he reaches Kendo and Kibara, who were practicing their movements. Kendo. Sensei is late. Izuku. Sorry, my phone broke down. Mini flashback. It was 5:40 AM and the green-haired boy's alarm clock was ringing. Izuku, all sleepy, grabbed it and threw it far away. The throw was so good that it landed in the bathroom, whose door was open, and landed straight in the toilet. End of the mini flashback. Izuku. That reminds me, I should get another one. The young people looked at Izuku with an expression of really. Anyway, I hope you have practiced your skills. Kibara. Yes, thanks for the advice. Now I won't lose. Kendo. Me neither. Both raise their guard and stare at the green-haired man. Izuku. After a few minutes of silence, he smiles. Then, I hope you are ready. He manifests the cervical armor completely and takes a blunt tungsten sword, previously made by Yaoyorozu-san. Throughout the day they carried out the training of the previous day, but this time Kibara and Kendo improved. Kibara managed to deflect Izuku's counterattacks by using the rotation of his limbs, while Kendo quickly changed the size of her hands, occasionally managing to pierce Izuku's defenses. Despite the great progress they made, they were unable to defeat the green-haired boy, but after a couple of hours of training. Kendo, damn exhausted, falls to the ground. Kibara, leaning against a tree, how is he so fast, trying to catch his breath. Kendo, I must admit this is frustrating. Izuku was sitting on a tree branch above them. Izuku, don't feel bad, gets down and sits next to Kendo. You didn't notice. Kendo, what? Catches his breath. Izuku, look at your life. Kendo listens to the green-haired boy and sees him there. One of the two bells was in his hand. His eyes glazed over and he jumps on the green-haired boy and hugs him. Kendo, we did it, Kibara. Despite saying the young man's name, she hugged Izuku, who was closest. Izuku, this Kendo-san. Kendo notices what she did and walks away in shame. Kendo, sorry. Izuku lets out a light laugh and pats the young woman on the head. Anyone would react like that, don't worry. Even though it wasn't noticeable, Izuku was smiling beneath his mask. Kendo was happy and wanted to continue training. Kibara and she still wanted to improve. That determination convinced the green-haired man to continue with this, but he wouldn't hold back this time. Hours passed and both classes were exhausted from trying to push their limits. While they were cooking, the Hussycats informed them that they would be taking part in a courage test, a normal activity at the camps. Mina and Hagakure followed the pro heroes and managed to steal the box containing the papers with numbers. Mine. List. Hagakure nods. Meanwhile, Izuku was guiding the boys with the cooking while Izawa took a nap in his sleeping bag. Izuku. Estás mejorando Yaoyorozu-san. Momo. Thank you, Xero-sensei, cutting the vegetables. This nervous, can I ask you something? Before he could do so, they both heard someone's expression of surprise. It turns out Uraraka was surprised by Bakugo's cooking skills. Who would have thought? After lunch, the Hussycats led the students to the entrance of the forest, ready for the test of courage. Class B went ahead and set up traps to scare Class A. This class was excited about this activity, but Izawa appeared and called the 6 sentenced students to extra classes. Mina was the most affected by this. Her scream of suffering could be heard. The Hussycats called out each student's number. The pairs had been formed, but there was a hitch. Due to the odd number of students, some of whom were in extra classes, Momo was left without a partner to take the test of courage. So. Mina. Xero-sensei. The green-haired boy was near them, trying to make figures with his blood wires. Izuku. What's going on? Puts away his weapon. Mina. Can you pair up with Momo? Momo heard that. She was a little nervous to know what the green-haired man would say. He honestly didn't mind the idea. Izuku. Approaches the young woman. I'm sorry you have to pair up with me. Momo. Why, you don't have to apologize. Turns around to avoid him, seeing her blush, great excited. Chapter 19. Izuku. I guess Class B is trying hard. The green-haired boy was on the walk, accompanying Momo because she didn't have a partner. As they walked, Izuku noticed that she was hugging his arm. Izuku. Perhaps are you scared? Momo. And no, shaking a little. Suddenly, a head pops out of the ground. Momo gets scared and hugs the green-haired boy. Izuku. Wow, good trick and different. That voice, Xero-sensei. Kendo appears from a bush, surprised that Izuku is participating. Izuku. Seeing the young woman on the ground, isn't it uncomfortable there? Kendo. She's fine. We were able to do this with the help of Hananuki-kun's quirk. Izuku. Sasuke sees Momo, who was hugging her. Yaoyorozu-san, don't worry. It's Kendo-san and her friends. Momo. Notices that her ears were red, she must be a little embarrassed. Momo. How do I get out of this? She unconsciously hugged the green-haired man. Her heart was beating fast and her face was flushed. Yuzo. Laughs. You should have seen Mineta and Aoyama. It was really fun laughs. Izuku. I would definitely watch that. You should have recorded it, joking a little. Yui, who had emerged from the ground, smelled a strange aroma in the air, as if something were burning. Then, pink smoke appeared in the air. Hananuki spoke for a few moments before collapsing. Kendo reacts instantly and grabs Yui with his giant hand in an attempt to prevent her from breathing in the smoke. Izuku tells Momo to make gas masks and then activates his neck armor completely. Izuku. What the hell, are they attacking us? Momo. Puts on a gas mask and gives a few to Kendo. Probably, but how did they know our location? Izuku. Thinks for a few minutes. List of possible causes. Repetitive explosions, by Bakugo. Laser shot into the sky, by Aoyama. A child screaming on one mountain, Koda, and on another one being electrocuted, Kaminari. Izuku. I think of many reasons, who knows? we should look for the others. Kendo. I understand, I'll go this way. Yui, take Hananuki with the rest. Izuku nods, and with Momo they go to find the other students in the forest. For a few minutes they moved to the end of the path, they could see the black smoke and various sounds of fighting around. Upon reaching the end of the path, they find a table and a trail of blood. Izuku quickly followed the path and found it there. A creature with its brain exposed, a beak with teeth, and several arms on its back with drills and saws for hands, had cornered a badly injured ragdoll and Awase, a student from Class B. Momo. Oh no, worried and scared. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san, listen. I'll kill the creature, you take that boy and ragdoll with Mandalay and the others. Momo. Wait, kill him. Izuku ignores his question and manifests the two boom knives. Momo. Those are. Izuku quickly fires the blades, stabbing them into the base of the arms on his back. The blades explode, disabling some of the arms. Izuku. Now, go, orders Momo, and then uses the blur ability of his suit to move at great speed and kicks him in the face, pushing him away from Awase and Ragdoll. Molo approaches them and provides first aid by creating bandages. Awase. Yaoyorozu-san, help Ragdoll-san. I'm fine. Momo nods and with the young man's help they treat Ragdoll. Ragdoll. Thank you. Awase. Rest now, we'll take you with the rest. Ragdoll. But the creature. Momo. No need to worry about him. Zero-sensei will take care of it. Roar. Awase and Momo turned to where the creature was, it was screaming in pain, its limbs missing. Izuku had used the secondary function of his arrow blade. Now he stood before the dying creature. Izuku. Who would have thought uses the bomb knife and stabs the creature's brain, finishing it off. You are weaker than you look. The image caused surprise and fear to Awase, but Momo was only surprised since she knew Izuku a little. The green-haired man goes with the young people and helps carry Ragdoll by carrying her on his back and then runs to where the others are. During the journey a roar is heard coming from the mountain. Izuku. That place. Momo. What's wrong, Zero-sensei? Izuku. Child, referring to Awase, takes Ragdoll and Yaoyorozu with the others. Awase. Hey, I have a name, take Ragdoll. Izuku. I forgot. Awase. Angry, he runs forward carrying Ragdoll. The green-haired boy was about to move, but Momo stops him for a few seconds. Momo. Be careful. Izuku. Don't worry, confident I'll come back, runs towards where the noise came from. Melissa. GHH groan of pain. Melissa was fighting a villain whose muscle fiber quirk was causing problems for her. The villain landed a powerful blow on the young woman and despite her blocking the attack, the force of the blow pushed her against a wall and broke her arm. The villain approaches Melissa and tries to hit her, but she manages to dodge him and charges with a one-for-all attack on her back. Although he managed to land the attack. Muscular. What? Is that your quirk? Melissa. Not shocked. Muscular. How disappointing. Muscular attacks with a downward slash, Melissa manages to dodge it, but the attack hits the ground, sending debris flying in various directions. One of them hits her, distracting her attention. Melissa. Hold on, you must defeat him, goes to Koda, who is hiding behind some rocks, save him. Izuku. I'm almost there, runs quickly. The green-haired man was just a few meters from Koda's secret base, where the sound of the fight came from. As he was about to reach it, he stepped back to avoid 3 shots. Izuku. What the hell? From the trees, more than 10 warriors emerge. Some wore orange suits and were armed with one-handed swords and machetes. Vorpal soldier. Others have red suits, laser swords and shields. Still in the trees, there was a soldier armed with a rifle. Izuku. What are you doing here? Vorpal 1. She gave us orders to capture you. Izuku. Her. Surprised will it be? Spartan 1. Don't move, pointing his sword at him. Izuku. Stays silent and analyzes the situation, 6 Vorpals and 4 Spartans. They do not have the ability to use firearms, looks in the direction of the trees, they probably have someone in the trees. 2 Vorpal soldiers attack the green-haired man, who stops their attacks using his boom knives. Upon seeing this, another Vorpal soldier attacks with a thrust. Izuku steps back, but they manage to stab him, although the sword fails to completely pierce his armor. Izuku. GHH, damn. Izuku grabs the blade of the sword, preventing the soldier from escaping, then stabs his chest with the boom knives and separates the blade from the knife. He then pushes him with the others, and the blade explodes. The explosion wasn't strong enough to injure the 2 soldiers, but it was strong enough to kill the third. Despite knowing about Zero's neck armor and weapons, the mercenary Zero's combat data was incomplete, so they didn't know his fighting style. Izuku. I guess they didn't have the resources to send more men. So I'll settle with you. He walks slowly toward the soldiers. 1 question, are you affiliated with the League of Villains? Spartan 1. If so, what? The green-haired man uses blur, approaching the Spartan soldier and stabs him with the still-sheathed arrow blade. Spartan 1. Ga spits blood. Izuku. Damn, I have to hurry, if you won't tell me, I'll ask. The others look straight at the rest of the soldiers. For several minutes, Izuku faced the rest of the soldiers while evading the shots of the one who remained hidden. The combat left only 2 Spartans and a Vorpal. Izuku. He shoots and changes position. But still, I think I know where you are now. The last Vorpal soldier attacks from the front while the Spartans attack from the sides. The green-haired man steps back and attacks the Spartans using the blood wires with one hand and captures their shields. The Vorpal soldier attacks with a downward slash. Izuku blocks it with his arm but realizes he was using a Spartan sword. With the sword's laser blade, he manages to pierce the armor and seriously injure the green-haired man's arm. Izuku groans in pain but still uses the opportunity and kills the soldier by slicing his jugular with his knife. The Spartan soldiers abandon their shields and attack the green-haired man with their lightsabers. Despite the difficulties, he manages to defeat the soldiers and kill them. Only one remained, the one carrying the rifle. Seeing that he no longer had any companions, he knew that if he didn't kill him with a precise shot, his fate would already be sealed. Silence fell over the forest. Only the noise of the other battles taking place could be heard. Dick. Izuku. Manifests a shuriken there, throws it. Bang. The bullet pierces the shoulder of Izuku's already wounded arm. The sound of breaking branches and a sharp thud were heard. The green-haired man clutches the wound in his shoulder and walks toward where the noise came from. There he was, the soldier with the rifle, who seemed to have hit his head when he fell. He had his rifle near his arm and the shuriken he'd thrown was embedded in the other. He had endless questions and only that soldier had the answers. Who sent him? What happened to MBORF? Is she still alive? These and many more questions he asked himself, and he limited himself to answering them with the help of that surviving soldier through torture. After treating his wound with gunpowder from the soldier's gun, Izuku chains him to a tree and runs towards Koda's hideout. Chapter 20. Many questions plagued the green-haired man's mind as he moved toward Koda's lair. Part of him felt like he already knew the answer, but he needed to see it to believe it. Upon arriving at the boy's lair, he finds him and Melissa, who was kneeling, both arms badly injured and blood pouring from her head. On a wall, he sees a villain with a large muscle mass, unconscious. Izuku approaches Melissa and treats her wounds. Upon seeing them up close, he decides to immobilize her arms since they appear to be broken. Izuku. Sees Koda behind some rocks. You did it, Melissa. You managed to protect Koda-kun. Melissa. Thank you. Exhausted stands up. Izuku. Don't move, your wounds may worsen. Melissa. I'll be fine. She could barely stand. We must warn the teachers. The League of Villains is after Bakugo. Izuku understood her, the adrenaline was blocking the pain in his arms. He didn't know what would happen if the effect wore off. Izuku. I understand. He approaches the young woman from behind. I'm sorry. Melissa. 5. Izuku lands a precise blow, knocking Melissa out. A frightened Koda positions himself between them, trying to protect the young woman. Izuku. Don't worry, I did it for his own good. You saw his injuries too, right? Koda sees Melissa and then nods slightly. Izuku carries her on his back and together with Koda they walk towards the main building. They took a different route from where the soldiers' bodies were found. Halfway there, they both managed to see Aizawa and approach him. Izuku. Aizawa-san. Aizawa. Notices the green-haired boy Xero. Sees Melissa badly injured. What happened to her? Izuku. She faced a villain and defeated him but ended up in this state. She wanted to continue, so I had to knock her out. Aizawa. I understand. He approaches and takes Melissa. Izuku. Take Koda and get him to safety. I have to deliver a message to Mandalay. The green-haired boy didn't give Aizawa time to respond and runs towards the camp. At the scene, Mandalay and Tiger were facing 2 villains. One was Magnet, who had incapacitated Pixie Bob and was now dodging Tiger's every attack. The second was Spinner, who wore a suit similar to the hero killer's, armed with a greatsword made of several swords held together in some way. Spinner was fighting Mandalay and cornering her. She dodged his last attack with a jump, but the villain was faster and managed to close in on her, ready to end the duel with a decisive attack. Spinner. Let me kill you once and for all. He raises his sword above him in a downward attack. At that moment, the sound of metal colliding was heard. This sound came from Spinner's weapon, and a second later it exploded, dropping the blades onto the villain, causing superficial wounds. Mandalay lands far from Spinner, and behind the villain you can see a certain green-haired man dressed in a neck armor. Mandalay. You. Izuku. Thank goodness I arrived on time, pants exhausted. In the green-haired man's hand was the handle of the boom knives. Izuku. Mandalay, Koda is safe. Tries to approach her but dodges a Spinner attack. The villain with the lizard quirk had a backup sword and he points it at the green-haired man. Spinner. Damn, attacks Izuku, how dare you. Izuku quickly switches to apps and blocks Spinner's attack. Izuku. Ignore Spinner. Mandalay, tell everyone with your quirk that the villain's target is Bakugo. Hearing that, Spinner leaves Izuku and tries to attack the heroine, but the green-haired man ties the villain's neck using white chains. Izuku. I won't allow it. He pulls the chain, managing to lift Spinner and throw him towards a tree. Mandalay wasted no time and warned all the students about the villain's objective. While doing so, Izuku also informed them that, with Aizawa's permission, they were allowed to use their quirks. She was a little hesitant to do so, but he convinced her, not to mention that he was already prepared for the consequences. Izuku. Let's see if you learned anything, classes A and B. The green-haired boy and Spinner exchange attacks in an attempt to defeat the other. Izuku clearly had the advantage. In one movement, he manages to deflect Spinner's sword and lands a kick to the torso, pushing him away. But then he uses the white chains to bring him closer again and attacks with multiple rapid punches to the torso, finishing with a double punch, one to the stomach and another to the heart. This attack knocks Spinner down and leaves him unconscious on the ground. Izuku. Mandalay sees that she was helping Tiger to subdue Magni. Takes the unconscious Spinner and ties his hands with one of his masks. Perfect, now runs to where the extra classes were given. At that moment, screaming sounds emerged from the forest. Shoji was guiding Dark Shadow, Berserk, to the same place where the boys who failed were, with the goal of having Todoroki and Bakugo use their quirks to weaken Tokoyami's. Along the way, he again encounters the completely immobilized villain, who could move using his quirk that allowed him to generate blades from his teeth. The villain was known as Moonfish. This villain had previously attacked the duo, but they managed to escape, but Shoji was badly injured. Tokoyami, seeing the wound, lost control of Dark Shadow and attacked both friends and enemies. Returning to the scene, Shoji manages to dodge Moonfish's attacks with difficulty and gets away from him. The villain sees Dark Shadow and attacks him mercilessly, but thanks to the darkness of the night, Tokoyami's quirk was powerful enough to defeat the villain with just one attack. Izuku. I'm here. The green-haired boy arrived at the building where Bakugo and the others were. When he entered, he noticed something strange. The place was too quiet, which was odd since the green-haired boy tends to shout. A young man walks to the door of the classroom where extracurricular classes were held, but when he tries to open the door, he quickly steps back, miraculously managing to avoid a large blade. The door breaks, revealing the owner of the knife. It was a Nomu, an artificial human whose body was modified to be able to maintain multiple quirks. Director Nezu had explained to the green-haired man that said creature had attacked USJ some time ago. The young man remembered that the same creatures had attacked Hosu that night. Izuku. So the League of Villains is behind this. The green-haired boy noticed the hero in charge of Class B lying on the floor, badly injured. Other students had minor injuries, some bordering on serious. Bakugo, unconscious, was being dragged by the creature. Izuku watches it for a few seconds, the creature ignores him and was about to continue on its way, but stops when he sees how the blade, just the blade, of a knife, is stuck into the wall in front of his eyes. The blade explodes, blinding him for a few moments and making him drop Bakugo in the process. When Nomu regains some sight, he receives a kick to the face from the green-haired man and the creature retreats. Izuku. Bakugo, hey, shakes him a little. Wake up. Nomu recovers from the blow and attacks the green-haired man with a vertical slash. Izuku steps back to evade the attack, but the creature was fast and continued attacking with its two-edged blade. One had a normal metal edge, but the other was a laser edge similar to that of the Vorpal soldier. Izuku recognizes that type of technology, and with the information he managed to get from the soldier, he was able to come to a conclusion somehow the League of Villains had access to MBORF technology. The green-haired man was deflecting Nomu's attacks with his boom knives, but in one of those attacks, using the laser edge, the creature manages to cut the blade of Izuku's knife. It explodes, blinding the green-haired man. Nomu reacts and hits him in the abdomen, followed by a punch to the face. Izuku avoids falling and switches to apps to attack Nomu, but he evades these attacks too easily and then counterattacks with various blows and cuts, landing some. Izuku. Damn, how can he be so perceptive? Is it the work of a quirk? Whispers, I'll have to use the arrow blade. The green-haired boy switches his apps to the arrow blade, but he feared that one of the attacks would reach the unconscious ash-haired boy, so he pushes the creature using blur to gain speed and distance it from the young man. Now at a safe distance, Izuku freely uses his weapon's secondary function, improving his perception and thus seeing everything in slow motion for a second. In that single second, he launches more than 20 direct slashes at the creature, but something wasn't right. The first 10 slashes had hit without problem, but the rest barely managed to touch it. Nomu charges at the green-haired boy and grabs him by the scarf, then throws him upwards, causing him to crash quite hard. The air in Izuku's lungs suddenly leaves, then he falls and is hit by a punch straight to the stomach, sending the young man straight to the wall. For Izuku, this enemy was formidable. Izuku. Let's see, getting up, he has extraordinary reflexes and strength, his blows are quite powerful. If one more hits me, it's likely that he'll destroy my armor. The creature approaches Izuku with speed, as if it were about to tackle, but he jumps over it at the last second and lands behind Nomu. He crashes through the wall and then turns to face Izuku. Izuku. Okay, I have a problem. While keeping guard, he sees Nonu's wounds regenerating. Izuku. Correction, I have two problems. Chapter 21. We met at the hospital, where Izuku was lying unconscious in a room. Most of his body was covered in bandages and his hair was shorter than usual. Izuku. Opening his eyes my eyes waiting for his eyes to get used to the light. Suddenly the sound of an object falling resonates in the room and there he sees the source. Yaoyorozu Momo, who was trying to make an apple bunny, was puzzled by the green-haired boy. Momo. Sensei. Izuku. What happened? Touches his head and why do I have bad hair? Momo had jumped towards him and hugs him. Momo. You promised that you would return safely. Her voice had broken and he could hear her sobbing. Izuku had no choice but to hug her back and try to calm her down. Izuku. I'm sorry I worried you. Momo, this feeling isn't that bad. They stayed like that for a couple of minutes until she decided to leave him. She didn't like the idea very much, but he needed to recover. Izuku notices a couple of things. First, he was in a hospital, and second, he had bandages on most of his torso. Izuku. What happened? How are the students and heroes? Momo. Vlad King is in intensive care along with Ragdoll. 10 students are in this hospital due to the effects of a poison, and 6 from the extra classes are recovering, but the rest are fine. Izuku. What about Pixie Bob? Momo. She was discharged the day before yesterday. Izuku. I was unconscious for 2 days. Momo nods. Izuku realizes that she only mentioned 6 young people from the extra classes, and what about Bakugo? Type. Izuku. Did they capture him? The young woman's silence confirmed the green-haired man's question. He tried to get up, but the wounds on his body didn't allow it, not to mention that Momo managed to convince him not to move so much, or he might open said wounds. Izuku. Damn, that Nomu was too strong. Seize the apples. Hey Yaoyo. Momo. Pout. Izuku. Momo, what happened to the apples? Some were in good rabbit shape, but others were a bit broken. Momo. Why you did the same for me, then embarrassed. Izuku. Laughs a little. Thanks for doing it. They look good. He was about to take the plate, but instead of giving it to him, Momo takes a piece of apple and brings it to his mouth. Momo. Blushing say ah. Izuku. Huh. Surprised. He didn't know how to respond, but even he could see that she was trying hard to do that, even though he didn't understand why. Izuku. This is a little embarrassing, slight blush. The green-haired boy was about to eat a piece of apple when suddenly the door opened. Xero. Momo, she sees the scene. Momo was red as hell, while Izuku looks away in an attempt to hide his face. Yeah Momo, I never thought you would follow Mina's advice. Izuku. Momo. Yeah, it's just that looks at Izuku again, with whom they exchange glances. Blushes. Izuku. Are you okay? You look like a tomato. That comment caused Momo to leave the room in embarrassment. Izuku. I think he got angry. Xero looked at Izuku with a really expression. Xero. I see you're feeling better. Izuku. You could say yes getting out of bed. Xero. Wait, you're hurt. Izuku. I'll be fine. I've been in worse shape. While stretching, Izuku asks Xero how he got to the hospital. According to what she heard, Momo had arrived at the building where he fought and found him unconscious on the floor, as well as Vlad King and the students in extra classes. While she explained the rest to him, the green-haired man begins to remember a little what happened. In the fight against Nomu, he had managed to defeat him somehow, but he made the cervical armor disappear because his body was completely exhausted to use heavy equipment. When he was about to see Bakugo and the others, a blue flame had reached him and he was unconscious after that. Izuku. I have to assume recovery healed most of my wounds. Sees a bag with his clothes. Xero. What are you doing? Izuku. What do you think? I'll go save Bakugo-san, although I don't like the idea remembering Bakugo's personality. Xero. That's not what a hero or a teacher would say. Izuku. Luckily I'm neither of them. He enters the bathroom and changes his clothes, although they were somewhat scorched. Opens the door. Hey, Xero-san. Xero. Izuku. Do you think Momo can make clothes for me? Mine can't be worn with a drop of sweat on his temple. Xero. I'm thinking it will be difficult, but I'll see what I can do. Izuku. Thank you. Jiro. But how will you find him? Izuku. I'll think about it. Jiro went to find Yaoyorozu while Izuku checked the weapons he had on hand. The aerial blade was running out of power. Izuku. It's a relief that he didn't get exhausted in the fight. Without unsheathing the weapon, he removes the Kashira from the hilt piece at the end of the hilt, which was the energy cell that allowed the cutting air function to be used, and replaces it with a new one. At that, the door to the room opens, revealing Jiro with a new set of clothes for Izuku. Izuku. Thanks takes the clothes, but the young woman stops him. Jiro. Can I ask you something, sensei? Izuku. What's going on? Enters the bathroom. Jiro. What do you think? Of Momo? Izuku. Somewhat surprised. This what are you talking about? Jiro. Can you answer the question? Izuku. Let's see. The green-haired man comes out of the bathroom wearing black jeans, red shoes, and a black t-shirt with a dark blue embroidery reading Xero on the left sleeve. When he notices it, he gives a slight smile. Izuku. Honestly, he couldn't answer that. Jiro. Why? Izuku. I can't say what I think of her or any of you because I barely know you. I've only been at UA for a few weeks. Jiro. So, what would you think of Momo now? Izuku. You don't give up, Hasai. Well, now she's amazing. Her quirk has no limits and I'm sure she'll be the most promising heroine of all. Jiro. Sauka. And would you go out with her? Izuku. I really don't know. Jiro. Surprised. Izuku. I don't want to hurt her, not to mention that she's my student. She prepares using the cervical armor. By the way, what happened to my hair? Jiro. Your ends were burned, so they were cut off. Izuku. I understand. I really look good. He approaches the window. See you. He leaves the room through the window. After that, Jiro heads towards the door and behind her was Momo, who, judging by her expression, seemed distracted by her thoughts. Type. Jiro. Yeah, Momo. So what will you do? On the roof of the hospital, Izuku was carefully observing the people coming in and out. With everything that happened at the camp, he was able to connect most of the dots. The fact that the Nomu he faced in that building had MBORF technology and the soldiers who tried to kill it meant the Liberation Army was affiliated with the League. But now he was more worried about the fact that she was still alive. Izuku's plan, to find out the location of the League, was to follow some professional hero or police officer, but he had forgotten an important detail. He didn't know who was in the hospital. He knew which heroes were being treated, but he didn't know if Almight or anyone else was there at the moment. Izuku. Did the conversation with Jiro distract me? Now that I think about it, why did he ask me about Momo? He asked himself while lying on the roof. After waiting a few minutes, he decided to approach the hospital entrance, hiding behind a bush. While he was watching for anyone he could follow, he noticed Melissa leaving the building. Her face showed some concern, as if she were about to do something wrong. She decides to follow her. She walks a few minutes away from the place and meets Kirishima, Todoroki and Iida. Izuku? What? Kirishima and Todoroki were supposed to be in the hospital. As he approached them without them noticing, he could hear the agreement they had. Apparently they were about to go rescue Bakugo and knew his location, or something like that. Apparently, when Momo went to the building during the League attack, Oase accompanied him and there they saw one of the villains, with dark hair and burned scars, take Nomu and Bakugo towards the forest. Momo did not miss the opportunity and convinced Oase to sneak up on them and implant a tracker on the creature using his quirk. Izuku regretted not getting more information out of the raven-haired girl. Determined, he followed his students to the station, initiating the rescue plan there. Chapter 22. There he was, Izuku on the train heading to the prefecture where the League's hideout was located. Due to his life before UA, out of habit he stealthily climbed onto the train and enjoyed the strong breeze while looking at the starry sky. His wounds were starting to sting a little. The fight in the forest and his near loss to the creature had really left him in bad shape, but he already knew what was waiting for him when he got up from that stretcher. Upon arriving at Kanagawa Prefecture, Izuku manages to leave the station unseen, but he loses sight of the students. Oh no, he found them. They had disguised themselves in the bathroom on the train. The green-haired boy hadn't recognized them until he heard Iida's typical way of speaking. Izuku? They'll discover you like this, Iida-kun, with a drop of sweat on his temple. He continued following them, hiding in the crowd without using his suit until he reached a shopping area, where he lost sight of them due to the large number of people. Realizing his mistake, he entered an alley and climbed onto the roof of the building to try to find them. He continued like this for 30 minutes, but they had already disappeared. Izuku didn't give up and decided to explore all of Kanagawa in order to find them, but as he did so he noticed something strange. Some police officers were with Almight heading somewhere. The hero's behavior seemed strange to him, so he decided to follow him, and as he did so they arrived at a dangerous-looking neighborhood. The number of officers was too many. Even heroes like Kamui Woods and Edgeshot were in front of a building. Not even 10 minutes passed, and All Might approached the entrance of the building, ready to perform the delivery boy maneuver. The hero entered through the door while the others went through a wall. Izuku watched everything from the top of a building, ready in case they needed backup, although it didn't seem like they were going to need it until a strange grey slime appeared to take all the members of the league who were there. Izuku sees Bakugo among them, about to be taken away. All Might tries to take him, but before he could they had all disappeared, being replaced by Nomus of all types and sizes. The number 1 hero was frustrated. He couldn't reach his student, he couldn't save him. He let out a scream in an attempt to relieve that frustration. Just as the League of Villains disappeared, a tremor struck. All Might and Izuku saw a cloud of smoke and ash, as if a building had collapsed. Neither of them hesitated and went there, but All Might took the lead using his quirk to fly. The green-haired man was impressed by the power that the number 1 hero possesses. When he finally managed to reach the source of the tremor, Izuku noticed All Might fighting against a man in a suit and with a mask that completely covered his face. From the hero's expression, it was clear that it was his nemesis. The attacks of both, using all their power, collide creating wind pressure that pushes most of the debris. All Might. I'll make you give it all back, all for one. Furious. Hey foe. Would you kill me again, All Might? Sarcasm. He shouldn't move carelessly. Just by watching the fight between them, he could tell the villain's strength. He had to analyze the situation carefully. Izuku. Let's see notices a group, a few meters from All Might and Afo the League and Bakugo are there, they seem to want to capture Bakugo again turns away Tiger and other heroes. He seems to have a serious injury. The green-haired man jumps towards both heroes and wakes up the unconscious Tiger with a slap. Tiger. What a demo. Izuku. Tiger-san, take that hero to the hospital pointing at Best Jeanist. Tiger. I understand. What about the villain? Izuku. In a confrontation with All Might. Anyway, take him to the hospital, I'll go get Bakugo. The green-haired boy leaves the hero and goes to save the terrorist Bakugo. He was evading the villains of the league, who were trying to capture him again, but this time it wouldn't be easy. While Bakugo was evading all capture attempts, he throws an explosion at Mr. Compress's face, a showman whose quirk compresses anything into a marble, but when doing so it melts, turning out to be a clone made by Twice, the Deadpool from Boku no Hero XD. The original was behind the ashen-haired boy and approaches to use his quirk, but at that moment the sound of a cutting object on flesh is heard. Bakugo turns around and sees Mr. Compress holding his shoulder, which had a shuriken stuck in it. Mr. Compress. Complaining of pain. Izuku. Vaya, al fin te encuentro Bakugo. Bakugo. That voice turns around and sees him. What the hell are you doing here? Izuku. What? Confused, I came to rescue you, idiot. Bakugo. Ah. I don't need help. Izuku. I don't have time for this, dodges Dabi's flames. Dabi. Why are there so many meddling heroes? Izuku. You shouldn't have problems with me. He positions himself to attack and makes the arrow blade appear. After all, he uses the blur technique and approaches Dabi at high speed. I'm not a hero. The green-haired man slams his weapon's sheath into the black-haired man's stomach. The power of the attack pushes the villain a few meters away and he falls unconscious. The rest of the league were in shock. The young man had managed to finish off one of them in seconds. Izuku. TCH tongue click sees a news helicopter above, exhales frustrated shit. Spinner tries to slash Izuku, but he dodges by stepping back. Izuku. I can't believe it, are you still here, kid? Spinner. Kid. I'm older than you. Attacks the green-haired boy with multiple slashes. The young man steps back while blocking some of the lizard's attacks. Just as he was about to counterattack, the Japanese Deadpool Twice attacks from the side, but is stopped by threads of blood. He was about to pull them, but Spinner managed to cut the ropes with his katana. Meanwhile, Bakugo dodges Mr. Compress's attempts using explosions. This was no problem for him, but it would be complicated if the fight lasted too long. Both boys knew that they couldn't sustain the fight against the League for long, since All Might seemed to be a little distracted in the fight against All for One. Izuku. Even if I'm here, he cares about Bakugo. I must find a chance for him to escape, thinks to himself. Spinner. Don't get distracted. Spinner tries to attack Izuku, while Twice attacks him from behind with his sharp-looking measuring tape. Both were close to making contact with Izuku, but he stops both attacks almost at the same time, using the apps which he takes out at the last second. Spinner. Why Twice? Izuku. You underestimate me if you think you can defeat me with that strategy. Jumps as high. What neither of them noticed was that Izuku had launched the arrow blade at him. The green-haired man puts away the apps and takes his weapon in the air, then launches air slashes directly at both villains, cutting their weapons and incapacitating their dominant arms with said slash. At that moment, an ice ramp suddenly appears on one side of the site, where an alley was located. Someone flies out of said ramp. It was a group of young people that Izuku could recognize instantly. Izuku? You must be joking, surprised, with a drop of sweat on his temple. Iida was in front. Todoroki and Melissa were behind, and Kirishima was on top. They were doing the same thing they'd done at the sports festival, standing several meters above the battlefield. Kirishima was calling out to Bakugo in the only way the pale-haired boy would listen. With a powerful blast, capable of blinding everyone, even the green-haired boy, he flies towards his students. Magni, who didn't participate in the fight, trusted by his companions, calls them to throw them at the students. But when he throws them, Mount Lady enlarges with his quirk and interferes with the villain's path. Izuku? Incredible. The young people were moving away from the place, but when everything seemed to be resolved. Boom. The green ray hits the young people, and an explosion appears when it hits them, leaving everyone present in shock, including the villains. Wow, who would have thought that the deadliest member of our former team would be babysitting? That female voice sent shivers down the green-haired boy's spine, a voice he thought he'd never hear again. He turned his gaze toward the source, and there it was. In the sky, with her silky green hair, carrying the glasses of the former member, a scad. Izuku. Carolyn Con Ira. Harry. It's been a while, Xero-kun. Chapter 23. Flashback Capítulo 19. Soldier. Ah, scream of pain. Izuku. Who sent them? Using a boomknife to tear off his nails. Izuku didn't have his mask on. He was staring at the soldier while performing his special manicure. So far, he had gotten the location of one of the Liberation Army's hideouts and managed to confirm why they had MBORF technology. Izuku. Speak seriously. Soldier. Silly, you know it was the Axis. Ah. Izuku stabs the soldier in the leg. Just as he looks like he's about to respond, he falls unconscious. Izuku. TCH, weakling without anything else to say, he gets up and runs towards the nearest fight. End of flashback. Izuku. What the hell? Harry. It's been a while lands in front of Izuku Xero-kun. There she was, the former squad member Bulwark, who was believed to have died along with a scad. Izuku. How did it happen? Harry. What? That I survived, I'll only tell you that when you defeat me. The green-haired girl raises her hand pointing at Izuku and launches an energy wave. Izuku manifests his apps and tries to block the attack, but his power pushes him into some rubble. Seeing that she managed to knock Izuku out, or at least that's what she thinks, Carrie launches the same attack towards Almight, but he reacts by retreating and separating from All for One. Harry. Hey old man, use your quirk and get the kids out of here. Although he didn't like the idea of following their orders, he decides to use his quirk by summoning protrusions on his fingers and stabs them into an unconscious Kurogiri, forcing him to use his quirk to create portals, and the League was escaping. When the last one was about to enter the portal, Izuku comes out of the rubble at high speed and tries to incapacitate them with the apps, but being close, Carrie stops the attack with her claws. Harry. You've become weak. Xero kicks him in the abdomen and then releases a wave of energy. Izuku manages to evade the attack by a hair, but Carrie was faster. She approaches the green-haired boy again and lands several blows, causing the young man to lose his rhythm. Harry. I've got you. She hits the stomach and releases a wave of energy at that moment. Although Izuku manifested his apps, Carrie's attack was faster. The energy exploded, launching the green-haired man into more rubble. The swords remained stuck in the ground, meters away from him. While Izuku was fighting Carrie, All for One was cornering Almight. His time in heroic form was running out. It was short because he had transferred his power to Melissa. Almight was ready to attack All for One with all his power, although he knew that if this didn't work, he would have lost the battle. The villain noticed that the symbol of peace was weaker than before, so he decided to wait for his attack, but as he was doing so, he saw a civilian trapped in the rubble among the rubble. Determined, he launched an attack towards the civilian. One of the hero's weaknesses is to save them no matter the cost. Almight sees the civilian and protects him from All for One's dangerous attack, but in doing so, he receives the attack himself. The smoke dissipates, revealing the symbol of peace in his civilian form, severely injured by All for One's attack. Foe? Hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. What a pathetic hero. Don't be ashamed, it's your true form. The real you. A news helicopter was broadcasting the fight. All the people and students from the hero academies were witnessing the fight between the symbol of peace and Almight. Although Almight's appearance had surprised them, they still hadn't lost hope. Harry sees the fight between them as that the symbol of peace. He should die already. Points an energy wave at the hero. She was about to attack, but two things stopped her. All for One told her not to, and second, Red ropes tie his arm. Harry. What? Izuku. We're not done yet. Exhausted. Izuku appears from the rubble. Blood wires, the same ones that tied Carrie's arm, emerge from his fingers. Izuku. If you could survive a SCAD's explosion, then you'll survive this. Deciding, the green-haired man pulled the blood wires, completely cutting Carolyn's arm into several pieces. She was a robot, so she didn't feel as much pain. Harry. Bastard. With his remaining arm he launches a wave of energy. Izuku manages to dodge the energy wave and prepares to eliminate Carrie once and for all. He throws 2 blood wires at the girl's sides, taking her abs. When he pulls the strings, the swords fly towards the green-haired girl in an attempt to stab her. But when he is inches away from achieving it, she activates an energy shield, which disintegrates the green-haired girl's swords. Izuku. Shit. Harry. I guess I got a little too confident. You're still just as deadly, Xero-kun. Izuku doesn't respond, draws his arrow blade, and launches an ore slash at her. The slash was blocked by the shield, but it gave him enough time to throw a shuriken without her noticing, but that shuriken wasn't aimed at Carolyn. On Almight. The symbol of peace was cornered, his bodily injury severe, and his power drained. His mind was in turmoil. All for One had told him that Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains, was none other than the grandson of All Might's master and former successor of One for All, Nana Shimura. It seemed that All Might had mentally collapsed upon discovering this, but the weak voice of the civilian trapped in the rubble brought him back. All for One was ready to eliminate the symbol of peace once and for all, using a great combination of quirks on his right arm. Everything was ready to deliver the final blow, but when he was about to do it. Sound of blade cutting meat. A shuriken was stuck in All for One's head, more specifically in the eye. Although the villain lost his sight long ago, the pain distracted him for a moment and he turned to the person who threw it. Izuku. Are you going to stay there, All Might? All Might. Xero Shonen. Izuku. Wouldn't you save everyone with a smile? That's the phrase they always say. Go further, plus ultra. All Might's eyes glow, with his last breath he uses the embers of One for All, recovering his power and concentrating everything in his arm. Izuku. Not bad, All Might. Harry. You were distracted. Izuku doesn't manage to react in time. Carolyn stabs Izuku with her claws in the side of his torso. Harry. Didn't Omega tell you to never let your guard down? Izuku. GHH groan of pain. Yes, but he also told me that I should improvise. Izuku grabs Carrie's remaining arm, preventing him from escaping. At the same time, All Might manages to close the distance with All for One by dodging his attack. All Might. United connects the blow to All for One's face. Izuku. Now. Throws Carrie towards All for One. Before All for One hit the ground, Carrie fell on that spot and was crushed by the villain's body and All Might's powerful attack. All Might. State of smash. The number 1 hero's attack creates a crater and a tornado that destabilizes the helicopter broadcasting the battle. Izuku pins the hoverblade to the ground to avoid being pushed back by the air pressure. The wind calms, revealing All Might using his victory pose, forcing his muscular transformation, but he seemed weakened. The other heroes approached with the authorities and ambulances to treat the injured heroes and the civilians. Izuku goes to check on All Might, but the police stopped him and were about to arrest him. The fight he had with Carrie hadn't gone unnoticed. The police were preparing the handcuffs when All Might. And don't touch it. Exhausted. The symbol of peace was witnessing everything in an ambulance. All Might. He helped me go to the doctor treat his wounds. The doctor nods and calls another ambulance crew. They took the green-haired boy to the ambulance and treated his injuries. When they finished treating All Might's, he went to Izuku. All Might. How do you feel, Shonen? Izuku. Heh, I think I'm better than you. All Might deactivates the cervical armor so the doctor can treat the wounds. The hero had wounds all over his body and a broken arm, which the doctor immobilized. As for Izuku, he had a superficial cut on his face, a perforation on the side of his torso, not to mention the wounds he had from the camp. Doctor? I'm sorry, but these wounds will need stitches. Izuku. Just do it. It's not the first time. The doctor was impressed, so he performed the suture while Izuku talked to All Might. At first glance, it seemed like nothing to Izuku, but he occasionally let out a groan of pain. Once he was finished, the doctor bandaged Izuku's wound and he moved a little. With All for One and Carolyn, they were locked in different trucks, which were heading to Tartaros. Doctor? I recommend that you don't move. Izuku. Like I said, Stans, this isn't the first time I've been through this. All Might says goodbye to Izuku as he is taken to the hospital. The green-haired man was talking to the doctor until, suddenly, something landed on the truck carrying Carrie, managing to free her. Izuku. Gets out of the emergency vehicle. What the hell? To the green-haired man's surprise, the individuals were wearing the old Omega and Xero suits. Chapter 24. Izuku. What the hell? Since when do I have an action figure? Notices they landed in Carrie's truck. Carrie. What do you think? Leaves the van's undestroyed area. Izuku. What the hell did you do? Carrie. Me. They're a product of your mistake. Izuku. Carrie. Remember the assassination mission we were tasked with killing the scientist couple, but Omega and you didn't obey and let them escape. Izuku. Carrie. These two were created to replace you, but they needed combat information. And who better than the originals? Izuku. What are you talking about? 1 second, the kill count. Carrie. Exactly. Their suits are still connected to the MBORF network, so we were able to gather enough information to improve their performance. The girl approaches the O&X project. Carrie. Execute the following order. Eliminate Xero and anyone helping him. The robots didn't respond, they just started walking towards the green-haired man. The young man summons the cervical armor and tries to summon the apps, but he had lost them in the fight against Carrie. She uses that opportunity and retreats from the area using telekinesis. The nearby heroes try to capture her, but they are all caught by the blood wires of Project X. Izuku? What? He has my weapons. Although surprised, Izuku reacts quickly and cuts the ropes with an air slash from his aerial blade. Izuku? Everyone needs to move away. Quickly. Project O takes out 2 submachine guns and fires from a distance. Izuku dodges most of the bullets while blocking and deflecting the rest with his boom knives. Project X sees Izuku's blades and after analyzing them, summons a similar pair and charges at the green-haired man. Izuku and Project X traded attacks, evading and blocking each other's for a while, until Project O changes its location and fires the rocket launcher. The green-haired man steps back, moving away from Project X and dodging the projectiles. He then fires the blades of his boom knives towards the one wearing his suit, but he dodges them and gets closer to Izuku. In an attempt, Project X rushes to attack a mistake. Izuku manages to deflect the blade and stabs the subject, then separates the blade from the hilt, causing it to explode and separates them. Although the armor absorbed part of the explosion, Izuku's wound, caused by his fight with Carrie, opens. Project O equals O. Project X equals X. Izuku? Damn. Endeavor and ONESHOT try to help the green-haired man. The hero charged at O, throwing hellish flames. The man backs away and fires to drive the hero away. ONESHOT went towards X and tried to hit him, but when he did, the guy reacted and evaded the attack and then landed a knee to the stomach. The hero let out the air from his lungs and was then knocked out by a downward kick. Izuku? You must be joking, even I would have trouble steps back to dodge an attack from X. The green-haired man tries to capture X with the blood wires, but he cuts them and repeats Izuku's action. The young man cuts the ropes, but X approaches and deals multiple blows. The green-haired man grabs X's hands and headbutts him, followed by several kicks, and makes him retreat. Izuku? Shit pants, I don't think I can continue, takes the arrow blade and throws slashes towards X, managing to cut the armor. I knew it, you're a robot. The green liquid comes out of Izuku's replacement's wounds, apparently it was a synthesized version of blood. X is not far behind and also takes out his arrow blade. Both approach the other with a deform ability and clash their weapons. The robot kicks Izuku and then throws 3 slashes, managing to pierce the green-haired man's armor. In a careless moment he is pushed towards a wall. X was about to stab him with the boom knives, but Izuku resists holding the knife with his hand. With Endeavor, he was being cornered unexpectedly. O fires 3 projectiles from the rocket launcher, the hero detonates them with a burst of flame, but the explosion blinds him. The robot uses this opportunity to close in and then tackles him. Already on the ground, Endeavor tries to burn O, raises his arm and prepares his flames, but he notices it and, using a revolver, shoots both of the hero's shoulders, disabling his arms, but although it hurt him, what surprised Endeavor the most was that his quirk had weakened. Izuku, from a distance, sees that O was ready to eliminate Endeavor, so he uses his blood wires towards the subject's arm and tries to prevent him from aiming at his head with the revolver. There it was, Izuku using his blood wires in an attempt to save the number 2 hero, while using his other hand to prevent himself from dying. Doing both at once, with an open wound, was weakening Izuku. The strength in his hand faded as the blade got closer to the armor to the point of piercing it until it reached Izuku's flesh. Izuku? Maldito. Suddenly time stops, a dotted yellow line is marked on X's head and continues, marking a circle in the air, and then the line continues towards O's head. Reference image. Time resumes, an energy bullet hits Project X, he manages to dodge it by a hair, but said bullet manages to graze the helmet to the point of breaking a part of the blue visor. Izuku falls to the ground, exhausted from keeping the blade away from his body. The bullet manages to hit Project O, not seriously injuring it, but piercing its armor and pushing it off Endeavor. Izuku? What? Hey, what's wrong? You seem to have weakened since the last time I saw you. Izuku? That voice turns toward the source. Why are you reacting like that, Xero? Next to the green-haired man, he makes the rifle he was carrying disappear. Izuku? Always entering the scene at important moments, smiles a little. Omega. The Deity, leader of the Bulwark Squadron, appears to save his brother in arms. Omega. We'll have to leave the emotional reunion for later. Help the green-haired man get up from the floor. Explain the situation to me. Izuku. GHH with one hand, he applies pressure for a moment on his side wound to soothe the pain. Our action figures were a replacement for us. Carrie gave him the order to eliminate me and all those who helped me. Omega. So Carolyn is still alive. Izuku nods. Good. By the way, here he hands her a flash drive. Izuku. And this? Omega. Connected to your armor, consider it a SCAD's last gift. Izuku thought for a few seconds about what Omega said, then connected the memory to the cervical armor. After a few moments, the following words appeared on his visor. Requirements met. You've completed the kill hunt. The following weapons are available. Petrol silhouettes. Red Fang. Light Arrow. Izuku. That damn. Omega. Sentimentality later. Here they come. X and O approached both warriors until they were face to face. Omega and O simultaneously manifested a special double-barreled revolver. While Xero and X take their boom knives. Omega. Will you be able to fight with your wounds? Izuku. Don't worry, I can do it. We just have to defeat them quickly or more heroes could end up like that guy. Pointing at Endeavor, who is being rescued by two heroes. Omega. You've really changed. Now if you use your head. Izuku doesn't respond and uses blur to approach X at high speed and their weapons clash while, using the momentum, he drags his enemy away from the others. Omega dodges OS shots while the Deity does the same, getting close enough to start an exchange of blows. That didn't stop them from trying to shoot each other in the head. With Izuku, he was cornering X, or so it seemed. Without OS interruption, the fight was almost even since, no matter what weapon he used, the project analyzed every movement, weapon, and countered every blow. No matter what he did, it seemed like he was fighting with his reflexes, landing and receiving every attack. Project O uses the Armadillo rocket launcher. And launches a projectile towards Izuku, but said projectile was destroyed by an Omega shot. Omega. Your fight is with me switches his revolver to the submachine guns. Project O performs the same action and both shoot each other with said weapon without moving from their spots. The bullets collide mid-air, but some hit the other, leaving crimson stains, green and OS case on the ground. They both reload and approach. Omega tries to shoot him in the head, but O deflects the barrel and then aims his gun at Omega's heart, but he performs the same action. Omega headbutts O, sending him back, then switches to the Armadillo rocket launcher and shoots him, pushing him away. Omega. No matter what we do, they'll do the same. In that case he activates his communicator Xero, you knife. Izuku thought carefully about the phrase, and there he understood Omega's plan. The cervical armor, especially theirs, works solely with their genetic code, therefore. Izuku. Changes his weapons to the Longinus knife. Good luck surviving. Omega. Heh, same to me. He grabs his knife. Both projects attempt to analyze the knives, but only manage to summon identical copies in appearance, since said knives were not designed for combat. The cyborgs exchange attacks with the robots, clashing their weapons with each movement. Izuku moves to the side to avoid X attack and pierces his chest with the knife. At the same time, Omega deflects the attack with his bare hand, tripping O and stabbing him in the neck. Both robots begin to react in the same way as a SCAD, knowing what was coming next. Izuku. Heaven. Omega. Or hell. Boom. A bright explosion blinds all spectators of the fight. Chapter 25. The explosion blinded the spectators for a moment and some heroes went to inspect the area. The destruction caused by the explosion was 3 times greater than what Almight and All for One caused during their fight. After a few minutes, Tiger approached some rubble and it moved, alerting him. The rubble was moved by a hand and a red-haired man emerged from it, his mask and armor showing bullet damage. Omega. Shit. Tiger. Are you okay? Omega. Well, I have gunshot wounds and I survived an explosion. Sarcasm. I think I'll be fine. I'd worry about him. Points to another pile of rubble. The pile moves and a green-haired man emerges from it. Unlike Omega, his visor was cracked, revealing one of his eyes and a cut on his cheek. His suit was much more damaged and a cut he had received from X was visible. Izuku. Sees that Omega survived the explosion. He, slowly closes his eyes. We did it. Falls unconscious. Izuku. Opens his eyes. Omega. Omega. Yes. Izuku turns around and sees Omega sitting, with bandages on his arm and a band-aid on his cheek. After looking around, he notices he's in an infirmary. Izuku. By chance. Omega. You're in UA. I have to admit this place is too big eats an apple. Izuku. Have you been walking? Confused. Omega. Nods as he continues eating. Izuku. How long was I unconscious? Omega. 3 days. I also took our cervical trusses to be repaired with a power loader. Izuku. What? He tries to manifest his armor, but it was useless. Omega. Don't worry, you can still summon the weapons. Oh, and after talking a bit with that guy, I entrusted him with our suits, although I'm worried about his student. Mini flashback. Omega. Thank you for understanding our situation. Power loader. Don't worry, Director Nezu already explained his situation to me. Checks the suits on the table. I must admit that these are better than the ones I usually create, but I'll do what I can. Boom. Omega and power loader cough from the amount of smoke. Power loader. Damn Hatsum, I told you to stop creating whatever comes to mind. Hatsum. Failure is the mother of success emerges from the smoke, covered in black stains from the explosion. End of the mini flashback. Omega, tell me Z. I'm sorry Izuku. How did you end up here? Izuku. It's a long story. Omega. Be brief. Izuku. Well, basically I got arrested for pretending to be a hero. After working something out with Nezu, I ended up here as Aizawa's assistant. Omega. Let me get this straight. You, the most lethal of our entire team, got arrested. Izuku. Are you going to laugh? Omega. I want to laugh, but friend sigh. Izuku. Yes laugh wanting to get up, but his body hurt. Omega. I'll do it later. By the way, who is the young woman with black hair? Izuku. Omega. The one who always has a ponytail and poor skill at peeling or cutting apples. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san. Omega. I think it's her. Are you and Yaoyorozu-san dating? Izuku. Gets out of bed and surprise it. Omega. From the surprise I must believe so. Izuku. No, waving his hand back and forth. She and I aren't dating or anything. Besides, she doesn't have that feeling for me. Nervous, scratching the back of his neck. Omega. Izuku, you're not fooling me. Serious. Izuku. Looks at him seriously. I'm not fooling you. Omega. Imbecile. Izuku. Ah, right. What happened to Almight? Is he okay? Omega. Yes, but he can't be a hero anymore. UA is also becoming a boarding school. Eraser and Almight managed to convince the students' parents to move into the dorms. Izuku. I understand, thanks for the information. Gets out of bed. Omega. Your body no longer hurts. Izuku. It hurt so much. But I don't like staying still. Omega. Sighs, gets up from his chair and goes to help him. You've never liked him. They both laugh a little as they leave the infirmary. Izuku. By the way, what are you going to do now? Omega. I'll be here for a week while Power Loader fixes our suits. I'll help with the Class A training. Izuku. Saka. Thanks for helping. Omega. Well, for now we're going to see Class A. Believe it or not, everyone was worried about you. Izuku. Ha, good joke. And High Alliance, Class A. The young people were enjoying their free day to unpack, but they had finished long before then. Some were resting, others were completing tasks, and some were training physically. Now Momo was helping Xero and Xero complete the tasks she left them, but even though she did, she was still thinking about the green-haired man who was in the infirmary. Xero. Momo, is this okay? Type. Xero. Momo. Momo. Ah, sorry. Sees the calculations made. Yes, they are correct. Xero. Are you okay? He approaches the young woman, whispers, are you still worried about Xero-san? Momo. Slight blush, nods. Xero. Whispers, wow, this is the first time you've admitted it. Xero. What are you talking about? Tries to approach the girls. Xero. Don't get involved, and what you did is wrong. Xero. That's not true. Momo. Actually. When Xero notices his mistakes, he gets a little angry and starts over. Then the door opens, revealing a green-haired boy accompanied by his red-haired companion. Izuku. Wow, sometimes I think the director bankrupted the Las Vegas casinos. Omega. Who knows, it could be true. Xero. Uo, Xero-sensei excited is fine now. Izuku. Just because my friend here is helping me move doesn't mean I'm okay with a drop of sweat on his temple. Omega. Hello, waving with his free hand while leaving Izuku on the couch. I'm Izuku's friend. My name is Omega. Xero. It's a pleasure. Xero. Excuse me, Omega-san. Why are you wearing the UA sports uniform? Omega. Huh. I got lazy, haha. Izuku. I was wondering the same thing too. Omega. Well, I don't have any other clothes. Don't you think it looks good on me? Striking poses to make his muscles more noticeable, causing Xero to laugh. Unseen, Jiro blushes a little upon seeing Omega. Momo. Approaches Izuku, whispers, "I'm glad you're okay." Izuku. "Thanks. By the way, Omega said you're terrible with apples." Momo. This. Izuku. Laughs, "Don't you want me to teach you how to cook? Just bro." Momo. "Yes." Immediate response. Izuku. "Huh." But Momo's gaze seemed tender and impossible to reject. "It's okay." Momo smiles upon hearing Izuku's answer and clings to his arm a little, despite how nervous she was. Little by little, the other students arrived and approached Izuku upon seeing him on the couch to ask him how he was feeling and thank him for helping rescue Bakugo. Hiroshima. "Oh. Here's Omega-sensei." Omega-sensei. "I think you're exaggerating." Mina notices what Momo was doing and approaches to bother her a little, but Jiro stops her under the excuse of letting her enjoy her moment. Omega. "Ah, right. Since everyone's gathered, I have some news. Tomorrow, you'll have a hero practice with Class B and I'll be participating. You'd better get ready." Everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki. "Hi, yes." Izuku. "Okay, I should go." He gets up from the sofa. Momo had already separated from him when most of the students arrived. Mina. "Zero-sensei must stay." Melissa. "Mina is right. Stay, we haven't thanked you yet for helping All Might and Bakugo." Izuku. "Yo Omega." Omega. "Listen kids, he'll stay here if you also invite me to eat." Smiles. Izuku. "Traitor." Some students went to the kitchen while others stayed to interrogate Omega. Haminari. "You can also manifest weapons like Zero-sensei." Omega. "It's true, but I can only manifest firearms and as you know Zero uses close combat weapons." Hiroshima. "How strong is he?" Omega. "Wanna check it out?" He places his arm on the table, inviting Kirishima to arm wrestle. Hiroshima accepted the challenge, and 10 seconds after starting Omega smashed the young man's hand on the table. Hiroshima. "Great." With stars in his eyes. Omega. "Haha, thanks." Haminari. "Hey, tell us about Zero-sensei." Omega. "Let's see, on a mission he was shot in the abdomen." Haminari and Kirishima. Mine? Huh. Omega. "After a fight with some terrorists, Carolyn approached him and bothered him by touching the wound and we hadn't even removed the bullet yet." Haminari. "Ouch." Seiya. "Heard the conversation, it must have been painful." Izuku. "Too much." Hiroshima. "And you have a scar?" Izuku. "Actually yes, but you can't see much since it was in the navel." Hiroshima, Kaminari, Seiya and Mina were surprised to hear where the shot was. Omega. "I'm still surprised by the terrorists' luck in landing a shot in the navel." Izuku. "It wasn't much luck. He didn't survive after all." Melissa. "The food is ready. We'll have katsudon for dinner tonight." Izuku. "Katsudon." Excited gets up and runs to the kitchen. Omega. "I think I've found Izuku's weakness." Mina. "Wait for it." Izuku. It falls to the ground. Omega. "I think he forgot that his body is very sore." After eating with their students, Izuku and Omega arrive at their apartments. Izuku. "So your apartment is next to mine." Omega. "The things of life." Goodnight enters his apartment. Izuku enters his house, takes a shower, changes his clothes and was about to rest when suddenly someone knocks on his door. He approaches the door, opens it and is surprised to see who knocked. Chapter 26. It was nighttime and our green-haired boy found himself in a peculiar situation. Yaoyorozu-san was next to him in the same bed, hugging him and using his arm as a pillow. All Izuku could think about was, how did she end up in this situation? Momo. Izuku, am I a nuisance? Looks him in the eyes. Izuku. And no looking away. Momo. So why are you trying to push me away? Izuku. I don't. Momo. You're kind to me, you helped me when I lost my confidence. You even taught me your combat skills, but she climbs onto the green-haired boy and leans on his chest. Every time I want to get closer to you, I feel like you're trying to push me away. Izuku hears a few soft sobs coming from her. He, without hesitation, strokes the young woman's hair and lifts himself a little to be closer to her face. Izuku. Listen, Momo. It's true that I'm trying to push you away from me. She's surprised to hear that, but I'm not doing it because I hate you or anything. I'm afraid you'll get hurt because of me. I don't want you to get hurt. Momo. Silly, I'm studying to be a hero. There will be times when I get hurt. Izuku. Ah, that's right, with a drop of sweat. Momo. Besides, you don't have to worry. I'm pretty strong. Izuku. Yes, I know. He hugs her and lays her down next to him. Rest, just this once I'll let you sleep here, but you'll have to wake up early to avoid raising suspicions. Momo. Yes, curls up to him na, Izuku. Izuku. Hi. Momo. Thank you for everything. The day's classes went normally, and Izuku and Omega used that time to talk about what happened when they separated. Omega explained that he had also been chased by MBORF soldiers, but they were never able to catch him. Izuku. By the way, how did you know I was here? Omega. It was actually a coincidence. I was passing by when I saw the fight broadcast. Izuku. And how did you attack both projects if I only heard one shot? Omega. With this he says a futuristic-looking sniper rifle. It has a built-in system that allows the bullet to bounce in the air up to 5 times. Izuku. Sometimes you're scary. Omega. Thank you, proud. Izuku. It's not a compliment. Once the regular classes were over, classes A and B went to Ground Gamma, a site that simulates an industrial zone full of heavy machinery, pipes and cranes. Both classes did not talk much when they met, except for Yaoyorozu, Momo and Kendo Itsuka, who had become friends while doing their internships together. Then it appeared Izuku and Omega, who was wearing military clothing, white short-sleeved t-shirt, green cargo pants and black boots, accompanied by a bulletproof vest that stood out for its dark color. Class B had questions about the newcomer, while some of Class A greeted him with their hands, to which he responded in the same way. Omega. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Omega, and I'll be your teacher for hero practice this week. Behind him, Izuku was holding back his laughter because he didn't know Omega used that name. Omega. Notices Izuku laughing at this. I've read your files in detail, but nothing beats seeing them for myself. That's why I want to see how you act in a hostage situation. Class A, you'll be the first. Sees Yaoyorozu raise her hand. What's going on, Yaoyorozu-san? Momo. Who will act as a hostage? Omega. Well, hits the green-haired man's back, causing him to let out a groan of pain. My good friend Xero will do it here. He's not feeling all that well physically yet, so he'll be a good hostage. Izuku. So dolio. Omega. Whispers hold it. Oh yeah, my weapons are in stun mode, they won't be lethal, but they'll still hurt. Manifests 2 submachine guns. Haminari and Xero. Amazing. Omega. Okay, you have 10 minutes to prepare the plan. Class B, you all don't miss anything. I want you to study my moves. Everyone doubted the new teacher. Omega. Okay, all set. Izuku. Was it necessary? Omega. It is. He finishes, tying the green-haired man who knows if the hostage attacks me from behind. Izuku. Good point. Omega. Stretches a little. I suppose they must be ready by now. He shows the rifle and places a stand on it. Izuku. Coward. Omega. Did you get into character? Confused. Izuku. I would be very bored. Omega. Good point. Izuku. Getting into character. Villain, you will pay for your actions. Omega. You're bad at acting. Looking for heroes. Of Class A. Class A was walking through the corridors, trying not to get lost in Ground Gamma. Shoji and Jiro were on the pipes using their quirks to locate Omega. Momo. You have to stay alert, Omega has long-range weapons. Mina. How do you know that? Momo. Zero-sensei mentioned it when he stayed to eat with us as an excuse that he actually mentioned it on his outing with him. Suddenly a shot was heard, and Kota was the first to fall. The shot hit him in the head, leaving him instantly unconscious with a red mark between his eyebrows. Momo reacts immediately and creates several large armored shields. Omega saw the young woman's action from his telescopic sight, although some pipes somewhat blocked his field of vision. Momo. How could he have fired a shot in this area? Silence filled the room for a few seconds, and the sound of something bouncing could be heard until Kaminari screamed. He had been shot in the arm. Xero. We must hide. Hiroshima. I'll stall for time. Hide activates his hardening. Momo. Wait. Hiroshima advances until he reaches a free point to shoot. Omega. Struck by Izuku's gaze. Then he decides to stare at the green-haired boy. Fine, I'll act like I don't know their quirks, just until I see them use it. He looks again from the scope and sees Kirishima, first victim. Omega fires. Kirishima reacts quickly and uses his hardening all over his body, managing to reduce the damage from the shot. Kirishima. That's not stunning. Omega. Hardening, I see. Let's see how much it can handle, he thought with an expression of indifference. Shoji used that opportunity not only to bring Jiro down to avoid the fight, but also to locate Omega. Upon finding him, he goes down and informs his teammates about the villainess whereabouts. Upon learning this, Bakugo heads to the place the dangerous man mentioned, using explosions to propel himself forward, and there he sees him, in a window. Omega is surprised to see Bakugo approaching. Omega. Who would have thought? The ash-haired boy gets close enough to launch an explosion directly at the window, destroying it, and then launches another one towards Omega, but he ducks to dodge said attack. Omega. You're too impulsive. Hits the stomach. Bakugo groans in pain, but still fires a blast directly at Omega. Using the same blast, he leaves the building and descends. The Redeed approaches where the window was and takes out 2 submachine guns to shoot him. Some shots manage to reach Bakugo's leg, he steps back and Omega tries to hit him with his shots, but when these bullets were close to touching him a wall of ice appears in the middle. Omega. Ooh, slightly surprised, so this is the famous half-cold, half-hot Quirk. Izuku. Surprised. Omega. Obviously the sniper rifle disappears and changes to a rocket launcher called Javelin. I've never faced people with quirks. Fire, a rocket hits the wall and destroys it instantly, sending fragments of it towards the students in the class. Class B was impressed by how a single individual could repel Class A. Hendo. Who is that guy? Vlad. From what I understand, he's a mercenary, Xero's companion. Ibarra. May God have mercy on her soul. Monoma. What? Can't Class A handle someone who only uses weapons? Did they rely on their quirks and experience fighting villain knocked out by a kendo blow? Yui. Will they be able to beat him? Vlad. Who knows? Only they have the answer. Back in the battle. Omega watches as the ice wall falls, but then hears a faint sound and moves to the right, evading an electric attack from Kaminari. He quickly pushes him away and aims a machine gun at him. Omega. Choose. Capture. He shows a pair of handcuffs in his free hand or knock you out. Kaminari. Looks a little behind Omega and smiles. I choose 2 million. Vol is quickly knocked out. Omega. I guess you chose the second option with a drop of sweat on his temple. As he was about to lift the unconscious student, a concentrated explanation appeared on the wall to the Redeed's left. Half the room was destroyed and Omega was thrown away from the building. Omega. I understand, he didn't attack recklessly, lands like superheroes in a large pipe, leaving a small crater. He studied the scene, positioning the hostage so as not to hurt him, manifests Armadillo. A portable rocket launcher. When he spots Bakugo, he points the gun at him, but a ribbon captures his dominant hand while a tongue traps the other. Omega. Not bad, not bad. Xero. Oppressorate, Yaoyorozu. She quickly approaches Omega, within a safe distance to fire her web shooter. The Redeed steps hard on the cracks in the small crater, passing through the pipe, causing Seiya to drop him. The web cuts, and he evades Yaoyorozu's web. Omega runs a few meters and tries to manifest the neck armor to break through the metal, but remembers it was under maintenance, so he uses 2 submachine guns to open a gap and climb up. Behind the 3 students, who had heard the shots, he pulls out his signature weapon. The double-barreled revolver, modified to fire up to 12 bullets before reloading. He fires his weapon towards the students. Xero and Seiya were unable to evade in time and were knocked unconscious by the shot, which perfectly hit their arm and head. Yaoyorozu barely managed to create a Tugsteno shield in time to block the shot, but one of them hit her in the leg. As he walked away from the students, Omega realized that he had been separated from his hostage, so he decided to move immediately towards the building. But Izuku. The green-haired boy was in his respective place, tied up while he watched a landscape at the room partially destroyed by the contented explosion of a certain ash-haired boy offered. Out of boredom, he decided to hum any song that came to mind until he noticed the sudden appearance of Melissa. Izuku. Hello, Shield-san. Melissa. Are you okay? Izuku. Something like that. Some debris managed to hit me, laughs trying to lighten the mood. As she approaches to untie it, 3 rockets appear near the young woman. Izuku tries to warn her, but the rockets explode before reaching her. The explosion injures and pushes Melissa against a wall, the impact leaving her badly injured. Minutes before. Omega was near the building and was ready to climb up, but as he took a step, he felt like he couldn't lift his foot. Looking down, he noticed a large number of purple spheres on the ground. Omega. What the hell? Mineta. Appears, who knows from where, hahaha, victorious laugh. Now you'll be trapped and you won't be able to return with the hostage. Now approaches Omega. You won't be able to escape, preparing a ball of his hair to trap him completely. Before he knew it, Omega had already shot him in the head, leaving him unconscious. Omega. Seriously, you're an idiot with this face to approach a villain capable of using weapons. The Redeed shoots with his revolver at the sphere stuck to his foot, but it explodes and worsens his situation. At that moment, he notices that someone has climbed up to where Izuku was, and with no other option, he takes out his rocket launcher. Portable armadillo and launches a rocket towards Melissa, but to the surprise of those who were watching, when he fires, 3 rockets appear instead of 1. Current time, with Omega. Omega. Okay, now uses the rocket launcher's knife and cuts the sticky purple slime that had him trapped. Let's go back up. Hiroshima. Don't forget about us. Hiroshima and Sato were in front of Omega, activating their quirks to start the confrontation. Omega. This will be fun, puts away all his weapons and takes out some silver gauntlets from his pockets. Sato and Hiroshima. Huh. Omega. I hope you don't mind, but raises his guard. Nothing beats the classic, spumps his fists and approaches them. Chapter 27. Have you ever seen that when there's a big fight, those fighting sometimes throw down their weapons and fight fairly? Well, this time was no exception. Omega was fighting with both young men, Kirishima and Sato, whose quirks strengthened their bodies. For many people, this would be an unfair fight, but they didn't know Omega. Like Izuku, he is also a cyborg, his body modified to enhance his resilience and physical strength. Kirishima throws a punch, but Omega backs away. Sato attacks from the side, but he grabs his arm and throws him to the ground. He then falls on top of the boy, delivering an elbow to the stomach. Kirishima approaches and tackles Omega, who was getting up. Omega. GHH, not bad. Kirishima. Thank you. The two began to exchange blows. Kirishima saw pieces of his strengthened body falling off, while Omega received scratches caused by the sharp parts of the strengthening. In one of the attacks, Omega hits Kirishima directly in the face, and although it stuns him, he uses that opportunity to grab said arm and trap it. Kirishima. Ahara Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Bakugo appears behind Omega and, ignoring the recoil his next action will cause, launches the most powerful blast possible without any support. Due to the damage he received earlier, Kirishima fainted. Bakugo thought he had defeated him, but from the smokescreen, a Po appears and hits the Ashen-haired boy directly in the face, making him retreat. The smoke clears, showing Omega with wounds and his bulletproof vest in disarray. Omega. If this was part of the plan, I'll give you some stitches. Pulls off his vest. Cough cough. Shit, that hurt. Bakugo. GHH, damn you. Bakugo launches himself at Omega and uses blasts on him, although he landed 2 of them, the others deflected them, hitting the young man's forearms. In one attack, he grabs his arm and pulls him a good distance away. Omega. You need to be. Hits Bakugo's stomach with his knee, making him spit out more. Creative puts his hands together and hits the Ashen-haired boy's back with all his strength. The young man hits the ground. No matter how hard he tries to get up, Bakugo stays on the ground and seconds later he faints. Omega. Exhales exhausted. If it wasn't a test this would have ended differently. Deity sits exhausted as he listens to a voice confirm the end of the test. Apparently, Class A's plan was to get his attention enough to distract him so he would forget about Hagakure, who arrived at Izuku while he was fighting with Bakugo and Kirishima. Omega remembered that he had locked the doors before starting, but then he remembered that Mina had an acid quirk, so she was able to melt the locks. While he was resting, Izuku goes down with Hagakure, Mina and Melissa, who was behind the pink-haired girl. Omega. Okay, that was my total defeat. You know, if I had been with Xero, I could have beaten them. Mina. That's weird. Xero beat us all in a similar test. Omega. Huh? Hagakure. Nods, that's true. She trapped us all in red ropes. It looked almost like a spiderweb. Omega stares at Izuku, who was scratching the back of his neck, embarrassed to hear his student say that. Mina. You seem strong. It's strange that you lost. Omega. Well, there's a lot I can't do without my cervical armor. See how some robots take away the injured students, for example. I could better withstand the screamer's explosions. Izuku. That's true. Although he's slow, he can make up for that with his brute strength. How much does your current armor weigh? Omega. About a ton. M&H. A ton. Surprised. Omega. Is it that much? Confused. Mina. It's too much. Once they finish talking, Mina and Hagakure take Melissa to the infirmary. Izuku. Can I help you? Offering his hand. Omega. Thanks. Gets up with Izuku's help. Can you move well now? Izuku. Not yet. My whole body still hurts. Omega. I understand you. Izuku. I doubt it. You were less injured in that explosion thanks to your sturdy armor. Somewhat annoyed. Omega. Laughs. You always came out more hurt. Remember when you got shot and they teased you about it? Izuku. Haha, sarcasm. Very funny. Let's go to the infirmary. Omega. No, just bring me to recovery. Smiles maliciously. I still have Class B left. The few unharmed students from Class A stayed to watch the Class B massacre. This time, it was Vlad who acted as hostage as Izuku was somewhat busy. Izuku. Okay, now carefully cut here. Momo nods. She and the green-haired boy were in the infirmary and she asked him to teach her how to cut apples to start with. Izuku disagreed since he needed to rest. He was the first person without technological aids to stop a bullet from the Deiti's revolver. Izuku. If you want, we can do it when. Momo. No, excited. Izuku. He really needs to rest. Where's recovery girl when you need her? Okay, now for the flower giving directions. Momo. This, Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Momo. Regarding you teaching me how to cook. Izuku. Momo. We could practice at my house. Playing with her fingers. The green-haired man's knife falls in surprise. Izuku. Hey. Momo. My family's butler can help us if something goes wrong. Plus, there are plenty of ingredients we can use just in case. Izuku. That's a good point. The green-haired boy was a little nervous. The first time he'd gone to the Yaoyorozu family's house, it was to tutor her and her friends for exams. But now they'd be alone. Izuku. Wait, think about it. We'll probably meet his parents, relieves a little. Does this weekend seem okay to you? Just seeing her excited expression, he knew the young raven-haired girl's answer. While they continued practicing, Omega arrived at the infirmary with minor cuts on his left arm. Izuku. I see that it went badly for you. Omega. Something like that. They only took 3 seconds longer than Class A. Where's recovery girl? Izuku. He said he had to talk to the director about something. He sees the knife Momo was holding approaching his thumb. Be careful. He stops the blade in time. Momo. Thank you. Omega. Hey Xero. Can we talk alone for a minute? Izuku. Confused of course goes to Momo. Be careful, says goodbye to the young woman and leaves the infirmary, following Omega. Seeing that no one was around, Omega decides to start the conversation. Omega. Listen Izuku, I want you to tell me if you remember where Carolyn captured us. Izuku. Not really. I've been trying for a while, but the same thing always happens. Oh, and I. Not remembering the name. Omega. You don't seem very surprised. Izuku. Well, in a way, it makes sense. He altered our memories to give him a reason to confront the MBORF soldiers. Omega. Then I would have the data for those cheap copies we were facing that day. Izuku. Wow, that bitch had everything planned. Frustrated. Omega. Well, I want to tell you something. Remember the professor we saved? Izuku. The one from that mission that got us into this trouble. Omega. Nods. I managed to contact him and he said he could help us with this problem. Izuku. I see. That's great. Excited we'll finally be able to find out where he's hiding. And then. Omega. Will you kill her? The green-haired boy is a little surprised by the question Omega asked him. Omega. I'm determined to do it, but I want to know, what will you do? Izuku. You ask because you know that I know her well. Omega. That's right. He takes a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and lights one. Izuku remains silent for a few seconds. Izuku. Did you know that Carolyn is a SCAD's daughter? Omega. I read the reports. She and a SCAD survived the crash, but her mother didn't. A SCAD became a project to survive. Izuku. Exactly. When she and the family that took her in died, a SCAD restarted an abandoned project to revive her. Omega. I know what he did. Why are you telling me? Izuku. Because I know a SCAD wouldn't want Carolyn to become a weapon. The core that keeps her alive is corrupting her. Before she becomes a genocidal killer, I'll stop her one way or another, even if it costs me my life. Omega. I see you're determined. Then. Chapter 28. A day has passed since Class A and Class B's fight against Omega. Some of the girls in the class were confused, wondering about the cheerful mood of their classmate Yaoyorozu, who was smiling brightly. Izawa led them all to a gym while explaining about the provisional hero license. They had some knowledge about it, but not that they were only eligible for it in their second year of high school. The pro hero informed them that, due to recent events, they would be the first years to get them. Izawa. And to get their licenses. The class arrives at the Gamma Gym, and when they open the doors, Midnight, Ectoplasm and Cementus were already inside. Midnight. They will work on their special moves. Excitement overflows throughout the class, as they'll be doing something some have been thinking about since they were little. Cementus will be in charge of preparing the environment, while Ectoplasm will use his will to advise and help them individually. Izuku and Omega arrived just as they started practicing. Izuku. Wow, this place is noisy. Midnight. Hi, Xero-kun. Omega-san. I and O. Hello. Omega. Do you practice to get provisional licenses? Midnight. That's right. We also helped him improve his quirks and develop his special moves. Izuku. I understand he sees that Momo was creating two things at once. Hey Omega. Omega. HM. Izuku. You can. He approaches her ear and whispers an idea. Omega. Do you think it works? Izuku nods. Well, we have to try it. He walks towards the training area. Just then, a chunk of cement falls from the top of one of the hills directly toward Omega. Some tried to warn him of the danger, but he noticed. Omega quickly activates his neck armor, which has already been repaired, and destroys the rock with an uppercut. Midnight. Did you finish fixing your armor? Surprised. Izuku. Only Omega's, mine still needs fixing. Omega. Go to where the piece came from and notice the pale-haired boy. Be careful, kamikaze. Bakugo clicked his tongue at hearing this and continued training, but deep down he was relieved that no one got hurt. Izuku and Midnight split up and went to the students to give them some advice and ease Ectoplasm's burden a bit. The students were certainly showing progress in their special moves, one example being Mina, who managed to launch acid in a jet, improving her range. Izuku sees that Xero isn't doing well in his fight with the Ectoplasm clone, so he approaches him and advises him on his moves to avoid being predictable. He gradually goes to the students who are fighting hand to hand and helps them with advice based on his observations. Omega, on the other hand, helped with the ranged attacks, but his eyes focused on Yaoyorozu. Omega. Excuse me, Ectoplasm. Can I talk to her? Ectoplasm stares at the cyborg. Omega. Don't worry, I'll be brief. The clone simply nods and walks away from both of them. Omega. I heard from Izuku that your quirk is quite versatile. Momo. That's right, confused by the question. Omega. Have you thought about using long-range weapons? Momo. I thought about it before, but I'm not very good and I didn't know anyone who could teach me, somewhat embarrassed. Omega. Sokka. Wait, he takes 2 papers out of his pocket. These are the blueprints for 2 types of sniper rifles. One semi-automatic and one bolt action. Momo. Takes both papers, one had the plans, but the other had the chemical composition of something and this. Omega. A sedative. Useful for trapping your target alive. I understand that heroes avoid lethality in some cases, so it will be useful for you. Momo. Thank you. Omega. Now, I'll teach you how to shoot, but for now, concentrate on improving your quirk and when you have time, look for Izuku. Momo nods. Omega tells the clone that she can continue practicing her quirk. Ectoplasm, clone, approaches her and asks her to create 2 things at once. Omega. So what do you say, Xero? Omega and Xero were on the roof of the academy, since it was a quiet place, it was ideal to talk about that topic, not to mention that there was no one there since it was the weekend, like 11 AM. Xero. If we do, when would we leave? Omega. Monday. He needs plenty of time and the expo is coming up. Xero. I understand, slightly discouraged. Omega. Is it because of the girl? Izuku. Why deny it, it worries me a little. Class A usually gets into a lot of trouble. Omega. Those experiences will help her grow, although she doesn't need it. Malicious smile. At that moment, Izuku points his new weapon, light arrow, at Omega's neck. Omega. Just joking, idiot. Izuku. Sorry, the weapon disappears. Omega. If you react like that, it's clear that you like it. Izuku. Omega. Listen to this, Izuku. When this is all over, you and her can do all the cheesy stuff you want. We both know this is the best option. Izuku didn't want to admit it, but Omega was always right. Omega. Now go and enjoy your day with her if you survive. Izuku. I'll just teach him how to cook, says goodbye and gets off the roof. Omega. That's what I mean with a drop of sweat on his temple. Our green-haired man got dressed and checked his cervical armor. It was completely repaired and ready to use, but he didn't think there would be any problems, so he made it disappear, but not before using it to get to the Yaoyorozu family's house faster. Momo had returned home a day early to prepare everything. Her family's butler asked her the reason for her visit, but she didn't take the time to answer. Returning to Izuku, he finds himself on a bus enjoying the breeze without his armor's visor. Just then, a family car passes by the side of the bus and the boy in the backseat sees the green-haired boy on the roof. They both exchange glances and Izuku decides to say hello. The boy tries to get his mother's attention, but before he can succeed, the green-haired boy has already disappeared. After a few minutes of walking, the young cyborg had arrived at the Yaoyorozu mansion. Izuku. Okay, I'm here, approaches the doorbell with the intercom. Seriously, I'm starting to hate this feeling. For some reason, his hand trembled as he approached the button, but the doors opened by themselves, revealing Momo. Momo. Hello, nervous. She dresses casually, with a white t-shirt, shorts and red sneakers. Izuku. Hello, nervous, but then wakes up. Wait, how did you know I was here? Momo. Well, you were in front of my house for 5 minutes and the security cameras caught you. Izuku notices a couple of hidden cameras, hidden in a good way. Izuku. Nervous and embarrassed. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. Momo. Don't worry, smiles. Come in. They both walk towards the mansion. As they do, they think and discuss what they will do. Izuku. How about an apple pie? We've been practicing cutting them, so it should be easy. Momo. I think it's a good idea. Excited. Izuku laughs a little, since when Momo gets excited about something, she becomes cute. Once they entered the mansion, Izuku greeted the butler and, along with Momo, went straight to the kitchen. While the green-haired man reviewed the recipe, Momo searched for the ingredients he mentioned. It didn't take long for everything to be ready. Izuku. Fine. Yaoyo sees Momo pouting. Sorry, it's the custom. Do you have everything, Momo? Momo. Yes. Izuku. Well, remember that in pastry everything is based on precision, she nods. From then on, they spent the next few hours practicing. Izuku was in charge of greasing the mold with butter and some flour, while Momo made the mixture. Hours passed, and the young people tried different recipes. There were many failed attempts, such as a black frisbee that managed to damage the tree bark, apple pie, or a stone, muffins, that broke one of the floor tiles. Momo was somewhat embarrassed, and when she saw Izuku trying not to laugh, she got angry and threw some of the mixture at him. The result? 3 failed attempts, 1 fairly successful one, and a war using the mixture as ammunition. The cleanup and showers afterwards. Izuku. Yes, this is delicious, tasting the apple pie. Momo. Thanks to you, smiles while tasting the dessert. Both were enjoying the dessert along with the tea, while enjoying the view of the garden. Momo looked at Izuku out of the corner of her eye. Well, he had a serious look on the slice of cake. Momo. By the way, Izuku, where did you learn to cook? Izuku. Well. Momo. It was for a mission, right? Izuku. Something like that. I had to gain the trust of a chef who worked for someone dangerous. Momo. Really? Surprised. Although she knew about the green-haired boy's life, she was always surprised to hear his stories. The green-haired boy explained that, to achieve this, Omega had convinced a famous chef to teach him how to cook. Izuku. Although the bad thing was that he always yelled when I made a mistake about something. Momo couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. Izuku. Don't laugh. Do you know how hard it was not to stab him in the neck? Momo. Giggle. Sorry. Izuku noticed the funny side of the story and laughed a little. After stopping laughing, he stared at the young woman intently. Momo. This is something wrong? Izuku. Nothing. Just that you're too beautiful. Momo. Slowly blushes, eh? Izuku. It's the truth. Drink some tea. You are intelligent, beautiful, you help your classmates without expecting anything in return. With each compliment, Momo's face became redder. Izuku. Anyone would be happy to have you as a partner and I don't want that. Momo. Really? Izuku gets up from his chair and stands in front of the young woman. Izuku. Listen, once I solve a personal problem, takes her hand. Will you go out with me? Momo couldn't help it, she wasn't just surprised, tears were streaming from her eyes and she jumped to hug the green-haired boy, then kissed him on the lips. Yaoyorozu's response. It was the big day. The students of Class A were already on their way to the provisional hero license exam. Among the students, Momo seemed happiest, attracting the attention of the other girls, especially Mina, who decided to start an interrogation with the help of the rest. As the bus was on its way, Izuku and Omega were watching the bus drive away from the roof of a building. Omega. Are you sure you want to leave it like this? Izuku. Like you said, we have to go to where that scientist is. Omega. True. Izuku. Believe me, she'll understand. Besides, now I have a reason not to die joking. Omega. Laughs. Well said. They both take some bags with their belongings. Omega. Let's get this over with. Izuku. At once. And so, both go to where their ally was to be able to finish the story of the Bulwark Squadron. End of the story. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.